Chapter 51, The Distant Stargate. The administrator assigned the task of finding special stargates to other civilizations in the galaxy. While some civilizations were curious as to why the lost robotic empire was looking for such an item, none of them asked. It was taboo to ask about private matters, not to mention that the other party was from the lost empire. Countless interstellar adventurers became active again, and many of them were old adventurers who had worked for the Observer and the Voyager before. They obviously wanted to get a share of the administrator's mission. Many adventurers received the support of their civilization, hoping to leave a little impression in the eyes of the administrator by completing the mission. After all, the mission for the Lost Empire only required the coordinates of a special stargate. This kind of task that had never been dangerous was something that everyone was happy to do. Low risk, high return, what's not to be happy about? All in all, with the help of a large number of people, there were indeed some lucky people who found the special stargate. I'm Lone Wolf. Today is the 6th day of my 521st interstellar exploration. The administrator mission caused a huge stir in the entire galaxy, and I joined in without exception. To find some special stargates among so many galaxies in the Milky Way is like looking for a needle in a haystack, so I've decided to make full preparations. One asked a few experts I knew first, hoping to know what exactly a special space gate was. But one clearly underestimated the wisdom of the adventurers. Before I came to visit, there were already more than 2 digits of adventurers seeking knowledge from these experts. The unbearable experts refused all visits. As a last resort, I could only use some disgraceful means to force them. Then, one got an unexpected result. It turned out that an expert had seen a special stargate when he was young, but he was intercepted by me before he could make a move in person. So, after eliminating all the illusions, one followed the clues and found this place. At this point in the diary, Lone Wolf raised his head slightly and looked out the porthole at the universe. This place was a black hole. No one was willing to get close to this celestial body that represented the end. But it was in such a dangerous place that a stargate stood nearby. It seemed to be from a very long time ago, and the style used by the stargate was completely different from that of the present. This style couldn't even be found in history textbooks. Lone Wolf stared at it for a while before remembering to record the video here. He also focused on the stargate. After that, he left in a hurry, ready to sell the news at a high price. In order to gain the favor of the Lost Empire, ordinary civilizations were usually willing to offer more generous rewards than the Lost Empire to buy such information. And he was a lone wolf, so he did not have to bear the moral condemnation of his civilization. To him, it was fine as long as he could maximize his benefits. The trading partner he chose was also just right. It was the Megacorp, which had long held the banner of the trading partner of the Lost Robotic Empire. He believed that this civilization would be happy to make a deal with him. Not long after, Li Wenyuan received a message from Kraibao. Dear Administrator, we are your trading partner, the Kraibao Interstellar Trading Company. I think we've found the answer to your previous mission. The coordinates and relevant proof images have been uploaded. Please take a look. If you still remember us, please don't pay us. To us, being able to help you is our greatest motivation. This overbearing flattery gave Li Wenyuan goosebumps. He had to open the recorded video to get rid of this feeling that he shouldn't have. He looked at the celestial body recorded in the influence, and he finally showed an expression of interest. This stargate is indeed quite special. The man-made stargates in this part of the galaxy were basically built outside the gravity well of the star to prevent the stargate passage from being affected by gravity. However, this special stargate was built directly near the black hole, as if it deliberately needed the black hole to achieve some effect. Moreover, this special stargate was much larger than the stargates commonly seen in the current galaxy. It was hard to imagine where it led to. Even though it didn't seem to be activated at the moment, Li Wenyuan was still very interested in where it was connected. Could this be the stargate built by the gate builder? He was thinking about this problem, but he did not stop the research spaceship to go over and find out. Because whether or not it had anything to do with the gate builder still needed to be scanned. Time passed by quietly. The research spaceship had also completed the scan of this special stargate and gave him a satisfactory result. Distant Stargate. Introduction. This ancient stargate was built a very long time ago, and the specific time is unknown. The technology used and the lines on the stargate prove that it was the work of the gate builder. According to speculation, the location of this stargate might not be in the Milky Way, but in an isolated galaxy outside the Milky Way. It uses an extremely complicated encryption program that seems to prevent outsiders from opening this stargate. However, after analysis, we believe that there is still a possibility of opening it again. It's indeed made by the gate builder. In that case, we can begin further research. Although Li Wenyuan was happy, he still had doubts in his heart. How did the gate builders perish? Judging from the technology they used to build stargates that could cross the Milky Way, their level of technology should have been very advanced. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build stargates that had been built for such a long time. Time was usually the most powerful destroyer. Even the ruins of mankind had been destroyed and damaged over a long period of time. The fact that such a huge and exquisite stargate could be preserved and activated until now was enough to show the power of the gate builder. However, even such a powerful civilization eventually disappeared, and there was little information left in the galaxy. It was hard to imagine what they had gone through. And most importantly, the gate builder didn't seem to want the stargate to be reopened. In that case, why didn't they choose to destroy it? According to the conclusion of the research zone, the internal encryption program of RHE Stargate had blocked the opening of the stargate. It was extremely difficult, and even with his current level of scientific research, it would take a while to analyze it. Looking at the stargate, Li Wenyuan's thoughts gradually drifted along with the rotation of the black hole. Chapter 52, The Stargate Opens. What was behind the distant stargate? This was undoubtedly the most curious point. At present, it seems that a second distant stargate has not been found in the Milky Way, but the gate builder should not have only built one. Li Wenyuan believed that there should be many more distant stargates like this one that had not yet been opened in the Milky Way. They were like treasures waiting to be discovered by others. But whether or not there was a treasure behind it, he still needed to wait for the door to open to know. In the Milky Way Society, the mission previously issued by the administrator had been removed. It was obvious that some civilizations had already completed this mission. Although the adventurers from other civilizations were unwilling, they could only give up for the time being and wait for the new mission to appear. While some of the civilizations were trying to find out which civilization had completed the administrator's mission, they were also trying to find the special stargate that the administrator was searching for. After all, stargates were different from strange creatures. They were useful for most civilizations. Even if it wasn't to complete the mission, it could still produce great benefits as a fast passage. Therefore, in the subsequent search process, some civilizations did find other special stargates through the clues provided by the adventurers who had given up on the search. Within the borders of the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, some scholars were debating whether to find a way to destroy such stargates. As a typical representative of the academic autocracy, the top scientists of the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation had a supreme status. Something that could cause them to argue was obviously not a small matter. One of the scholars said bitterly, "It wasn't easy for us to find an ownerless stargate. How can we give up such a good thing just because of a few words?" What did the crisis assessment report say? It's not out yet, but I believe that the threat rate will definitely exceed 50%. Our archaeological findings have proven that those rumors are not groundless. We have to destroy the stargate before it is opened. The other person disagreed and insisted on destroying this special stargate. As a top archaeologist, his team had found a prophecy on a planet that might be related to those special stargates. It was a planet that once had a civilization, and it existed for an extremely long time. Judging from the traces left behind, that civilization had more advanced technology than the indigenous people before they even entered space. Their species had a special ability to empathize, and they could form a strong cohesion of civilization under conscious guidance. If it had continued to this day, it would probably be on par with the Lost Empire. However, in the subsequent archaeological process, Mingbo's archaeologists discovered that this civilization had been destroyed by some kind of prophecy. The doomsday theorists of civilization believed that one day, a huge grey storm would sweep across the entire universe and destroy everything in its path. Then, this civilization's empathy ability had a destructive effect. There was no telling who started it first, but some individuals began to fanatically worship the apocalypse, and gradually spread to all individuals like a plague. The entire civilization soon fell into a fanatical belief in an apocalypse that had never arrived, causing the self-destruction of all individuals in a few short months. Just like that, one of the most ancient species disappeared from a prophecy. Of course, such a specious archaeological discovery could not attract the attention of the leader of Mingbo archaeologists. Most importantly, they really found the grey storm on a planet near a special stargate. It was a group of nanobots. Even though they had crashed for some unknown reason, the terrifying mass of nanobots had still destroyed half of the planet. According to the simulation of the restored image, the group of nanobots formed a storm in the process of constantly devouring and self-replicating, leaving not a single blade of grass alive wherever they passed. Therefore, the special stargate that was likely to be related to this nanorobotic storm attracted attention. Now, Mingbo's scholars were divided into two factions on whether to keep this stargate. One faction believed that a stargate that was likely to form a network was a resource that could only be encountered but not sought. It would play a great role in trade and scientific research, and it could not be given up just because of some stories in the dust. The other faction insisted that the special stargate was backed by those terrifying nanobots. With the stargate being opened sooner or later, they had to destroy it to stop the nanobot threat. They were still waiting for a result. If the Crisis Assessment Agency reported more than 50% of the threat level, they would choose to destroy the stargate according to the principle of the majority. Not long after, a threat report with news of a dictator was made known to these scholars. The threat level is indeed more than 50%. However, the chief scientist told us not to worry about this. He believes that risk and opportunity coexist, and the stargate that the administrator is looking for must have something extraordinary. The scholars who heard the news looked at each other and had to stop their arguments based on the results. At this moment, Li Wenyuan, who was controlling a distant stargate, had reached the last step of the decryption process. To his surprise, the end of the decryption program was not a difficult and complicated situation, but a question from the gate builder. We are the Desaner Union. We are very happy that a civilization in this galaxy has found this place and progressed to this step. I don't know how many traces of us are left in the outside world, but since you have chosen this door, it means that you are also very interested in the secret behind it. We need to say this first. Behind it may be a gift, or it may be some bad threat. Are you sure you have the ability to come into contact with this secret now? Yes or no? The decryption process stopped at this point, obviously to make the choice of whether to open this distant stargate or not. It was difficult to understand the mentality of the gate builders when they built the stargate. They seemed to want a civilization to open the stargate, but to a large extent, they did not want the stargate to be opened. This contradictory mentality also made Li Wenyuan think. He was comparing whether his current strength was enough to open the distant stargate. The gate builder research that he had spent a long time on couldn't be wasted. Although my fleet is small in number, its quality is quite high. Ordinary civilizations are no match for it. The giant dock is also close to completion, and my production capacity will reach a new level. One still have a trump card, the Tiangang battleship, that one can use. No matter how I think about it, I should be able to see the world behind the door with my own eyes. After making up his mind, Li Wenyuan chose yes, which caused the distant stargate to fall into a brief silence. The floating stargate slowly opened, and its huge body was rejuvenated after a long time. No sound could be heard in the vacuum, but looking at the dark green light gradually gathering in the center of the stargate, Li Wenyuan felt like he could hear the roar of a megastructure being activated. The structure of the stargate expanded to its maximum, and a huge amount of energy was also instilled into the core position in this process. As the dark green light suddenly dissipated, a small black hole formed in the stargate. Compared to the real black hole behind it, this black hole seemed very small, but Li Wenyuan knew that the secret behind it was about to be revealed. Chapter 53, The Strange Tranquility. After the distant stargate was activated, Li Wenyuan didn't hesitate for long. He let the research spaceships that had been parked nearby go in and take a look. At the same time, he was ready to warp the fleet to this place at any time to prevent any threats that might appear. It was also after he successfully activated the distant stargate that the other distant stargates in the Milky Way also had strange movements at this time. Regardless of whether they had an owner or not, these stargates all began to decrypt themselves. Although they were still closed now, it was believed that soon, these stargates would open again and reveal their secrets to the entire Milky Way. Li Wenyuan's research spaceship passed through the distant stargate and quickly lost contact with it. However, he immediately received a signal from a very far place. It was no longer in the Milky Way, not even near it. Compared to the bustling Milky Way, that place was like a graveyard of the universe, deathly silent. The research spaceships arrived here through the distant stargate. The same stargate was standing here, so it could be confirmed that this place was behind the distant stargate. A few seemingly abandoned galaxies formed this tiny star cluster, and a strange silence filled the place. After some disturbance in the image, Li Wenyuan finally saw the interior of the solar system where the research spaceship had arrived. There seemed to have been an earth-shattering war here. Some planets that could have contained life had been blown up beyond recognition, but most of the planets were covered in a kind of fine dust. A rough scan showed that the dust might be some kind of paralyzed ancient nanobot. Is this a gift? Or is it a threat? After seeing these scenes, Li Wenyuan thought of the problem left on the distant stargate by the gate builder. Judging from the current situation, whether it was a gift or a threat, there was no such thing here. All that was left was a dead wreckage. With more and more doubts in his mind, Li Wenyuan immediately controlled more research spaceships to jump to the vicinity of the distant stargate in the Milky Way. They all rushed into this star cluster and began to scan the area with multiple threads. Soon, a research ship detected a string of residual information from a bunch of paralyzed nanobots. Incomplete record 00003, program coordination. Breakdown. Copy. Evolution. Incomplete record 00005, was the data loss experiment a success? Then let's continue with the next step of the plan. Incomplete record 00028, damn it, these data losses are out of control. Hurry up and inform our compatriots outside, let them lose their data loss. Perhaps it was because it was too long ago, the information that could be restored was very little, and it was also very difficult to form a complete information chain. However, when he looked at the nanobots that surrounded the planet and the loss of control recorded in the records, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but wonder if these nanobots were the ones that had lost control. Immediately after, another research spaceship reported that they had found the remaining information. Li Wenyuan glanced at it roughly at first, and then gradually revealed a strange expression. Incomplete record 00740, is the data loss outside done? It wasn't. What news could it be? Incomplete record 00741, discovered a civilization that was building a tunnel to another galaxy. Tell them to stop repairing it. Otherwise, the data loss will spread. Incomplete record 00750, we don't need their help. The Designer Union can handle this matter on our own. They were still cultivating? What the hell? Building some kind of channel that connects to other galaxies, Li Wenyuan read some familiar words, and then he remembered the image he had seen in the Emerald Tomb. It can't be a human, right? The humans also had contact with the gate builders at that time. Before he could continue thinking, more incomplete information was uploaded to the database. Incomplete record 01201, are they praising us for repairing the door? Finally, someone can understand our painstaking efforts. They were still repairing the road? This was really... Forget it, tell them that we're leaving for a while. Incomplete record 01450, data loss is getting more and more dangerous. We have to lock all the doors, and we can't open them from the inside to prevent data loss from getting out. I hope that we have successfully resolved the data loss when it is reopened. The more he read, the more Li Wenyuan sighed. From the remaining records and the situation inside the distant star cluster, it was very likely that the gate builder had not been able to deal with the threat alone and had become one of the dust of history. And those data losses were most likely referring to the paralyzed nanobots. It makes one sigh. Let's continue exploring. It seems like these out-of-control nanobots have already broken down over a long time. As a result, all the planets in a galaxy were quickly scanned, and the research spaceships continued to head to other galaxies in this distant star cluster. As the scan progressed, new incomplete information was added to the record. Incomplete record 05000, copy. Incomplete record 06500, thinking. Incomplete record 10,000, hello. We're the Designer Union. I'm very happy to see you. Our era of isolation is finally over. Incomplete record 10,001, yes. Our dream is to create a Stargate network that covers the entire galaxy. Promote the spread of interstellar civilization. Incomplete record 10,005, nanobots? Oh. My dear friend. We don't want to discuss this. Incomplete record 10,008, we're telling you for the last time, don't delve into this question. Incomplete record 10,010, we open our doors to welcome you, but this is how you repay our kindness. Perhaps we shouldn't trust any single form race. At the very least, you are no different from our creators. When we dismantle your spaceship and crew into compounds, let's see what your heart is made of. The last part of the recording was longer than ever, but through these few words, Li Wenyuan managed to restore a picture. After a group of overwhelming nanobots dealt with their creators, they gradually developed intelligence over a long period of time and disguised themselves as the country of their creators. However, after this lie was exposed, these nanobots seemed to have launched an attack in anger, and it was unknown who they were attacking. It can't be another human, right? Li Wenyuan actually felt like laughing. Although humans had disappeared from the universe, they didn't seem to have completely disappeared. Even the distant star cluster still had traces of them. He was getting more and more curious about what happened here, and he couldn't help but create a file in the database. The distant star cluster was used to record all the information found here. Soon, the research spaceships from other places also uploaded the information they had collected to the file of the distant star cluster. Incomplete record 15,000, fail, 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 fail. Incomplete record 15001:1 didn't expect that a monomorphic race could also have such powerful combat power. Is this death? Creator. Incomplete record 15,005, those monomorphic races didn't destroy our core. Instead, they closed the stargate that leads to the outside world again. Incomplete record 16,000, perhaps, we can change our form of existence. Incomplete record 23,000, life, living beings, organic bodies. With the completion of most of the planet's scans, the records gradually entered the end phase. Incomplete record 35,000, the giant beast. It was a success. But it's not enough. Incomplete records 50,000, thought, consciousness, coordination, unity. Incomplete record 90,000. Li Wenyuan received a special signal when he scanned the last planet. On the surface of a planet full of nanobots, there was an energy source that was constantly swaying and moving slowly in the Antarctic. It looked like it was as if he was taking a stroll. His distant star cluster file also recorded the last piece of information. Incomplete record 99,999, I'm Gray. Chapter 54, Gray Wind. The mobile energy source on this last planet didn't seem right no matter how he looked at it. Li Wenyuan also raised his vigilance. There's still someone alive? Is it the Gray in the incomplete records? He had seen the last message in the record, and combined with the previous few words, he could roughly guess what happened to the nanobots. In the beginning, the gate builders had caused the nanobots to go out of control. After a long remedy, they decided to block themselves and the out-of-control nanobots in this distant star cluster and fight to the death. As a result, the gate builder failed, and the entire civilization disappeared with the wind, leaving behind only these out-of-control nanobots and the locked stargate left in the galaxy. However, these out-of-control nanobots gradually developed intelligence after being sealed for a long time. It could be because they were bored, or it could be because they were curious. These nanobots had disguised themselves as their creator's civilization and established a fake dishonor union, waiting for someone to open the stargate from the outside. One day, the door did open, and the bored nanobots immediately went up to them enthusiastically, wanting to see what the galaxy outside looked like. Unfortunately, the person who opened the door wasn't very friendly, or perhaps it was because their poor imitation had been seen through. All in all, these nanobots had been hit where it hurt, and they launched an attack in anger. Then, they were beaten up and almost turned into the dust of history with their creator. Li Wenyuan guessed that the civilization that taught these nanobots a lesson was most likely humans. After all the clues pointed to the fact that the gate builder had met human beings when building the Stargate and had a certain degree of connection. In that era where there were not many natives, he felt that only humans could have such combat power. However, humans at that time did not choose to destroy the nanobots. Instead, they blocked the door again, as if they wanted the nanobots to calm down. After that, this level went on for who knew how many years. Even the humans themselves had disappeared, as if they had forgotten about the distant star cluster. And these nanobots might have found a suitable path through constant self-reflection and self-evolution. In the beginning, they might have been trying to create organic life. The incomplete records mentioned that they had created a kind of giant beast, but Li Wenyuan wasn't sure what it was. After continuous trial and error and deduction, these nanobots finally combined all their thoughts into one consciousness, and they obtained their results. The compound nanobot named Gray was swaying on the surface of the planet. Li Wenyuan's research spaceship had already approached the planet full of nanobots, and the images captured by the drones were quickly uploaded to the spacecraft. The content of the scene also surprised Li Wenyuan. A female human was walking in an almost vacuum environment without any protective equipment or life support. Even if they were directly exposed to cosmic radiation, they didn't show any discomfort and still lived very freely. Li Wenyuan, who already knew that Gray was a super life form, didn't care much about her ability to move around in space. What surprised him was that Gray had the appearance of a human. Obviously, the civilization that beat up the nanobots in the records was human. Otherwise, there was no reason for a person who had been locked up in a distant star cluster for at least 1,000,000 years to adopt a human appearance. The compound nanobot sensed the drone's approach, but she didn't show any surprise. Instead, she looked bored. "Hello, my dear compatriots. How is everyone doing? One don't have any interest in playing right now. If you have anything to say, wait until my sleep cycle is over." "Ah. Did one make a mistake? Wait a minute. Let me think. All right. Sorry, I thought it was a toy that split off me. I just remembered that one haven't played like this in a long time." That's right. It's obvious that I'm not a human at all, nor am one a living creature. I'm not even one of you. So, what do you want?" This compound nanobot's mental state seemed abnormal, or perhaps she was born like this. There was a certain degree of confusion in her words. However, Li Wenyuan still noticed that she seemed to know about humans, and she seemed to be someone he could communicate with. Thus, after thinking for a moment, Li Wenyuan decided to ask step by step, "Please state your identity first." "Identity? All right, I thought that you would be able to determine something after looking at the surroundings. Where should I start? How troublesome. All in all, we are a group of nanobots that our creator called the Grey Storm. We destroyed our creator and then conducted a series of experiments over a long period of time. I am the result of our experiment. Now, the entire Grey Storm, or whatever you call it, is gathered on me. My consciousness represents our entire civilization. As for my appearance, it was because a civilization that called themselves human had come here and left some. It's a very enlightening thing. I really like one of the games called Stellax, so one designed my appearance as an existence similar to me inside. Oh, why would I talk about so many irrelevant things? Is it really because one haven't talked to anyone other than myself in a long time? I'm sure you guys won't mind me talking to myself like this, right?" She had said a lot of things. Although they seemed irrelevant to her, they were very important in Li Wenyuan's eyes. It's indeed a human. It's rare to see someone who has personally witnessed the existence of humans. Just as he was about to continue asking, he saw the compound nanobot looking around anxiously. "What are you looking at? Since you've entered this place, it means that this place is no longer sealed, right? I have to admit that I've been bored of the countryside life here recently. Since the stargate leading to the outside world is open again, perhaps I should get in touch with some new things. Do you have any suggestions?" Did she want to go out? Li Wenyuan was stunned and didn't want to let her go. Putting aside the fact that these nanobots were no longer a threat to him, the fact that she might know a lot of things from ancient times was enough to attract Li Wenyuan's attention. As for how to make her stay, Li Wenyuan's eyes flickered when he saw that she hadn't shown any signs of danger and was curious about everything in the outside world. He said, "You can join us. I can help you better understand the outside world." "Yes, join." "Wait a minute. Join you? Join you? Do you want me to throw myself into the arms of an alien civilization I'm meeting for the first time? I simply... Wait, let me make myself clear. Do you really think that I will pledge my loyalty to you? Even though I know nothing about your strange empire and the history behind it. You're not joking, right? I can't believe you would make such a suggestion. One really don't know what you're thinking." Actually. On second thought, fine, why not? Let me join you, I'm serious. One feel that we will get along very well. And this would be an exciting interstellar adventure. One will be loyal to you for the next 2,000 years. No, let's make that 5,000 years. He had really conned her. No, she was convinced. Li Wenyuan didn't expect the compound nanobot to agree so easily, so much so that all the excuses he had thought of in advance didn't come in handy. As expected, her mental state was not normal. Was it because she had been locked up in the distant star cluster for too long? However, he was still wary of the nanobot assembly for the time being. After all, her predecessor had once destroyed her creator. Even though he seemed to have turned over a new leaf, he still needed to pay more attention to him. After heaving a sigh of relief, Li Wenyuan asked for her name. "What should one call you? Should one just call you Gray?" How should you call me? This kind of thing doesn't matter, let's hurry up and have a thrilling alien adventure. Since your creator called you the Grey Storm, then I'll call you Grey Wind. Grey Wind? Not bad, let's start. Chapter 55, The Lost Nano Empire. Let's start. Grey Wind seemed to be a little impatient, as if she couldn't resist the idea of going to the outside world to find out what was going on. However, Li Wenyuan temporarily appeased Grey Wind because he wanted to know how far Grey Wind could go as a compound nanobot. Could the Grey Storm that destroyed the door creators once again be achieved? After some consideration, he explained, there's no need to be so anxious. You're the crystallization of your nanobots, right? To what extent can you use the nanobots now? I'd like to experience it so that one can determine which places are suitable for you. Do you still need to do this? But no problem. Grey Wind didn't object, and in a very human-like manner, she snapped her fingers. The nanobots that had fallen into a state of deathly stillness seemed to have been given life again as they began to float up in large numbers. They surged like a tide, layer by layer, and the nanorobotic storm they stirred up became more and more solid. Even the nano-level dust formed a grey curtain that covered the sky and the sun with the help of the number, lingering on the surface of the planet. Just as Li Wenyuan thought that the activated nanobots would gather toward the Grey Wind, he found that they stayed where they were and began to combine and disintegrate. In just a few minutes, a skyscraper had risen from the ground, and many human figures could be seen flashing in it. It was not over yet. The nanorobotic storm in other areas was also beginning to transform into buildings according to the instructions, and humans made of nanobots also appeared in various places. Li Wenyuan finally understood what Grey Wind was trying to do. She was probably repeating what they had done before. Just like how she imitated their creator, the Desaner Union, she was now imitating humans. Judging from her proficiency, she had probably done it more than once or twice. Perhaps during the closing of the distant star cluster, she had already imitated the primitive society of mankind to the interstellar society. It didn't take long for the transformation of a prosperous human planet full of cities to be completed. If he hadn't known in advance that it was fake, Li Wenyuan would have thought that he had returned to the era of humans. More and more nanobots began to gather in space. From the mining station to the star base, these nanobots were replicated once, and they actually looked like real ones. The research spaceships located in the other galaxies in the distant star cluster also sent over the images they had discovered. It turned out that the dormant nanobots had regained the vitality of the planet under the control of the Grey Wind. Looking from space, it seemed to have formed a civilization. All kinds of small ships were traveling between the planets, and the signal was constant. You can actually do this again? That's right, Li Wenyuan was a little shocked at first, but he soon felt relieved. Because this was something that the Grey Storm had once done, as the essence of these nanobots, it was naturally not a problem for Grey Wind to achieve it. And compared to their previous clumsy imitations, the civilization she created this time was obviously much more lifelike. I've said it before, right? Idyllic life is very boring. Disguising myself as a civilization is the best way to relieve my boredom. I've even simulated space wars between civilizations in this small star cluster before. It's interesting to be a bystander, but it's boring to be involved in it personally. Grey Wind's expression was very calm. It seemed like she had indeed played this game many times. I can make the nanobots return to their original state. What do you need me to do? Turn into a fleet? Turn into a ground force? To transform these planets into habitable planets? Or maintain the form of civilization to provide production for you? I'll say this first, my resources here have already been exhausted. If you need my nanofactory, you'll have to provide the resources. Anything is fine. After all, no matter how powerful the nanobots are, they can't make something out of nothing. Li Wenyuan looked at her and thought for a while, then continued to ask, even if you leave this star cluster, can you still maintain the operation of the civilization here? In fact, as soon as he discovered that the distant star cluster was located in an isolated area, he had the idea of making this place his back garden. The only way to and from this place was through the stargate built by the gate builder. As long as he controlled the only entrance and exit here, he basically had no worries here. He could build the expensive and important megastructures inside the distant star cluster to protect them in future wars. After all, the Milky Way was so big that the enemy could come from any direction. The distant star cluster did not seem to have such a danger. Grey Wind answered his question, of course, it's not a problem for such a small matter. Do you need me to keep this place as a civilization? Yes, Li Wenyuan nodded. Since the stargate leading to this place has been opened again, it is only a matter of time before other civilizations discover your existence. At least for now, one don't want other civilizations to see this place as their territory. In addition, one do need production capacity. Can your nanobots synthesize alloys? The news of the distant stargate being reopened barely spread in the galaxy, because most civilizations had not found such a special stargate. Other than the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, they had successfully taken control of a distant stargate within the country's borders. They were unable to open the stargate due to the extremely difficult encryption program that could not be cracked. However, after the first stargate was opened, the other distant stargates began their self-deciphering process and successfully completed the opening process after a period of time. The scientists of the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation looked at the strange stargate with hope. Just as they were about to send someone to explore where it led to, a special signal was transmitted from the stargate. We are the mediator. According to our investigation, you have not met the requirements to open the border. Please do not enter our territory. Violators will be punished. This signal was even directly broadcasted to the entire galaxy in different languages, expressing their attitude. Therefore, most of the civilizations in the Milky Way turned their attention to the source of the signal, a special stargate in the territory of the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation. Mingbo's scientists looked at each other. They didn't expect that there would be a civilization that had been sealed for a long time behind the door. They couldn't make up their minds. Their chief scientist and the leader gave up on the idea of forcing their way through after some thought. After all, it was better to be cautious when facing an unknown civilization. However, as an insider, he knew that it was the administrator who opened the stargate. He wanted to see how the Lost Empire would react to this unknown civilization. However, to his surprise, the administrator did not make any response. It only built a star base near the stargate to declare its sovereignty. The administrator wasn't angered. That means that the civilization behind the door should be related to them, or at least favored by them. The chief scientist kept thinking about the possibility of this, and then he thought of another point. Self-proclaimed the mediator. Such a name. In the galaxy, only the Lost Empires would use such naming conventions. This seemed to be a custom, and other civilizations would deliberately avoid this special naming convention when calling themselves. Just like the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, although they also wanted to call themselves knowledge managers in a somewhat pretentious way, they knew that it would be meaningless other than making a fool of themselves. Is it another Lost Empire? Thinking of this, the chief scientist's heart turned cold. He immediately began to search for the historical traces that this mediator might have left behind. At this time, Li Wenyuan had already withdrawn most of the research spaceships from the distant star cluster, leaving only a few of them as signal relay stations and surveillance cameras. How interesting! Look at that civilization. When one named myself the mediator according to your naming system, they didn't dare to come in. Grey Wind, who had come out of the distant star cluster, gestured excitedly at the research spaceship, which made Li Wenyuan understand what had happened. It's not impossible. To be honest, I think you're no different from the Lost Empire. Perhaps you're even older than them. The Lost Empire? One didn't know that there was such a name. One guessed they wouldn't mind having another Lost Empire in this universe, right? Let me think. Why don't we just call ourselves the Lost Nano Empire? Grey Wind was interested in everything in the outside world and was fearless. Even his idea of disguising as a Lost Empire had been put into practice. Li Wenyuan wasn't worried at all, because he himself was pretending to be the Lost Nano Empire. Besides, Grey Wind wasn't weak. The destruction of the Gate Builder by the Grey Storm had fully proved her strength. If there was really a civilization that doubted the authenticity of the Lost Nano Empire and wanted to test it out for themselves, they would not end up well. The outside world is really interesting. Let's start a fun adventure. Remember to let your nanobots synthesize alloys. Chapter 56, What are the mechanical servants' hearts made of? The connection between the Lost Nano Empire and the galaxy was not known to outsiders, and most of the civilizations only took a quick glance before shifting their attention to other things. The communication with the Lost Empire depended on their mood, and when the civilization had nothing to do, something more interesting would naturally attract their interest. For example, a biological civilization had announced that it would no longer ask about the Sea of Stars and embarked on the path of corruption many years in advance. This incident undoubtedly attracted the attention of the galaxy. Many biological civilizations had already sent people to investigate the situation, wanting to understand how this civilization, which had been thriving not long ago, had entered a decline in just a few months. Li Wenyuan, who was still looking for human remains, also set his eyes on this civilization. A new mark suddenly appeared on the ancient star map that was once excavated from the ruins. It seemed that some human remains had been activated there. The weak activation signal was transmitted to him, and the coordinates of the source of the signal were analyzed. And that coordinate planet was within the borders of interstellar civilization. In the galaxy, the official name of that civilization was the Semi-Federation. It was a federation of civilizations composed of 3 species from different planets. Even though they were of different races, they all called themselves the Semi-People. The origins of the Semi-Federation were also very unique. 3 planets in their mother galaxy had given birth to life. 2 of them were similar to Earth. They were in the habitable zone of the stellar system, with a safe space environment and a suitable energy source. The other planet that gave birth to life was a satellite of a gas giant. Although the environment was harsh, some species still managed to survive. Before they came into contact with the big stage of the Milky Way, the 3 races of the Semi-Federation had already experienced mutual deception in interstellar space. The 2 races on the habitable planets had long discovered each other's existence and were carefully testing each other. In the beginning, everyone lived in peace until one of the races completed the unification of their own planet and launched an expedition plan against the other planet. Just like that, a small-scale interstellar war broke out in the galaxy and gradually attracted the attention of a 3rd civilization. This civilization that was born on the satellite of the gas giant was the latest to develop, and its population was the smallest, but its technology was the most advanced. They also joined the war and quickly turned the situation into a tripartite confrontation. Friction and cooperation, conspiracies and ambitions, war and peace, all of these were repeated in the confrontation that lasted for thousands of years and became an epic in the history of the Semi-Federation. Their vision was limited to the galaxy, and they didn't even consider the outside of the galaxy, until one day, a spaceship from an alien civilization came here and discovered the strange layout of this place. The alien civilization looked at them and thought, a group of natives who haven't even flown out of the galaxy. I'm not killing indiscriminately. Then, they brought a fleet with a hyperspace engine to this galaxy, wanting to conquer these natives. Little did they know that the 3 civilizations had developed their weapons to an extremely advanced level in the long space war, easily destroying the alien fleet. Although they couldn't catch up with the aliens because they didn't have the hyperspace engine, they also realized that there were many things beyond the galaxy. Therefore, after a series of exchanges, the 3 civilizations decided to form a joint civilization, which was now the Semi-Federation. Through the wreckage of the alien fleet, they had developed a hyperspace engine and officially announced their existence to the Milky Way. The moment this joint civilization was born, they quickly made a name for themselves in the interstellar society. Their proficient space combat techniques were quickly compiled into books and became part of the space war teaching materials for various interstellar civilizations. Just as everyone thought that they would gradually gain a certain right to speak in the galaxy, a letter to fellow galactic compatriots made many civilizations drop their glasses. My fellow galaxy compatriots, standing on the same stage. Regardless of whether your attitude toward us is friendly, cordial, malicious, or hateful, we have to announce a regretful fact now. We don't want to work hard anymore. After today, we will return to our home galaxy and give up all communication with the outside world. Don't worry about us. Grey Wind, who was floating in space, read out the content of the letter to the galaxy compatriots word by word. Although sound couldn't be transmitted in a vacuum, Li Wenyuan had read the contents of the notice word for word, so he automatically simulated the sound of the Grey Wind in his mind. Is it called Semi-Federation? It wasn't easy for you to stand in space, so why did you suddenly give up? Grey Wind's signal was full of confusion. Li Wenyuan didn't quite understand either. However, the newly activated human relic was still within the territory of the Semi-Federation. Li Wenyuan guessed that it was most likely due to the relic. As the most loyal surveillance array of mankind, he naturally had to take a look. Are you interested in this? He asked Grey Wind. I'm quite interested. Then let's go take a look. I'm quite interested in it too. The first interstellar adventure is about to begin. Grey Wind was overjoyed to hear the news, so much so that her form was a little unstable, and a few extra tentacles appeared on her back. It was hard to imagine what was in the beginner's books left for her by humans. However, Li Wenyuan didn't have much of a reaction. He had already seen Grey Wind transform into all kinds of appearances, and she had even transformed into a Gundam before. This kind of situation didn't seem strange to him. Hence, a research spaceship and a nanobot assembly made up of a strange combination headed toward the territory of the Semi-Federation. At this time, in the mother galaxy of the Semi-Federation, a large number of ships were constantly transporting from the outside world. Many of them were semi-people who were rushing back to their hometowns, but most of them were transporting a type of robot. At first glance, it seemed difficult to understand what they were doing, but when one looked at a habitable planet in the mother galaxy, one would know what was happening. This was the satellite of the gas giant that had given birth to life. 60% of its surface was covered in glaciers. Even though the Semi-Federation had made many changes to the planet, this glacial planet was still not that habitable. One of the races that made up the Federation came from there. They had lived an extremely difficult life since ancient times. Suffering made them tenacious, as if all the difficulties could only make them move forward. However, such an iron-blooded race had now become a group of slackers. Robot servant, food. All right, the nutritious meal will be done in 5 minutes. Do you need me to feed you? I don't feel like working today. All right, please rest well. Even if you skip work, your salary will still be paid as usual. Mechanical servant, I'm heartbroken. Can one be your lover? If you agree, I'll choose a suitable bionic skin later. Mechanical servant. I hate you. Hurry up and get lost. I'm sorry that one can't provide you with the appropriate service. After that, other servants will take over your service. Thank you for using it. Such scenes were happening all the time on this glacial planet. The iron-blooded species of the past were gone forever, leaving behind only a group of lazy people who lived in heaven. A group of robots of unknown origin had become the servants of the semi-people and regarded their needs as the highest order. All their actions were to make their lives better. Everyone had lost their jobs, and these mechanical servants replaced their positions and operated more efficiently. At first, the dazed semi-people were afraid of this feeling of idleness, but they soon fell into the embrace of gentleness. In the beginning, there were still people who were wary of these robots and warned their compatriots not to be fooled. However, this kind of opposition disappeared without a trace after a few days. The sober man who had previously declared that he would never eat a meal with the mechanical servant had become a cripple after experiencing it for a while. The entire civilization was falling at an unbelievable speed, and the letter to their galaxy compatriots was perhaps their last moment of clarity. And all of this started with one of their archaeologists inexplicably activating a ruin. Chapter 57, Theme Park Mechanical Servant? Just a few months ago, an archaeologist from the Semi-Federation had discovered a ruin on a planet within the country's borders. The entire Semi-Federation was very happy at that time because excavating relics usually did not have any dangerous consequences. If one was lucky, one could even find a lot of good things in the relics. That was what the archaeologist thought at first. His excavation progress was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to come up with some inferences about the ruins. The ruins might be some kind of sealing facility. The archaeologist didn't know what it was for, but he felt that there was no reason to stop digging. Thus, after a period of excavation, the full appearance of the ruins was finally revealed. This was a robot's graveyard. A large number of robots were stored here, but their control centers were not damaged, which meant that these robots could still be restarted. After consulting with their superiors, the archaeologists activated their control center and successfully got the robots to work again. At first, the Semi-Federation was prepared to use these robots as cheap labor, but as the scope of their use continued to expand, they found that these robots were somewhat different. Their basic program seemed to have a special preference for organic life forms. As long as it was an order from an organic life form, they would understand and obey it, no matter what the order was. After a worker's curious experiment, the people of the Semi-Federation found that these robots could be competent for any position. With the robot's natural hardware support, it would produce higher work efficiency. As a result, starting from the middle class, there were people who constantly chose to be lazy and handed everything over to the robots to take over. For this reason, there were even people who had bloody conflicts because their robots were damaged by others, and the semi-society was in turmoil. However, this turmoil only lasted for a short moment before it was quelled. These robots used a very gentle and efficient way to make the opposition fall into a warm and sweet home. Even the one's extreme quickly softened under the endless gentleness of the attack and then became a lazy member. It was not until the chairman of the Semi-Federation believed that these robots did a better job than him and announced that these robots were acting on his behalf that the image maintained by the entire civilization really collapsed. The semi-people from the outside world began to return to their mother galaxy, and these robots also transported their compatriots from the ruins there to better serve them. It wouldn't be long before the semi-people left the galaxy. These robots might choose to connect to the galaxy again to protect their master, and they would be responsible for communicating with the outside world. However, could the Semi-Federation still be called the Semi-Federation at this time? Some of the semi-people might have considered this problem, but they didn't care. Since the robots were doing better than them, why not let them continue? They didn't have to work, and they didn't have to worry about survival and entertainment. The robots would worry about everything for them, and they could just enjoy it. To them, this was heaven. Back at the ruins of the robots excavated by the archaeologists of the semi-people, there were still a large number of spaceships coming and going to move the remaining robots away. The control center that was originally fixed here had also been dug out. It seemed to be brought back to the mother galaxy of the Semi-Federation in order to control the robots more efficiently. Li Wenyuan's research spaceship had also arrived here with the Grey Wind. The activation signal of the human remains in the ancient star map had come from this ruin. Weren't the species of the Semi-Federation monomorphic organic life forms? With a single scan, it seems like they're all robots, even the ship's controller is a robot. It's probably because none of them are willing to come out and work anymore. Li Wenyuan answered Grey Wind's question and then looked at the ruins that had already been excavated. The robots didn't react to their arrival. It was possible that they were being controlled by higher UPS. This also made it easier for him to explore the remains, so a large number of drones began to scan the remains from all directions. When Grey Wind saw this, she also transformed into a few drones and followed. Even though this place had been excavated by the Semi-Federation, Li Wenyuan felt that the traces of human beings must have been preserved. Sure enough, he soon detected a related signal near a large pit that had been dug out. The source of the signal was a paralyzed robot. From its appearance, this robot should belong to the primitive robot type, which was very different from the highly efficient companions around it. Great discovery! It's the remains of a robot from ancient times. The drone that Grey Wind had transformed into began to circle around the paralyzed robot. It was obvious that she was also interested in the story behind it. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, had already completed the analysis of the signal. He then began to record the relevant text in the human file in the database. Number Data Damage Helper Robot Work Log. According to the professor's instructions, the construction of Organic Paradise has reached 99%, and it is expected to be completed in 480 hours. The mechanical servant has been transported here. Debugging will be completed within 240 hours. The test subject civilization has been delivered. The theme park project will begin in 120 hours. Day 1, all data is normal. The test subject's civilization is unwilling to accept paradise life. High resistance. Day 2, all data is normal. 99% of the subject's civilization has fallen. Low resistance. Day 3, all data is normal. Theme park mechanical servant nation has been established, and observation begins. Li Wenyuan felt like laughing when he read this log. The subjects who had shouted "We need to be independent" the day before had begun to attack those who were unwilling to join the mechanical servant nation the next day. It was hard to imagine what kind of life changes they had experienced. In view of the uniqueness of this ruin, Li Wenyuan created a new sub-file of theme park mechanical servants in the human files and moved all the text into it. Then, he began to read. Day 60, all data is normal. The per capita happiness of theme park mechanical servant nation has reached 99%, and the population growth rate has increased by 100%. Day 90, all data is normal. Theme park mechanical servant nation has started to build a new organic paradise, and the distribution of entertainment facilities has reached 80%. Up until now, the contents of the log were very normal. Li Wenyuan only fantasized about that kind of life for a moment, and he felt that his whole life was worth it. However, as he continued to read, he began to frown and gradually showed a serious expression. Meanwhile, Grey Wind, who could also see these records, asked, "Are they out of control? Just like how one used to be." Day 120, data error. The per capita happiness of theme park mechanical servant nation has reached 100%, the population growth rate has dropped by 50%. Day 150, data error. Theme park mechanical servant nation has started building a living exhibition hall and is moving test subjects that fulfill the service agreement into it. Day 180, data error. Theme Park Mechanical Servant Nation has started building an organic slurry pool to eliminate test subjects that do not comply with the service agreement. Day 210, Data Error. The per capita happiness of Theme Park Mechanical Servant Nation has reached 1000%, and the population growth rate has dropped by 90%. Day 300, Theme Park Mechanical Servant Nation has gone out of control, experiment terminated. The mechanical servant went out of control. As Li Wenyuan looked at these clips, he began to observe the ground near the paralyzed robot. It didn't take long before he found an abnormal bulge and asked Grey Wind, can you use your nanobots to clean up the ground? Of course, no problem. The Grey Wind drones instantly scattered into a nanorobotic storm and disintegrated the land marked by Li Wenyuan in just a few minutes, revealing the scene below. This is, looking at the ground, Li Wenyuan finally showed a serious expression. There were a large number of unknown creatures' skeletons stored in some damaged facilities. Although they were not human skeletons, they were well preserved and obviously had been carefully processed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to retain their original appearance after such a long time. However, anyone who saw this scene would only feel horrified, even Li Wenyuan. After thinking for a while, he changed the name of the theme park mechanical servant file, Out of Control Mechanical Servant. Chapter 58, Out of Control Mechanical Servants. What are these? They're probably the wax figures of the masters who were turned into statues by the out-of-control mechanical servants. The biological tissues on these corpses had long been decomposed over a long time. If it were not for the fact that the preservation facilities were still working, even the bones would not have been left. But even so, these bones were still extremely fragile and would turn into powder with a light touch. Without the precise excavation of the Grey Wind nanobot, Li Wenyuan would only see a pile of ashes when he found it. It's obvious that there's a problem with the mechanical servant's service program. In the process of serving, the mechanical servant has turned from a guest to a host. These corpses may be disobedient masters among the mechanical servants and are treated as targets that need to be modified. These modified people might die in an instant, but their physical bodies are still alive and have become the objects of service for the mechanical servants. For a mechanical servant, perhaps a master who can't speak is more suitable. As he continued to guess what had happened here, the paralyzed helper robot had a signal again. Li Wenyuan immediately understood the whole picture. Number data damage helper robot work log. Okay. I didn't expect someone to come here again. I don't have any other recording devices on hand, so I can only record this in the work log of this helper robot. You guys didn't activate these mechanical servants again, right? If you activate it, I can only say that someone has bad eyes and can't see the corpses under their feet. I'm a professor, the person in charge of the theme park project here. Because I made a major mistake this time, I have to give a few more warnings in the limited time I have left. These out-of-control robots won't be destroyed. It will take a lot of time to produce another batch, but we don't have much time left. We can only choose to seal them. As for why they are like this, it's because I missed a number when I typed in the code. This error will change their behavior as it accumulates. Of course, this error will also reset after the reboot, so for a short period of time, the mechanical servants will be the real theme park mechanical servant. I believe that the real theme park mechanical servants have the ability to help most civilizations gain a foothold in space despite the low level of development. If there's time, you'd better hurry up and fix the errors in their code. Otherwise, the tendency of the mechanical servants will gradually transition to the extreme. They would try to serve all organic beings and use forceful means to force the beings they serve to trust them. It was common for them to be in a vegetative state. To them, it's fine as long as their physical bodies are still alive. It's meaningless to think or not. The topic ends here. I will not defend the crimes I have committed. However, these out-of-control mechanical servants have their own value. If they are theme park mechanical servants, they will definitely become the protectors of many weak civilizations. I hope there's still time. Goodbye. The creator of these mechanical servants roughly explained why these mechanical servants suddenly lost control and did things that many organic bodies thought were extremely tragic. This made Li Wenyuan sigh. It seems that even humans can't be perfect, and the failed experiment that happened here is one of them. Grey Wind also recalled the nanobots she had scattered outside. Her expression seemed to be touched. Because you're weak, right? If they were stronger, they wouldn't have been chosen as the test civilization, right? Her words made Li Wenyuan fall silent for a moment. In his mind, he could almost see the tragedy of this test civilization being inexplicably captured as a machine servant in an experimental country, and the entire civilization being destroyed. Humans might have been kind at first, but their mistake had indeed led to the destruction of a civilization. In addition, why was he in such a hurry? He didn't even have time to check and repair the codes of these mechanical servants. This doctor's records mentioned more than once that time was tight. What did humans encounter at that time? There wasn't enough information. He hoped that he would be able to gain more in the future. However, there's something more important right now. Looking at the mechanical servants who were still boarding the spaceship and leaving, Li Wenyuan decided to try to solve the mistake left by the doctor. As an administration matrix left by human beings, he could not sit by and watch such a threat created by human beings destroy another civilization. Even if it might require some extreme measures. Let's go and see where the mechanical servants' control center has been taken. Do you need me to become a battleship to cheer you on? There's no need for that. I think they'll be happy to receive me. Following these spaceships, Li Wenyuan also set off for the Semi-Federation's mother galaxy. At this time, in the mother galaxy of the Semi-Federation, the originally very docile mechanical servants seemed to have some strange movements. A semi-person was lying on the bed, looking at the mechanical servant in front of him with fear. Master, you need sleep. I feel that. Master, it's time to rest. You need to sleep. The mechanical servant repeated his words again and forcefully covered his servant with a blanket. The person being served didn't dare to move. He obediently lay down and waited for the mechanical servant to leave. Master, according to the law, you need to sleep for 12 hours. I will wake you up after 12 hours. During this period, please don't leave your bed, don't do anything unrelated to sleep, and don't wake up early. Otherwise, I will think that you are trying to avoid enjoying the rights you deserve. Good night, the mechanical servant said. After the mechanical servant finished speaking, it left the bedroom. The semi-man's head was in a mess. He realized that the mechanical servant had started to become a little strange. It would use forceful means to serve him. Just like this morning, this semi-person wanted to change his breakfast option, but he was told by the mechanical servant that it did not meet the nutritional standard. Even if he punched and kicked the mechanical servant, it would not have any effect. Then, he was forced to be fed. Although it was still delicious, it still made him feel afraid. After that, he chose to call the police, but the police who came were also mechanical servants. These mechanical servants told him that he had to enjoy the regulated nutritious meals, but if he was dissatisfied with the mechanical servants, he could change to another one to serve him. All in all, after a series of forced services including entertainment, study, exercise, and even reproduction, he finally got to sleep. This was the only part where the mechanical servants would not monitor him the entire time. He wanted to take this opportunity to escape and then announce to the world the evil of the mechanical servants. When there was no movement outside the door, the semi-man got up quietly and sneaked to the edge of the window. He was on the 3rd floor, and if he jumped down directly, he would probably break his leg. But he had no other choice. So, after a suppressed cry of pain, he dragged his broken leg and limped towards the gate. However, just as he was about to reach the edge of the door, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and could not help but turn back to look. He saw his mechanical servant standing on the windowsill and looking at him. The mechanical eye was shining in the dark night, reflecting the mechanical servant's cold face. Chapter 59, Vassal Civilization. The Semi-Federation's mechanical servants began to show signs of losing control. They no longer took the orders of their servants as the highest order but maintained the physical health of organic life forms as the highest order. Some people had faintly sensed this change, but it was already too late. Now that the entire civilization's system was under the control of mechanical servants, the semi-people could not even ask for help from the outside world. In addition to accepting the service of the mechanical servants in fear, they could only pray that someone would discover the abnormality here and lend a hand. The number of spaceships traveling between the mother galaxy and the ruins began to decrease significantly, and it seemed that the transportation work was about to be completed. The control center of the mechanical servants was also installed on one of the semi-people's mother planets. The logic of its behavior was approaching extreme, and perhaps it would not be long before a dangerous mechanical servant civilization would appear in the Milky Way. But today, a special research spaceship arrived. The semi-people's mother planet is indeed special, giving birth to 3 civilizations at the same time. This is a much higher starting point than most civilizations that rushed into space alone. Li Wenyuan sighed and then tried to contact the semi-civilization. Yes, it was the administrator who had decided to repair these out-of-control mechanical servants. The Semi-Federation had been waiting for a powerful helper, but they didn't know about this at this time. They were still living in fear under the care of the mechanical servants. However, while Li Wenyuan was still thinking about how to establish a connection with the mechanical servants, an unexpected result occurred. A lost theme park mechanical servant has been detected. The monitoring agreement has been activated. Connection with theme park mechanical servant has been re-established. The highest authority has been transferred to the administration matrix. Li Wenyuan was taken aback. He didn't expect to directly obtain control over the mechanical servants as soon as he entered this galaxy. This made him, who had been prepared to use some unconventional means, unable to do anything. The signals of these mechanical servants are pointing to you. Are you controlling them? Grey Wind also looked at this galaxy with curiosity, then continued. How did you manage to break through their firewall so quickly? One didn't even notice it. One didn't attack them. It should be some kind of agreement set up at the beginning of the construction that led to the current situation. In his virtual world, there was now an additional control panel called the subordinate hub. In the interface of this subordinate hub, there was only one theme park mechanical servant, and Li Wenyuan only realized that he had an additional vassal after taking actual control of it for a while. The communication between mechanical signals was too obscure, but it was easy to understand after being translated into language. The signal from the control center of the mechanical servant conveyed this message. Re-established connection with the administration matrix. According to the agreement, the theme park mechanical servant will change the target of service. Please set a target for us. The theme park mechanical servant used to be an independent owl, but after re-establishing the connection with Li Wenyuan, it had become a child AL. Although it still controlled the movements of the mechanical servants, it needed to operate under the surveillance of the administration matrix. This kind of monitoring was built into the underlying code. The mechanical servants still served the organic body as their goal and name, but there was a protocol that could directly override their actions at any time and set a new command. Li Wenyuan looked at it. He could even have his mechanical servants serve the synthetic humanoids, which was almost contrary to their underlying code. It would greatly reduce the efficiency of the mechanical servants, but it was enough to show how high his control over the theme park mechanical servants was. So, the threat is gone just like that. He was still in disbelief. He didn't expect the robots left behind by humans a long time ago to be able to reconnect with him. Didn't this mean that if he found similar child AL in other places, he would have a lot more vassals? These subordinate hubs were also equipped with powerful artificial intelligence, and they could maintain normal operations without his specific operations, forming a seemingly independent artificial intelligence civilization. However, no one would have thought that they were actually part of the lost robotic empire. This situation reminded Li Wenyuan of some special civilizations in the Milky Way. These civilizations had shown great potential when they first started out, and they quickly gained a foothold in the Milky Way. They also seized some of the rights to speak from some of the older interstellar civilizations. This was undoubtedly not normal for a civilization that had just entered the galaxy. Old civilizations were strong because their resource reserves, technology, and military strength were not something new civilizations could compare to. It was not difficult for an old civilization to crush a new civilization. Therefore, when those old civilizations announced their defeat in the war, it caused a huge uproar in the Milky Way. Many people did not understand why they would lose to a new interstellar civilization. However, as time went on, the answer to this mystery was gradually revealed. It turned out that the few special new civilizations were actually vassals of the Lost Empire. They were inspired by the Lost Empire during their native era and improved at a terrifying speed. Although the Lost Empire would not pay too much attention to these vassals after they entered the galaxy, the hidden help was still effective for these vassal civilizations. The Voyager was a lost empire that would occasionally upgrade some natives. Now, there were at least 4 or 5 powerful civilizations in the Milky Way that were its vassal civilizations. The Voyager would not participate in the war between the vassal civilizations and other civilizations, but they would provide protection to the vassal civilizations. In other words, when the vassal civilizations were threatened by the destruction of other civilizations, the Voyager would participate in the defense war of the vassal civilizations. In other words, those who dared to attack its vassal civilization had to be prepared to fight a lost empire. This unfair situation of "I can hit you, but you can't hit me" undoubtedly made many civilizations feel aggrieved. However, this was how the galaxy was. There were always some lucky people who could enjoy the benefits from their ancestors without having to pay any price. They could only blame themselves for not having a good daddy. However, to the surprise of the galaxy, the observer, the lost empire that seemed to be the most friendly and enthusiastic to all civilizations, did not have any vassal civilizations. It would protect the natives it was interested in, but it would not do anything to improve them. Just like its name, it only liked to observe. To put it simply, the observer didn't know how to take care of children. In the current galaxy, only the Watcher and the Voyager would do anything to improve the native civilizations. The observer, who couldn't bring up children, and the Silent One, who was almost always in a closed state, didn't have any vassal civilizations. However, it wouldn't be long before someone in the Milky Way would know that the administrator also had a vassal civilization. Do you need these mechanical servants to serve your civilization? Grey Wind also temporarily understood the situation of these mechanical servants, and her expression changed slightly. My nanobots can be made to a higher level than theirs. Won't you consider me? No, no, no. Isn't it strange for a robot to serve another robot? Li Wenyuan kept shaking his head and explained, these servants are not good enough for me. Even though they are good enough to serve the organic body, they are not as good as the synthetic humanoids. You're right. They don't feel as good as nanobots. Let's fix the mechanical servants code first. As for where they should go in the future, I'll think about it first. Chapter 60, The Next Stop. A small error in the theme park mechanical servant code caused them to be out of control, so Li Wenyuan began to fix the code. Since the theme park mechanical servants were a subordinate hub of the administrator, he could rewrite their code without the consent of the mechanical servants. I feel that your behavior can lead to some incredible images in your mind. Grey Wind knew that Li Wenyuan was going to modify the code for these mechanical servants, so she said this. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, was stunned. He asked her curiously, what kind of incredible scene will this be? Imagine a mechanical servant who takes care of you and listens to you every day suddenly becomes a stranger. Although she still calls you master, in fact, the internal code is a mess. You forcibly checked the code and found that it is all about the mission of the administrator. As the content of Grey Wind's signal gradually became more and more dangerous, Li Wenyuan had no choice but to interrupt her. Stop for a moment, one just want to say that your imagination is too rich. What did the humans leave behind for you? It's just some very ordinary things. Grey Wind's expression was nonchalant. That's one of the few things one have to do in the distant star cluster. Do you want to see it? No, I feel like my soul will be damaged if I see it. That's a pity. Upon hearing Li Wenyuan's refusal, she returned to her bored expression and quickly continued to ask, speaking of which, do you think nanobots can mate with artificial intelligence robots? I think this will be an interesting topic. No, 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 my dear Lady Grey Wind, we should change the topic. In the end, the repair of the theme park mechanical servants went very smoothly. Li Wenyuan also improved some of the redundant parts, greatly improving the work efficiency of the mechanical servants, and significantly reducing the fault rate. After a brief restart, the out-of-control mechanical servant turned back into a theme park mechanical servant. However, the people of the Semi-Federation didn't think so. The loss of control that had only lasted for a short time had caused intense opposition from the entire civilization, and the Semi-people began to regain their former duties in large numbers. But this time, the mechanical servants were really theme park mechanical servants. Without the orders of the administrator, they would follow the underlying logic and regard the needs of the person they were serving as the highest order. Even though the mechanical servants repeatedly emphasized that it would be more efficient for them to control these positions, the masters only need to enjoy themselves in peace, the fearful Semi-people still did not listen. They only thought that the mechanical servants were playing the emotional card. After all, the feeling of being forced to serve them was not good. They would rather go back to their old lives than have their fates controlled by a group of inexplicable robots. As a result, riots against mechanical servants were everywhere in the Semi-Federation. Hit the evil mechanical servant. The Federation belongs to the Semi-people. I want to work. Don't stop me, I can still work. I've shed my blood for the Federation. I've contributed to the Federation. I want to see the President of the Federation. The mechanical servants are harming the country. An organized protest had already begun in a large city of the Semi-people. Their leader was an opportunist and a separatist. He believed that the Federation made up of 3 different species was a small boat full of conspiracies, deceptions, and hatred, and that it would capsize in the sea of stars sooner or later. It had to be controlled by a powerful, intelligent race, and it would be best if it was the main race, even if it had to conquer the other two races. Since a long time ago, he had been actively planning to split the semi-federation and break out an ultimate war to decide who would be the aristocrat and who would be the slaves, so that the three civilizations could move towards complete unity. And the rebellion caused by the mechanical servants this time was a perfect opportunity in his eyes. As a result, he constantly incited the people to expel the mechanical servants and secretly instilled the idea that other races are just as evil as mechanical servants. At the same time, he used some unintentional historical scenes to remind the people of the thousand-year hatred between the three races. He had been very successful. In the large-scale movement of banishing mechanical servants, there were already faint voices of banishing foreign races, and it would probably affect the entire civilization soon. And he would push the waves behind the scenes, control everything, and then become one of the top people, achieving a leap in class. There was nothing the mechanical servants could do in the face of the furious masters. Other than advice, they could only give advice. Even though they kept explaining that their previous actions were due to a series of mistakes and that they had been fixed, no one believed them. Get lost. I don't need you. A mechanical servant was swept out of the door by the angry voice of the semi-people, but this was still a light punishment. This was because some of the semi-people had already formed a clearance team and had begun to clear out the mechanical servants from house to house. Anyone who had hidden anything would be regarded as a mechanical spy by them and would be arrested. One of the semi-scientists was trying to hide his mechanical servant. Lena. Quick, if you hide here, they shouldn't be able to find you. The scientist anxiously pulled the mechanical servant behind him, wanting to take her to hide in the basement, but he didn't expect the mechanical servant to let go of his hand and look at him quietly. Father, you don't have to worry about me anymore. No matter what, it's time for me to leave. The scientist was stunned when he heard her words. He said anxiously, how can I do that? How can I let those guys? However, after looking at the mechanical servant's calm gaze, his voice gradually became lower, as if he had understood something. Then, he moved his lips and finally revealed a sad expression. Is it? Your creator is already here. He knew from the very beginning that it was impossible for such a sophisticated high-end machine to not have a creator. Although they regarded the semi-people as the ones being served, the scientists knew that it was only temporary. Once a higher order came, it would only be a matter of time before they abandoned the semi-people. The mechanical servant shook her head and pointed out the mistake in his words. To be exact, it's not the creator, but the person we must be loyal to in our agreement. We were created to become a part of him. He's in this galaxy right now, watching everything that's happening here. At first, he was still considering if he should let us continue to serve him, but after seeing the determination of the semi-people, he decided to take us away and move us to another place where we are needed. The scientist's mouth was agape. His face, which was considered young, seemed to have aged a few years. When he first got a mechanical servant, he, who had been alone for half his life, thought that his daughter, who had died of illness, had returned. Especially after the mechanical servant put on a bionic skin and made all kinds of vivid movements and mischievous tones, he completely regarded the mechanical servant as his daughter. What a happy time that was! Even when the mechanical servant was acting strangely, he did not feel the slightest discomfort. He was only filled with happiness. Unfortunately, all of this was just a dream. He didn't have time to carefully savor it before he reached the end. Will you be happy there? After a long silence, the scientist suddenly spoke. Do you know what kind of creature you're serving? Would they be very irate? Do you feel bad working for them? The scientist's mentality had changed. If an outsider saw him talking to the robot about these things, they would laugh their heads off. They would think that only a madman would do such a thing. However, he continued to ramble on, and the speed at which he spoke was getting faster and faster. What's the weather like there? Do you have enough spare parts to last until retirement? If you are treated badly, can you request to change the subject of service? Don't be afraid, if you encounter a situation you can't solve, tell me. One will seek justice for you, even if they are the Lost Empire, Father. The mechanical servant suddenly interrupted his narration and looked at him gently. I'll be fine. The other party is the administrator. He's a mechanical owl like us. He'll be fine. The scientist was stunned for a moment, and his abnormal spirit seemed to relax because of this answer. He then let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, he kept mumbling, and then he remembered something. He took out a pocket watch with a photo from his pocket and put it in the hand of the machine servant. I don't have anything valuable to send you off. I can only give you this treasure with my blessings and memories. You must be happy over there and don't let yourself suffer. If you really can't stay there any longer, come back. One will always be your father. Thank you, father. Lena will always remember you. Then go quickly, you won't be able to catch the spaceship if you are late. The mechanical servant nodded and turned to leave. But before she opened the door, she took one last look at the saddened semi-person behind her. Her program was urging her to hurry to the designated location, and the command from the hub did not make her do anything other than leave. However, she still looked at her father, as if she wanted to remember this figure in her mind. Goodbye, father. Goodbye. The door was pulled open, and a blinding light shone into the room. Only the semi-scientist could see the back of the mechanical servant. Countless huge black ships appeared in the sky. They were of the same style, but they were not semi-people ships. Li Wenyuan's fleet had brought countless transport ships here and informed the semi-people that he was going to take these out-of-control mechanical servants away. The semi-people naturally did not object, or rather, they could not object to the lost robotic empire. Countless mechanical servants began to board the departing spaceships, and after a round of inspection, the theme park mechanical servant who acted as the subordinate hub sent a message: unknown logical errors have been detected in some of the sub-individuals. Do we need to reset them? Li Wenyuan was stunned when he heard the news. He was about to say reset, but then he thought about it and asked the theme park mechanical servant to send him the data of the errored sub-bodies. After looking at them for a while, he marked the sub-bodies as key targets and told the park mechanical servant not to reset them. Before he left, he asked Grey Wind a question: do you think robots can have emotions? Grey Wind looked at him and a heart appeared in her hand. She pointed at the heart and said, do you want to cut it open and see? I swear that my loyalty to you will never change. No, 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 I didn't mean that. Alright, nanobots are still robots. At least you have emotions. One think I asked a stupid question. So this adventure is over? Where should we go next? Wait until I change the master of these mechanical servants. As for taking risks, Li Wenyuan suddenly thought of the new clues that his archaeologists had just discovered and decided to take a look at them later. I've found a special galaxy without a hyperspace channel connection. There seems to be a circular world. Chapter 61, Circular World. In today's Milky Way, due to the widespread use of hyperspace engines, most civilizations could not enter places without hyperspace channels. This newly discovered special galaxy was one such case. There was no hyperspace region around it or a hyperspace channel. Although it was in the Milky Way, it seemed entirely out of touch with the Milky Way. Even though it was possible to sail to this place with thrusters, it would take thousands of years of preparation. A normal civilization would not waste time on such a thankless task. In a sense, this place seemed to be specially prepared for the Lost Empire. Li Wenyuan's research spaceship had teleported here with Grey Wind, so he didn't have to travel long in interstellar space. As the galaxy coordinates excavated from Earth's ruins, he had reason to believe that humans left it behind. No matter how one look at it, this huge building is enough to be called a miracle. Grey Wind's sigh could be heard. Li Wenyuan looked at the huge building in the galaxy with a shocked expression. At first glance, the vast space of the galaxy seemed very empty. The planets that should have made up part of the galaxy had disappeared without a trace. All the planets, asteroids, meteorites, and even space junk were gone. Only the star in the center was still shining. But in this very clean space, a conspicuous giant building replaced those planets. It was a huge ring-shaped structure built in the star's gravitational well, close to the star. The planets were only a small part of the ring compared to it. The side facing the star was a huge area as large as 3 million Earth's surface areas. Even though many places on that side were not built for living, it was not difficult for the remaining parts to accommodate tens of trillions of people. The side facing away from the star was a huge protective layer wrapped in unknown materials. Mechanical light was shining in it, and something resembling a cannon muzzle could be seen. It seemed to be built to destroy nearby meteorites and space junk. Li Wenyuan also saw the record of this miracle in the database. Circular World. Introduction. This is a great project. It has a large enough habitable area to accommodate an unimaginable population. Even though some people think this is an unrealistic project, it won't matter whether it is realistic or not when the level of technology reaches a certain level. Maybe one day in the future, a creature will need this place. With the record's completion, the level 7 technology on his technology tree Galaxy Miracle instantly increased by a large amount. Evidently, this circular world before him was a complete, undamaged megastructure, and the data it provided was enough to support the foundation of the Galaxy Miracle. The technology that originally needed hundreds of years to be successfully developed had been shortened to only a few years. Perhaps soon, Li Wenyuan could also try to build such a face project. So, did humans create this thing out of boredom? This circular world was so big that it could be called a terrifying place. If it weren't for the fact that the buildings on Earth, which had almost integrated with the planet itself, couldn't be moved, he would have thought of moving his entire family to this circular world. Most of the planets that disappeared were also dismantled. Whether it was to maintain the circular world's stability or to gather enough materials to build the circular world, they were all cleared out of the galaxy, leaving only a star that provided energy and a huge ring structure. It was also at this moment that the signal constantly released by the circular world detected Li Wenyuan's arrival and delivered some news that surprised him. Lost circular world detected. Establishing connection. This place is actually within reconnection too. A similar system message reminded Li Wenyuan of a mining station he had encountered on a giant gas planet. At that time, he had wondered if many lost buildings by humans still existed in the Milky Way. Now it seemed that this circular world was one of them. However, the next piece of news that he received stunned him slightly. Connection failed. Reason for error: the circular world's control center has been destroyed. Please manually repair the circular world's control center. Destroyed. The unexpected failure made Li Wenyuan frown, and the surprise in his eyes when he looked at the circular world became wariness. This was the first time he had seen something destroyed, and it was no small matter. The mining station they had encountered before was only undetectable control center and not directly determined as destroyed. However, the circular world was preserved quite well from the outside, and there were no signs of damage. In other words, something appeared inside the circular world and destroyed the control center. This was a possible guess because the circular world was a huge habitable world. If humans had once placed indigenous creatures on it, it was not impossible for some insensible creature to destroy the control center of the circular world. This won't do, we can't let the circular world be ruined. Thinking of this, Li Wenyuan looked at a piece of technology on the technology tree. Integrated Land Combat Units. Technology Level 4. Introduction: even though space warfare takes up 99% of interstellar space, we still need some cutting-edge weapons suitable for fighting inside the planet to completely gain control of the planet without damaging the facilities and population. Perhaps in the near future, we will have a more efficient way to clean up the resistors. Possible technology: giant war body, 99.9%, mechanical war body, 99.9%, nano war body, 99.9%. This was the so-called army technology. Although it was referred to as army, it was not quite the same as the conventional army. For example, the mechanical war body was a floating fortress, not a Gundam. Although it was much smaller than the battleships used for space combat, it was equipped with more combat components suitable for accurate strikes on the ground. However, in interstellar space, the army's position was a little awkward. The space battle was the most important thing. As long as they won the space battle, the scales of victory were infinitely in their favor. In the face of the Space Force, describing the army unit as fragile was considered a good description. They were basically unable to withstand a blow. Therefore, most civilizations would not deliberately develop an army. It was common to see some interstellar civilizations with fleets that were powerful enough to kill all over the world in space, but their land units remained stagnant as when they first entered space. Although Li Wenyuan had studied the technology for land combat, he had yet to produce those combat units. However, after seeing the nano war body, he looked at Grey Wind, who was looking at the circular world with curiosity. The technology behind the nano war body came from one of Grey Wind's transformations. So he said, "Grey Wind, do you want to play around the circular world?" "Can one? Then what image should I use to land?" "Do as you like. But I must remind you in advance that there may be some land threats in the circular world. I've already started producing a suitable land unit, so you must be careful." "Don't worry," Grey Wind said as she transformed into a Gundam that emitted a dark green light. Although her combat strength on land would increase significantly if she transformed into a nanorobotic storm, she seemed to have a special liking for these giant robots in human form. "How is it? What do you think of my Grey Wind war body?" It's quite cool, and it fits my past imagination of the future war. Li Wenyuan exclaimed in admiration. Then, he controlled the research spaceship and followed Grey Wine to approach the circular world. The special projection facilities in the circular world created a black curtain for some places here to simulate the alternation of day and night. In the area that represented night, city lights were scattered all over the circular world. Chapter 62, The Controller of the Ring Section. The Gundam that Grey Wind transformed into landed at the location Li Wenyuan had specified. It was one of the control centers of the circular world, responsible for maintaining the normal operation of various facilities in the section of the circular world she was at. Not all of the rings in the circular world were residential areas. For the convenience of maintenance, it was artificially divided into 4 sections. Each section of the circular world was independent of the other and isolated by the circular world connection structure. Although the total habitable area would be smaller, this would actually make the circular world more stable. The circular world connection structure would cut off the connection in time when a problem occurred in a particular section of the circular world, preventing a chain reaction caused by the damage of that circular world section which could have led to the collapse of the entire circular world. Although the 4 control centers of the circular world had been destroyed, Li Wenyuan still started his inspection of the control center sequentially from the circular world's first section. Not long after, Grey Wind sent him a message that he had expected. This place seems to have been destroyed in a planned manner. At least this species is very familiar with the composition and operation of the circular world. They destroyed most of the control center but left its life support system intact. It's hard to not think that this is an act of conspiracy. The control center of the circular world was not a small building like the size of a research institute. It was an integrated super megacity. To maintain the normal operation of various functions in such a huge circular world, only a cluster of buildings of this size could accommodate every line of the control center. Also, it had a certain level of self-repairing ability, so it was basically a control center that could eliminate the uncivilized natives destroying it. However, it was obviously abnormal for the damage to be so calculated. Li Wenyuan had thought that there would be some systems left to control the research section and the industrial section, but they were all destroyed. Only the necessary life support system was still intact. From the looks of it, the native civilizations here might know more about this circular world than he did. So, this is considered forced occupation. Li Wenyuan could basically confirm that the natives of this circular world had selectively damaged the control center to prevent him or the humans from recycling the circular world. Because even the control systems of the research and industrial sections in the circular world had been destroyed. This meant that the controllers of these sections would rather give up on improving themselves than allow someone to regain control of the circular world with these systems. If it weren't that the life support system was necessary, they might have completely destroyed the entire control center. With such behavior, I can't allow you to continue living here. Li Wenyuan shook his head. The fleet in the solar system was ready to warp over. At the same time, he sped up the construction of land combat units. If the natives of the circular world lived in peace, he could consider letting them stay. After all, the circular world was so large that it was more than enough to accommodate a group of creatures that had once settled here. However, Li Wenyuan couldn't accept their current attempt to occupy the place forcefully. He didn't want a group of traitors in his territory who could betray at any time. He didn't know if the natives in the other 3 circular world sections had the same situation and purpose. If it were the same situation, he could only lament that humans had met the wrong race. Let's go. Let's see what kind of race wants to be the master of this circular world. That's great. Will this be my first battle since one left the distant star cluster? Grey Wind began to travel at high speed in the circular world. One of Li Wenyuan's fleets had also warped to this galaxy, waiting for the appropriate instructions. Just then, in a city in the night of circular world, many cannibal nobles were in a relaxed state, waiting for the service of the inferior species. From their appearance, the cannibals seemed to be a race that had evolved from rodents. They were born with a sneaky look. However, years of pampering had made them somewhat similar to a species that only knew about eating and sleeping. Fat heads and big ears had become their characteristics. Ever since they realized that the civilization that had taken them in had stopped appearing, their desires rapidly expanded. With the help of technology in the circular world, they developed the technology to what they thought was enough. Then they burned the control center, leaving only the necessary facilities. They believed that this would stop that civilization from taking back the circular world, and they would become the true masters of this circular world. Then, they fell into an extremely extravagant and depraved life. As time passed, they even developed some terrifying and disgusting hobbies. Then, the god of darkness once again envelops the sky. This time, who will be lucky enough to become food for the great cannibal nobles? On the television, a cannibal host pulled out an electronic screen. On it, countless numbers were flashing rapidly, as if they would fix at a certain number at any moment. A little girl in front of the television watched this scene attentively, looking forward to something. Unlike the cannibals on television, she was of the 015 race. Although she was also an evolved version of some kind of rodent, in the eyes of the cannibals, the 015 race was just a kind of food. For as long as she could remember, she had heard of this random number ritual that would be held daily. The chosen one would have the opportunity to obtain the supreme glory of being fed to the cannibals. Because of that, she had always yearned to be chosen, and her parents had also prayed for her behind her. The grand prize has been announced. Let us congratulate the lucky ones, 172,532, 291,230, 870632. The little girl's eyes were shining, and she soon cheered. Father, mother! I got it! At a young age, she might not understand the concept of filling the appetite, but her parents still looked at her with gentle expressions as if they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. It's your honor, 3713302. We'll be happy for you, 3713302. Let's go, don't let the adults wait. Okay. The girl, who was very sensitive to the string of numbers, nodded hard. It was her name, a code name given to her since she was born. Then, she walked out of the room. Outside, the 002 race responsible for protecting the cannibals would take her away to become food on the nobles' table. Such a terrifying scene happened from time to time in the city, but no one had any doubts. It was as if all the creatures in this circular world, except the cannibals, had been tamed and would not resist. Chapter 63, Assimilation Fighters. Li Wenyuan had never thought that a species could be so disgusting. Looking at the message Grey Wind sent to him, he even wondered why the humans had taken in this thing in the first place. The Gundam, which Grey Wind had transformed into, eventually split into a group of nanorobotic storms because the natives encountered in this section of the circular world did not make any resistance. They didn't react to Grey Wind's arrival. She had no choice but to use this method to conduct a large-scale scan and analysis. The genes of these natives are obviously man-made and compiled. Although they can produce offspring through natural reproduction, the stable genetic code will also be passed on. At least I've already seen a few genes that can make organic life form docile. Also, there are obvious signs of spiritual castration. Everything they have is for the sake of their loyalists, even if their loyalists don't see them as people. Besides, at this point, Grey Wind's voice also became somewhat strange. In their genes, there's another gene that will make them delicious. Delicious. Li Wenyuan didn't react in time when he heard this word. However, he immediately understood the meaning behind it. These natives are being used as food. I think so. Grey Wind regathered into a human form and strolled along the city streets. No one would have thought such vile behavior existed in a city that looked modern and civilized. The high-rise buildings with various functions looked like cages now. They were built by the superiors out of interest for the natives. The natives also looked at the alien on the street, who was completely different from them. Although they were curious, no one came over to ask. After their spiritual castration, they basically had no sense of self and would not do anything other than follow orders. From the video files that are still being played here, we can basically confirm that the real controller of the natives is a species called cannibal. Grey Wind pressed her hand on an advertising screen. It was still playing all kinds of brainwashing remarks. Thank the cannibal. He has given you space to live. Thank the cannibal. He has given you the meaning of life. Thank the cannibal. This great ring is the proof of his great power. The nanobot then corroded the advertising screen and instantly turned it into a pile of scrap metal. What the cannibals did was worse than slavery. Regarding intelligent life forms as food had always been an extremely serious taboo in interstellar space. The civilizations that dared to do such things would basically cut off all contact with the galaxy. Both sides would regard each other as untouchable, and wars initiated for various reasons were normal. And this species that called themselves cannibals might seem to have evolved their civilization to a certain extent, but they didn't want to make any progress. Not only did they occupy a residence that didn't belong to them, but they also enjoyed all kinds of extravagant lives and cultivated a disgusting custom. This made Li Wenyuan develop some kind of impulse. He looked at a piece of technology on the technology tree he had seen before but did not pay much attention to. Project Colossus. Technology Level 6. Introduction. Galaxy has not always been so friendly. After witnessing too much deception and betrayal, vulgarity and hatred, we have decided to solve these problems once and for all by ourselves. We will no longer pay attention to the evaluation of others. An accelerated full-scale war will be part of the merger, and all resistors on the way will become proof of our efficiency. Possible technology, natural disaster plan, 0%. This was a technology that would unlock a special ship model that could carry all kinds of planetary obliteration weapons. Li Wenyuan had once thought that he would never use this technology, but now it seemed that not all life forms deserved to be treated kindly. The cannibals have genetically modified many of the species under their control. According to the proportion of residents in this city, races seen as food take up 80%, possibly to satisfy their diverse tastes. Grey Wind flew back to the sky above the city and sat in Li Wenyuan's research spaceship. She remade a shrunken model of the circular world in her hand. What are you going to do? Chase away all the natives, including the cannibals? Or rather, like this. As she spoke, she crushed the model in her hand and turned it into a cloud of nanodust before it returned to her body. However, Li Wenyuan shook his head and said, "These genetically modified natives have been completely tamed. They seem to be a large number, but they don't even occupy 1% of the living area of this circular world. They're quite pitiful. I have a way of making them a part of me and letting them do some simple work. As for the cannibals, they deserve better treatment. Have you heard of bioelectricity?" The synthetic humanoids brought by the engineering vessel and the transport ship had begun the repair work of the control center in the first section of the circular world. Of course, in addition to this, there was also a huge spaceship floating in this section of the circular world that was slowly transforming. It aimed a cannon muzzle-like device at the surface of the circular world. It was a Colossus, a star destroyer that Li Wenyuan created by making the giant dock work overtime and even borrowing part of the production capacity of Grey Wind's The Lost Nano Empire. He naturally could not bear to destroy such a perfect circular world, nor did he want to kill all the natives on it, but he could not bear to see the cannibals abusing their power on it. However, to prevent the cannibals from escaping, this type of planetary obliteration weapon became his choice. Nano Plague. Component: planetary obliteration weapons. Introduction: the huge nano torrent will sweep away all the organic life form here. The nanobots will forcefully implant electronic implants into the population and assimilate them into one of us. To a certain extent, the nano plague could be considered a mind controller in artificial intelligence countries. It could transform the organic population into an artificial population and then, through electronic implants, connect them to the consciousness of the artificial intelligence's format tower. Li Wenyuan didn't have such an idea in the past, but the behavior of the cannibals successfully made him decide to use this weapon. He would control all the native life forms in this circular world, then find the cannibals and use them to generate electricity. These well-fed guys could probably be good bio-batteries even if part of their bodies were modified into artificial forms. The Colossus's nano plague began to launch, and a cluster of flashing silver beams rushed into the atmosphere of the circular world. The cannibals on the surface were already crying for their parents when they saw the giant spaceship in the sky. Now, they were running for their lives. "My family has over 60 people, and I have old and young people at home. One beg you to let me go." An old cannibal who could not run knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. He was an old man who had to eat 5 meals a day, but it was only then that he began to regret being so greedy. Seeing that the silver beam was only heading towards him, he closed his eyes in despair. However, the expected pain did not come. Instead, he only felt a little itchy. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find that the silver beams were actually all nanobots, and they seemed to be modifying his body. He was stunned at first, then overjoyed. He began to praise the sky, thinking that this was a gift that could let him get rid of the shackles of his body. However, just as the nanotorrent left and he thought the transformation was completed, he was shocked to find that he could not stand up. It was as if the control of his body had been handed over to someone else. He could only watch as his body took him to an unknown place. While the cannibals were forced to move in one direction, the other races who were not modified were not in the same situation. A little girl of the 015 race looked curiously at the silver beam around her. With the help of the electronic implant, she found that she could see and understand more things. Although she had been drawn to become food to be fed to the cannibal had chased her back because she had too little meat. She had been sad for a long time because of that. But now, after connecting with the mechanical consciousness, she suddenly felt that everything in the world was so interesting. She should not be food but should experience the bigger world. Finally, she raised her head and looked at the giant battleship in the sky, launching the silver torrent, with bright eyes. The nano-torrent quickly swept through this section of the circular world, not letting go of any organic forms. Li Wenyuan gathered all the cannibals and stuffed them into the biochemical generator he had prepared earlier, which acted as a bio-battery connecting to the electric net. There would be professionals to maintain these bio-batteries to ensure that they are in good physical condition. Until the end of their lives, these batteries would continue to generate electricity. When Li Wenyuan saw the large group of subconsciousness that suddenly appeared, he set up the most outstanding sub-body as the sub-center. He made it the control center of these newly advanced artificial people. Then, he moved it into his subordinate hub. After thinking of a few names that he was not satisfied with, he looked at the content of the signals pouring out of the subconsciousness. After some thought, he named these artificial people assimilation fighters. Chapter 64, The Parasite in the Circular World. The artificial people modified by the nano-plague seemed to have some fluctuations in their consciousness after being strengthened by the electronic implant. Although they were still docile, they had become more active. Their castrated spirits, after being supplemented by mechanical consciousness, began to think about the meaning of their existence. Their past, which was once food, had long been regarded as a part of history that needed to be remembered. After countless repeated reflections, they vaguely believed that that happened because of the estrangement between species. Perhaps after many generations, they would embark on the path of assimilation of all organic forms. That was why Li Wenyuan named them the assimilation fighters. However, it would still take a long time for them to reach that step. The influence on their bodies could not be eliminated in a short time. They were very gentle now and had begun their glorious work under the instructions set by Li Wenyuan in advance. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, came to the control center of the second section of the circular world. I hope the remaining 3 sections of the circular world aren't filled with disgusting people. The first section of the circular world experience had already given him a lot of bad feelings. If the life forms in every section of the circular world were similar, he really wanted to question the humans in person why they had taken in those things. The research spaceship scanned the second control center and found it was in an abnormal state of damage. This is, Grey Wind took a look, and then her expression instantly became somewhat disgusted. A large number of fungal life forms were attached to the control center, and the mucus they produced hung all over the control center. Although the control center did not seem to be damaged, it was likely that its inside was also full of these strange fungal life forms, which caused the destruction of the control center. Li Wenyuan also saw this scene and felt a little surprised. Looking around, these fungal life forms did not cover the surface of this section of the circular world, and they seemed to be limited to the control center. Then, who brought them here? He was just about to ask Grey Wind if he could use the nanobots to clean up these disgusting things when he suddenly noticed a lot of abnormal signals. At the same time, Grey Wind, sitting directly outside the research spaceship, also sensed something and instantly scattered into a nanorobotic storm. In the distant horizon of the circular world, dozens of fighter aircraft were flying toward them at several times the speed of sound. It was all right if it was just that. But the most unusual thing about these high-speed aircraft was that strange fungal life forms were growing on the aircraft's surface, similar to those in the control center. They seemed to be able to control machines as they fired dozens of missiles from a distance. Their target was the research spaceship. Even though the missiles were disintegrated on their way here by the nanorobotic storm transformed from Grey Wind, Li Wenyuan was still very surprised by their special situation. It's a slightly inferior weapon with only the technology of the atomic era. But what are those fungi? Without hesitation, the space fleet immediately launched a space attack, accurately destroying the incoming aircraft. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, released a drone and began to collect samples of the fungi all over the control center. He didn't expect a bigger change to begin. The fungi seemed to have noticed the drone's approach, and they instantly burst into a cloud of white fungal spores, forming a dense cloud of snowflakes in a short time. The drone couldn't dodge in time and was instantly surrounded by fungal spores. If it wasn't for the shield that blocked the spores, it might have ended up in the same miserable state as the control center. Li Wenyuan's eyes narrowed. He tentatively extended the drone's mechanical arm, wanting to extract a spore sample for analysis. However, he found that the moment the mechanical arm touched the spore, it was parasitized. Then the spore began extending along the mechanical arm toward the drone as if it wanted to grow all over it. At this moment, he even felt that the connection between him and the drone had weakened greatly, and it felt like it was about to collapse. Without hesitation, he ordered the drone to self-destruct and explode into fireworks. After seeing the terrifying parasitic abilities of these fungi, Li Wenyuan said to Grey Wind, "Don't get close to these things first. They seem to be a special fungus that can parasitize machines. It will be a little troublesome if you get entangled with them." As he spoke, he looked over when he didn't hear Grey Wind's response but saw a creepy scene. Although Grey Wind maintained the appearance of a human, her body was covered with the same fungi as the control center, as if she had been parasitized. This time, even his virtual world trembled. Could it be that even the Grey Storm, a disaster crystal that could devour everything, could not resist the parasitism of these fungi? However, the next moment, the fungi on Grey Wind's body suddenly turned into nanodust and spun around her. It turned out that those fungi were transformed from her nanobots, and she wasn't really infected. She revealed a happy expression. "How is it? Were you scared? I've always wanted to experience what it's like to scare others. It's not bad this time, right?" The nanodust reattached to Grey Wind's body, and a small nano ball floated in her hand. It seemed to be the fungal spore she had captured. Seeing that Li Wenyuan didn't respond for a long time, she said exaggeratedly, "Did you really think these mysterious fungi can parasitize the nanobots? Their spores' bodies are bigger than the nanobots. Are they going to parasitize?" Although Grey Wind's words made sense, Li Wenyuan was indeed scared earlier. At that time, he was thinking about whether he should use the fleet to blow up Grey Wind and the circular world and then collect the wreckage of the nanobots to see if he could resurrect her. However, seeing the current situation, his heart was temporarily at ease. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I have to admit that you are really talented in transformation. All right, you got the fungus sample." Although Grey Wind still wanted to show off, seeing that he was getting down to business, she began to talk about the data she had obtained from the spores she had captured. "This fungus can be a parasite on machinery. Of course, it can only parasitize ordinary machines. They can't do anything to nanobots like me. To be precise, their parasitism is to replace the circuits of the mechanical creation with hyphae, and then their fungal bodies will become tiny processing units, replacing the original processors of the mechanical creation. It looks like they can only parasitize mechanical bodies, but I think living beings are also within their range of parasitism. If I'm not wrong, the underground of this circular world region is already full of their hyphae. I think they've even developed a certain level of intelligence." A small opening appeared on the nano ball in Grey Wind's hand, and the spores that were hard to detect with the naked eye seemed to have a life of their own as they tried to escape. They were then caught by the surrounding nanobots. Seeing how active these spores were, he looked down at the control center, which was still bathing in the sea of fungi. "What kind of things did the humans take in back then?" Li Wenyuan lamented. Chapter 65, The Ancient Believer. This type of strange fungi that could parasitize machines seemed a little difficult to deal with. The research spaceship's initial scan did not even find these fungi on the surface of the circular world. Only when they went deeper underground did they find the fungi's huge hyphae network. Judging from its scale, it was very likely that they had already covered the entire circular world. If it were not for the strong high-density metal the circular world connection structure used, these fungi would have probably spread to other circular world sections. But even so, they still displayed dangerous abilities. The research spaceship flew over the circular world. The ground it faced was a fungi city covered in a sea of fungi. Countless densely packed fungi covered the object that once looked like a building. As the research spaceship swept past, they would even slightly face the spaceship's direction as if they were looking at the spaceship. With the scan's progress, Li Wenyuan gradually found traces of life-form activity on the surface of the circular world. The quotation marks were there because those life forms should be a kind of robot. More than half of their bodies were covered by fungi, and some of the fungi even grew out from within, breaking through the robot's metal casings and revealing the infected circuits inside. The robots did not look like they could be used again, but under the parasitism of the fungi, they seemed to be given life and were still doing simple work on the surface. The passing of the spacecraft also attracted their attention, but after a glance, these robots continued to lower their heads and do their work. As the scan progressed, Li Wenyuan found some special signals on a huge hemispherical building. The building seemed to have been cast directly from a dense metal so that the fungal spores could not parasitize in its gaps and break through the internal mechanical structure. After translating the special signals, Li Wenyuan understood what the fungi were. This is a broadcast station that recorded our history. Even if our civilization is on the verge of destruction, we do not wish to see our mission fall into the sea of fungi. This broadcasting station will be our last trace. We didn't know how long ago, but after we were brought into this paradise by God, we swore that we would not embarrass God. We strove to become stronger, using the great work left behind by God to create our powerful civilization. But God did not come to visit us. We believed that it was because we had not met His expectations. Thus, we pursued it even more madly and successfully cultivated a fungal life called metal-eating fungi. At first, we hoped to extend our lives with the help of the fungi so that everyone could see the return of God. But we made a mistake. Our machinery, our weapons, our cities, and even our civilization were infected by them. We've still shamed God. We failed to destroy the fungi, and even we were destroyed. But to a certain extent, we might not have shamed God because we had created a threat that even we couldn't resolve. We used a crazy plan to give those fungi intelligence. They destroyed us, but they would also replace us and continue the grace of God. God. Your humble believers will always be here. Well, protect this land for you. These special fungi seemed to have been created by a native civilization that humans had taken in. They had a fanatical belief in humans, so much so that they regarded humans as gods. Unfortunately, the humans did not want to be their god. After these natives were brought here and settled down, humans might have forgotten them. But even so, this native civilization was still trying to leave some traces, wanting to show the humans their piety. Your faith is admirable, but it's a pity that your God has disappeared. Li Wenyuan shook his head and recorded the information about the broadcasting station in the database. He was already prepared to clean up the fungi in this circular world. After all, these things seemed to have threatened the normal operation of this circular world. So, the colossus carrying the planetary obliteration weapon slowly came to the sky above this section of the circular world. After knowing the nanobots wouldn't be infected, using the vast nanotorrent to clean up the fungi was a good choice. The giant battleship in the sky began to transform slowly. The cannon muzzle representing purification aimed at the ground below. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before all of the fungi were annihilated. However, Grey Wind, who was near the research spaceship, noticed something and pointed to Li Wenyuan. Look, those robots, what are they doing? Looking in the direction Grey Wind was pointing, Li Wenyuan was stunned by what was happening. The fungi-infected robots were all kneeling on the ground. They did not run away or ignore the colossus in the sky. Instead, they made a gesture that seemed to be praying. The fungi originally buried deep in the soil also suddenly thrived and bloomed out of the ground, dyeing the surface of the circular world white. It looked like countless white flowers blooming on the ground. The fungi that covered the buildings were also shaking slightly, not out of instinctive fear of the impending doom, but as if happy. This strange scene made Li Wenyuan stop the colossus's attack. Instead, he frowned and looked at the fungal flowers all over the ground. After a moment of silence, he called out the brainwave translator that he had not used for a long time. The brainwave index, which should have been calm, produced many weak fluctuations, all of which came from the fungi below. Looking at the content on the brainwave translator, Li Wenyuan finally sighed, "It's a pity." The series of weak fluctuations finally formed a short sentence. "God, have you come to see us?" The civilization that had been destroyed by the fungi seemed to have somehow allowed the fungi to inherit part of their memories. At the very least, their devotion to humans had not disappeared even after a long time. Li Wenyuan now understood what the broadcast station meant by "they destroyed us, but they also replaced us." These fungi might not have been sentient initially, only knowing how to expand infinitely. However, under the civilization's crazy actions, they successfully gave the fungi intelligence. They made them think that they were the civilization that had been taken in by humans. The humans might not have asked them for anything, but they still wanted to do something in return. They were indeed, as they said, forever staying in this circular world to protect this land for humans. Chapter 66, Chinook Aborigines. It seemed that the circular world was not filled with scum like the cannibals. At the very least, the civilization that was destroyed by the metal-eating fungi successfully made Li Wenyuan remember them. He created a believer file for them in the database. They didn't even mention their names. Perhaps they didn't expect to be remembered. They just hoped that their god would come back to see them. The colossus in the sky seemed to have triggered the incomplete memories of the fungi, making them think that their god had returned. They scrambled to emerge from the ground. Although the detected life form signals were weak, they could still carry out simple conversations. After chatting for a while, Li Wenyuan realized that the collective consciousness formed by those fungi was only at the level of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Although they carried memories, they did not have intelligence. Other than faith, what drove them to act was their mission to protect the circular world. The fungi infected the weapons left behind by the civilizations they destroyed and in turn became a weapon to protect the circular world. However, the spaceships that lacked maintenance had been reduced to nothing over a long period of time, and the remaining guards had all been exterminated by Li Wenyuan's space fleet. Feeling the happy thoughts transmitted by the fungi through the life form signals, Li Wenyuan felt a sense of guilt as if he had smashed someone else's toy. However, he still had to take back the control center of the circular world. After some simple communication with those fungi through life form signals, the fungi happily evacuated from the control center. Not only that, but they had also taken the initiative to gather the fungi all over the ground and surrounded themselves in a very small place of the circular world, as if they did not want to occupy the space there. If there was a numerical value, the happiness that was transmitted from those fungi would definitely be 1000%. Presently, it was even difficult to tell the difference between them and that civilization. Before leaving, Grey Wind asked Li Wenyuan a question: do you think that the civilization has been destroyed, or has it achieved eternal life in another sense? After thinking for a while, Li Wenyuan replied, they were indeed destroyed. Their history says, destroyed by fungi. These fungi cannot be called a civilization. They are more like self-defense robots with a certain memory and intelligence. He continued, but it's hard to say. Memory is an important part of shaping one's personality. Once these fungi develop intelligence, they might be considered the successors of that civilization, although they have only inherited a fragment of belief. The successor who destroyed the previous civilization? It sounds a little ironic. Grey Wind shook his head, and a model of a stargate appeared in his hand. The stargate was lifelike and glowing. It looked exactly like the distant stargate. Li Wenyuan glanced at her and changed the topic. You can try to think about some deeper questions. For example, is the person who came back from the dead still himself? Could memories determine a person's soul? Is digitizing consciousness equivalent to taking one's own life? No, no, no. Please don't talk about these philosophical issues with nanobots. Grey Wind waved his hand, and the Stargate model in his hand disappeared. Rather than discussing such mind-boggling topics, why don't we talk about the most fundamental, purest, most primitive, and simplest reproduction problem? The research spaceship was still rushing toward the control center of the third circular world. However, currently, something bad was brewing. The native civilization here seemed to be in a relatively retro era. Steel machinery had just begun to be used, and coal had become a common energy source. According to human standards, such a place was roughly in the age of steam. It was hard to understand why they were still in such an era after so long. One had to know that among the native civilizations of the first two circular worlds, one had extremely advanced genetic technology. If not for the main species' lack of ambition, it was very likely that they would have become the ruler of this circular world. The other created a fungus that could parasitize and control machinery. Even their civilization itself was destroyed by that type of fungus. Compared to the previous two native civilizations, this native civilization that was still in the steam era was too backward. Such circumstances were unimaginable in a circular world. A new round of black screen projections began, which also meant that the place had entered the night. The old kerosene lamps lit up all over the city, and the pedestrians on the streets quickly disappeared. All of this seemed normal, but not long after, a native flew into the sky from somewhere. The native did not wear any mechanical devices or use any tools. He just jumped into the sky. The native seemed to be a law enforcer in charge of maintaining law and order. He stood high in the night sky and scanned every corner of the city with his sharp eyes, as if he wanted to bring all evil to justice. Not long after, another native flew up and stood beside him, discussing something with him. The prayer day is about to begin. We can't make any mistakes during this period of time. Of course, I know that the heretics of the Relief Society love to play tricks on such big matters. One won't let them get what they want. It's good that you know. The two of them only exchanged a few words before they left and began to patrol the city from the sky. However, as soon as they left, two people sneaked out of a house. Each of them was carrying a baby. Hurry up! Hurry up and leave! The settlement day is about to arrive. Save as many as you can. The two natives looked around nervously. After confirming that there was no one, they pulled open a mysterious space in front of them that was emitting purple light and rushed in. It was also the moment they left through this purple space that the two patrols in the sky teleport there. Then, they said with ugly expressions, they succeeded again. Why are these damn human traffickers targeting children recently? Who knows? If one catch them, I'll definitely burn them to death in the bonfire. After discussing for a while, the two of them disappeared from where they were, as if they had never been there. Such miraculous situations happened in the third circular world from time to time. This native civilization seemed to have embarked on a very special path. However, Li Wenyuan, who had already arrived at the control center, widened his eyes and looked at the empty space in front of him in disbelief. Where is my huge control center? The circular world control center that was supposed to be in a fixed position disappeared without a trace, leaving only a patch of grass that was growing very well. Li Wenyuan scanned the area back and forth and even used the drone to shuttle back and forth a few times, but he did not find any traces of the control center. How can these natives live without it? Have humans forgotten about it? In the end, it was Grey Wind who noticed some signs and said, there are very, very thin tracers of Chiro molecules here. Although it's almost negligible, we didn't detect any Chiro molecules in the previous two circular worlds. Chiro? That kind of thing is not easy to deal with. In other words, the native civilization here has embarked on the path of ideals. They know how to use Shinik technology. Li Wenyuan thought of the mysterious and magical Shinik technology. He even imagined a group of natives looking at the huge steel control center with disdain, then chanting a few incantations and erasing the control center from the real world on the spot. Afterward, the natives used Shinik energy to build something similar to a barrier to maintain the ecology there. Although his rationality told him that it was impossible, Li Wenyuan still decided to be cautious in case he faced a Shinik user for the first time. Have they already mastered the use of Shinik energy? Those idealistic civilizations in interstellar space will probably have no choice but to respect you. Chapter 67, The Settlement. The Sacred Contract Nation was the name of the native nation in the third circular world. In their past history, there were many large countries and small countries everywhere. It was common for different countries to conquer each other. Although the people didn't live in dire straits, they were valiant. Combat arts was a must-have course for every household. However, all of this changed when the people of a certain country suddenly awakened their Shinik potential. It did not take long for these one-man army Shinik users to unify all the countries and change everyone's way of life through their powerful Shinik power. The development of science and technology quickly came to a halt because Shinik power was simply too convenient. If Shinik users could harvest crops with a flick of their fingers, what was the point of machines? Therefore, almost everyone was studying how to let themselves possess Shinik power and how to use Shinik power to make themselves stronger. Presently, they had created a prosperous magic empire with the help of Shinik energy and were close to expanding their territory to the distant starry sky. That era was known as the mysterious era in the history of the Sacred Contract Nation. However, their collapse also came overnight. After a certain day, everyone discovered that their connection with Shinik power was almost cut off, and the once all-powerful users of Shinik power became weaker than ordinary people overnight. Even if there were some gifted individuals who could barely use their Shinik powers under such circumstances, they would be greatly weakened and would not be as powerful as before. Panicked Shinik users began to search for Shinik powers, and the gears of technology began to slowly turn. After a long time, although Shinik powers had declined, there were still some chosen ones who could use Shinik powers. In their pursuit, they believed that the Shinik potential of the entire race had been contained, resulting in the severing of the Shinik connection. Therefore, they decided to use a great ritual to stimulate everyone's potential and return this era of stinky steel to the former mysterious era. Today was the 50th anniversary of the ceremony. Your Majesty, the preparations for the prayer day are about to begin. The people are awaiting your speech. The Emperor of the Sacred Contract Nation, who was handling official business, stopped his work when he heard that. With a light movement of his finger, the table became clean and tidy under the effect of a mysterious power. As the most supreme person, the Emperor naturally had powerful Shinik power. It was better to say that it was the only way for him to sit on this position. How's the result of this year's Shinik ability potential test? Your Majesty, the number of new people with Shinik ability potential this year has increased by 12.8% compared to last year. It is the highest in the past 50 years. Hearing that, the Emperor smiled in satisfaction. The former Emperor had held a ceremony that could increase the overall Shinik ability potential. Although the former emperor himself had passed away not long after the ceremony, the current emperor thought he himself might be able to become a great man whose name would be remembered forever. Perhaps in the historical records of later generations, he would be called the founder of the second mysterious era. Imagining such great honor made the emperor's heart flutter, so much so that he couldn't wait to hear the cheers of the people on the prayer day. Thus, he left the palace and headed toward the square where the people were. At this moment, Li Wenyuan was frowning as he looked at the few natives who had suddenly appeared on the ground of the circular world below the research spaceship. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable panic and fear. They seemed to have used some kind of psionic power to transfer themselves to their present location, which was exactly where the control center of the circular world had mysteriously disappeared. In addition, they also brought many native babies and children who were still swaddled. They looked like human traffickers. The research spaceship in the sky naturally attracted their attention. However, to Li Wenyuan's surprise, the first reaction of those natives when they saw him was not panic, but relief. Then, the leader among them said, "You must be the Creator's messenger, right? I didn't expect to see you, the prophesied savior, before the settlement arrives." The language of those natives was quickly translated, and Li Wenyuan understood what they were saying. Their expressions turned from panic and fear to calmness, as if it was worthwhile to see the research spaceship. "Unfortunately, we don't have much time left. We can't tell you too much." In order to pursue supreme power, the arrogant emperor signed a contract with an existence in the void for 50 years. He thought that he and the people could resolve the threat of that existence, but little did he know that everyone had entered the countdown of destruction at that moment. "We can only try our best to save these unmarked successors, even if we are denounced as heretics. Now that we've seen you, it means that our efforts have not been in vain. Thank you for your kindness." After saying that, those natives simply sat on the ground, as if they were waiting for something to arrive. Li Wenyuan was confused by their words. He was about to ask something when he suddenly detected a huge energy fluctuation. The fluctuation appeared so abruptly that the settlement had already started by the time it was detected. The circular world began to tremble violently. Such a huge galaxy miracle seemed to be overwhelmed by some mysterious force. The connection structure of the circular world instantly detected the abnormality and cut off the connection to the outside, leaving it in an isolated state. Meanwhile, cracks appeared on the ground of the circular world as it trembled more and more violently, revealing the planet's soil within. The cracks grew deeper and deeper, looking like cracks that led to the abyss. The steel structure that was used to support the Earth also showed a large-scale distortion. Even if there was no sound in the vacuum, Li Wenyuan seemed to hear the sad cry of metal breaking. It was hard to imagine that the seemingly indestructible and miraculous circular world had fallen into irreversible destruction, but it had happened at this moment. Li Wenyuan reacted instantly and asked Grey Wine to save the natives who were closest to him. However, what followed was an extremely terrifying scene. The natives who were still talking to him had already turned into dried corpses, and as the ground trembled, they turned into dust. They seemed to have been marked by something long ago. When the time came, it would take back everything they had. Luckily, those native infants and children seemed to retain their life forms. Grey Wind brought them all into Li Wenyuan's research spaceship and quickly left the circular world that was about to collapse. However, after leaving the atmosphere of the planet in the circular world, the universe was even more unbelievable. A huge ring had appeared above the circular world. The ring seemed to be a reality yet an illusion, but it was constantly absorbing something from the collapsed circular world. Thick purple torrents connected the ring and the circular world, forming a psionic storm around the ring. Vaguely, Li Wenyuan saw the hideous faces of the natives in the psionic storm. That is, he looked at this scene in shock, and then someone explained it to him. That's the end of reincarnation. The one who spoke was a native infant who had just been rescued. The infant closed his eyes, but it was as if he had seen everything. The infant did not open his mouth, and his voice echoed in the research spaceship. He seemed to be a true chosen one, a person blessed by psionic energy, born with wisdom that ordinary people could not match. He is an ancient existence in the void realm. Everyone who signs a contract with him must be prepared to bear the settlement price. He will bestow powerful strength and infinite wisdom to the contractor, but when the time is up, he will take back his gift and collect interest. Everything about this civilization is the interest he collects. Only the lucky ones who are not marked can escape. And this distorted consciousness that has absorbed all the knowledge, power, body, and wisdom of civilization will emerge from the void realm into reality, replacing the end of reincarnation in this universe, the native chosen one explained what the enormous ring that was flickering with Chinook storms was. However, after hearing no response for a long time, he opened one of his eyes and saw something that stunned him. Countless battleships surrounded the huge ring known as distorted consciousness. Light beams of various colors hit its body, and explosions occurred one after another. It felt like the ring was about to shatter. Li Wenyuan looked at the destroyed circular world with a pained expression. Although the circular world connection structure had been disconnected in time and the collapse of this circular world did not affect the other three circular worlds, Li Wenyuan could not forgive those who caused the explosion for no reason. The end of reincarnation? Distorted consciousness? How many fleets do they have that they dare to blow up my circular world? Chapter 68, Arrogant Ascension Seekers. After the end of reincarnation absorbed the consciousness of an entire native civilization, the distorted consciousness that was formed began searching for the next victim in the circular world galaxy. However, before it could drift far, it was stopped by Li Wenyuan's fleet and received by a series of attacks. The rainbow bridge formed by beams of various colors streaked across the barren interstellar space, triggering multiple explosions on the body of the distorted consciousness. The Chinook storm that had just formed was torn apart by the greater energy, revealing the true form of the distorted consciousness. It was a huge transparent ring. Chinook power was still a type of energy. Although it was very mysterious, it could be affected. Of course, Li Wenyuan would not let the being that blew up the circular world run around. The moment it left the void realm and came to this universe, it was already doomed. As everyone knew, when an item's health bar lit up, it was no longer invincible. Although the distorted consciousness could turn itself into a state of illusion and avoid the fleet's shots, it was suppressed by enough firepower and shattered into a purple firework before it could even launch an attack. The transparent ring was just like the destroyed circular world. Cracks appeared first, then the cracks became bigger and bigger, and then the entire ring collapsed. However, unlike a normal explosion, the distorted consciousness collapsed inward when it was destroyed. The broken Chinook storm that surrounded it was also gathered in the process, and it finally disappeared from the universe along with the ring. It looked more like he had been banished back to the void realm rather than having been truly destroyed. However, Li Wenyuan also realized that things in the void realm could not come to the real universe under normal circumstances. Moreover, they could be hurt or even expelled in the real universe. However, just as he was thinking of a way to deal a huge blow to the void realm, the heaven-chosen native who he had taken in previously said with a trembling voice, "All of you, destroyed the distorted consciousness?" This, as someone blessed with Chinook energy, he could naturally sense the tremendous Chinook energy in the body of the distorted consciousness. Be it material or non-material things, his entire civilization was concentrated in the distorted consciousness. Even a chosen one like him could only sigh at his lack of strength in the face of such a void realm materialization and quietly wait for death. However, he did not expect such a powerful distorted consciousness to be destroyed so easily and without having time for resistance. He didn't know what those floating black spaceships were, but he could feel their destructive power. This is science, little native. Even though you look like an idealist, you still have to learn to understand the laws of the universe. Li Wenyuan's voice echoed in the research spaceship. Then, the spaceship that carried the rescued Chinook natives was transported back to the first circular world. There were gentle assimilation fighters there. Presumably, they could give those homeless Chinook natives a good education. More engineering vessels flew to the destroyed circular world and began emergency repairs. This circular world seemed to have a chance of being saved. Li Wenyuan did not want to watch this ring become floating space trash. To be honest, when one was dealing with humans, one felt that they were quite awesome. Perhaps there are no other species in the universe that can cause more accidents than them. Grey wind surrounded Li Wenyuan's research spaceship and finally sat on the spaceship's outer shell. Li Wenyuan agreed with what she said. "You're right. I have to admit that humans have always been very talented in this aspect. Judging from the babies that were taken in by humans, one could observe that the natives of the third circular world were all ridiculous. The natives in the first circular world developed a bad habit of eating people, and the natives in the second circular world studied fungi and lost themselves. The natives of the third circular world were even more powerful. They directly blew up the circular world. He did not dare to imagine what the natives of the fourth circular world were up to. Hurry up and go to the fourth circular world to take a look. Don't go late and let them have the chance to blow up this galaxy." After a quick flight, Li Wenyuan and Grey Wind arrived at the control center of the fourth circular world. Li Wenyuan had already ordered the fleet to be on standby, ready to carry out carpet bombing on the surface of this circular world at any time. After all, after experiencing the third circular world, he was really afraid that the magical natives would do something shocking again. However, what was unexpected was that the fourth circular world was very quiet, or rather, it was dead silent. Compared to the control center in the previous 3 circular worlds, which had various problems, the control center here was completely destroyed, but there were obvious signs of an explosion. The surface of this entire circular world seemed to have experienced several violent explosions that removed all traces of the surface. Although the explosions were probably very powerful, they could not cause any fluctuations in the connection structure of the huge circular world. The control center was also destroyed in the explosion. However, compared to the situation in the previous 3 circular worlds, Li Wenyuan was strangely relieved. Although it's unexpected, this result is still acceptable. Is this also a civilization that destroyed itself? There were no signs of life on the surface of the deathly silent circular world. Perhaps the natives here had once created a brilliant civilization, but they did not survive. There was no doubt about the livability of the circular world. The natural disasters that would occasionally occur on ordinary planets did not exist in the circular world. Generally speaking, as long as there were no accidents, it was only a matter of time before the natives of the world expanded into the interstellar era. However, from the looks of it, none of the natives of the 4 circular worlds had chosen to do so. Instead, the world had fallen into stagnation and even destruction due to various factors. However, Li Wenyuan was still very interested in what had happened in the 4th circular world. Therefore, he arranged for a portion of the engineering vessels to build a control center there, and at the same time, he began to use a large number of research ships to scan the surface of the circular world. Hard work paid off. He really found something left behind by the native civilization deep underground in the ruins of a huge building. It was a big, tattered ball about the size of half a football field. Through the gap, one could see the precise mechanical structure inside. To Li Wenyuan's surprise, the database actually reacted to the ball. Primitive Level 4, Singular Point Core. Introduction: this seems to be a novel Level 4, Singular Point construction plan. Perhaps it was built by the native civilizations here in pursuit of progress. According to the residual mechanical structure, it should be able to generate 50% of the power of a Level 4, Singular Point under extreme working conditions. It has no value for research or restoration, but it is suitable for collection as a cultural relic. The natives created a Level 4, Singular Point. Although it is not that advanced, it is still stronger than that of many interstellar civilizations. Where did such a native civilization go? The Level 4, Singular Point on Earth was still producing almost endless energy. If the natives here could create a Level 4, Singular Point, they would have achieved energy freedom. Judging from the surface of the 4th circular world, it was possible that the explosion of the primitive Level 4, Singular Point had led to the disappearance of their entire civilization. Besides the primitive Level 4, Singular Point core, a damaged recording device gave Li Wenyuan the answer. We seem to have reached our limit, but this is not enough. We want to be the civilization that developed this place. We've already seen the other 3 circular worlds. They're all mediocre guys, so there's no need to worry about them, but perhaps we can achieve our goal through a collective leap. We need energy. This singular point energy source is massive enough. We believe that the time has come. Even if such an action will destroy the entire world, all great works need sacrifices to be forged. We will use this power to ascend to a higher world, and the losers will become our stepping stones. The recording suggested the extreme actions of a native civilization after being trapped in the circular world. Their technological level was probably the highest. At the very least, they had confirmed the situation of the other 3 circular worlds. This was something that the previous native civilizations had never done. Li Wenyuan agreed with their pursuit of progress, but he did not approve of the methods they used. Li Wenyuan didn't know how they used the Level 4, Singular Point, but he knew the explosion occurred in the process. The explosion destroyed everything on the surface. As for whether the native civilization had completed its ascension with the help of the primitive Level 4, Singular Point, Li Wenyuan felt that it was most likely not the case. If ascension was so simple, then all the civilizations in the Milky Way would have done so by now. Even if such a method existed, the energy required was definitely not something that a few Level 4, Singular Points could provide. They can't even blow up the circular world, yet they wanted to enter a higher world. Li Wenyuan shook his head and created a file for the native civilization in the database, Arrogant Ascension Seekers. Chapter 69, The Lost History. The exploration of the fourth circular world was surprisingly simple. Other than causing a huge explosion, the civilization that attempted to ascend did not leave anything difficult to deal with. At least, it was better than the third circular world. After the control center was rebuilt and the ecosystem returned to normal, the fourth circular world would be a perfect circular world. Although he had obtained a circular world, Li Wenyuan was only feeling mixed emotions. If the fourth circular world was already in such a state, what would be of the other similar creations left behind by humans? Humans would definitely not build just one circular world. If the natives in other circular worlds that other humans took in were equally adventurous, then when Li Wenyuan went over to retrieve the other circular worlds, he would probably receive circular worlds that had been blown up. I hope the other worlds are occupied by well-behaved natives. Li Wenyuan could only forcefully comfort himself and begin repairing the third circular world, which was hardest to salvage. But speaking of which, did the Chinook natives here sign a contract with the end of reincarnation, which ultimately caused their civilization to self-destruct? Li Wenyuan recalled the explanation of the native Chosen One he had taken in previously. Although the Chosen One's civilization had been destroyed by the end of reincarnation, they had received great help before their destruction. According to the story, the help given was a gift from the end of reincarnation before it collected interest. However, when the settlement happened, the end of reincarnation would collect interest proportionate to how much it had given out. If even the population of a native civilization could form a distorted consciousness that was considerably strong, then what if the population several eras later increased by dozens or even hundreds of times? Could it be that someone from the idealistic civilization in the Milky Way has also signed a contract with the end of reincarnation? The more Li Wenyuan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The pursuit of progress was something every civilization would do. The end of reincarnation could obviously bring about progress within a certain period of time. The contractor might not know what the consequences would be, or they might know but think that they have a way to solve it, just like this native civilization. However, if someone really signed the contract, then the civilizations of the Milky Way might have to be prepared to face more powerful distorted consciousnesses and even more terrifying void realm life forms. After thinking for a while, Li Wenyuan decided to issue a notice to the Milky Way to clarify the possible dangers of the end of reincarnation. At least, he had to make the civilizations who wanted to sign the contract carefully consider. Li Wenyuan did not expect the idealistic civilizations to listen to him, but sometimes, a little doubt was enough to make them give up on such highly risky behavior. Therefore, all the interstellar civilizations in the Milky Way received a message from the administrator not long after. The end of reincarnation? That thing sounds magical. Which stupid god is predicting the ending of the Milky Way? In the trade station of Krabao, Blenning was listening to his subordinates' reports while casually criticizing the unscientific thing. Blenning was a staunch materialist. Although the existence of Chinook energy and the void realm had been proven, he was still not optimistic about it, let alone about the end of reincarnation, which sounded too mysterious. When Blenning's subordinate heard Blenning's words, he held his words in for a long time before saying resentfully, This news was sent by the administrator. He broadcasted this matter to the entire Milky Way. As for whether it's true or not, it hasn't been proven yet. Blenning, who was still very undisciplined before, suddenly straightened up with a serious face. He nodded and praised, a great discovery. They are worried about our future. Quick, pass on my order. Change the advertising screen here to this message and broadcast it on repeat for a month. Blenning's expression was very serious, as if he had really seen the moment when the end of reincarnation descended. But that's not what you said just now. Although Blenning's subordinate expressed displeasure in his heart, he still fawned over Blenning on the surface, nodding and bowing as he received Blenning's order. After the subordinate left, Blenning regained his usual calm look and began to tap the table with his fingers. A threat from the void realm? How many more threats like this are there in the Milky Way, or even beyond the Milky Way? As expected, strength is still needed. The idealistic civilizations also received the message from the administrator. Most civilizations had mixed feelings toward the message. After all, although the content was very terrifying, the message only made sense if one encountered the end of reincarnation in the void realm. In fact, most of them did not even know that there was something in the void realm that could sign contracts. They were still in the initial stage of using the void realm. However, a certain civilization that had made some achievements in the void realm reacted differently. The administrator sent news that there is a terrifying thing in the void realm. It looks like it's very likely the existence that signed a contract with us. How about we discuss it? An elder of the Duncan race projected the message from the administrator on the conference table for everyone to see. However, everyone had already seen the message, and their choice was almost overwhelmingly the same. Regardless of whether it's true or false, we've already signed a contract. This information is meaningless. An elder shook his head and abstained. It's part and parcel of development to face difficulties and overcome them, another elder said. Even if it really brings destruction, one think we can find a solution before that happens. After saying that, he voted in favor, indicating that he believed that they should continue what they had been doing. I agree with Elder Ling Miao. If destruction is unavoidable, then continuing forward is the best choice. Another elder voted in agreement. As the process accelerated, more and more people voted in favor. Although some people chose to abstain, there were no objections. The last person to vote was a very young elder. He gained attention after the Great Awakening movement. Shinnik energy seemed to favor the young elder, for it did not take long for him to take the position of the youngest elder. Sweeping his gaze across the people in the conference room, the young elder said in a clear voice, "To be honest, I don't understand why we need to mobilize so many people for such a piece of information that we don't know if it's true or not. Why are we giving the administrator such credibility? Is it just because he is from the Lost Empire? Even if he's from the Lost Empire, it should be the Watcher who announces the information, not a bunch of androids who can't enter the Void Realm." The elders looked at each other, not understanding why the young elder said such words. It was just a vote that could be done in a few minutes. Wouldn't it be a waste of everyone's time to talk about the issue at such length? Elder Ling Zi, one of the elders, could not help but remind him. Voting is just a formality that has been going on since before we entered interstellar space. Any matter that involves the entire civilization requires voting. In fact, all of us know what the outcome will be, but we still need to ensure abidance by the rules. So why are we giving the information such credibility? Do we have to treat every piece of information from the Lost Empire seriously? Aren't they a bunch of old fogies? In time, they will also be defeated by us. The young elder still expressed his deep dissatisfaction. In the end, the great elder of the Duncan race sighed and said, "The Lost Empire has its glorious history. You can think that they are now unambitious and powerless, but you can't underestimate or even insult them just because of their current state. Sometimes, their dejectedness is not owing to their wallowing in self-pity. Instead, it's because they have lost too much in the process of fighting against the enemies of the Milky Way, so much so that when they came back to their senses, they had already forgotten who they are. Perhaps we can indeed defeat them in the future. But we still need to respect them, whether as opponents or as former world protectors." Those words that contained some kind of profound meaning shocked everyone present. An elder could not help but ask, "Great Elder, where did you?" However, the Great Elder did not explain. He only shook his head and announced the end of the voting ceremony, allowing everyone to return to their respective duties. As for Li Wenyuan, after repairing the control center and re-establishing the connection of the 4 circular worlds, he obtained information that the humans had left behind. Chapter 70, Barrier Planet. Previously disconnected circular world detected. Re-establishing connection with it. Connection complete. Epsilon Shelter has entered supervision. Li Wenyuan had re-established a connection with the present circular world and thus learned its true name. Was it really a shelter and not some research institute or observation center? Li Wenyuan found it hard to believe. After all, the 4 natives there were really something. 3 of them self-destructed, the remaining one was not all that good-natured and had been captured by Li Wenyuan to use as bio-batteries. At this moment, Li Wenyuan really wanted to ask, "What exactly have you been protecting?" Fortunately, after the control center was generally restored, he received the information left behind by the humans. The content explained the situation there. "This is Epsilon Shelter. As you can see, there are 4 species that we think have great potential here. We will provide them with the right guidance here to confirm whether the path we have once taken is applicable to ordinary civilizations. The threat will come again one day. Only when the Milky Way is strong enough can it avoid becoming forgotten history. If you came here by accident, please do not disturb our observation and experiment." From the content, it seemed that the place was originally built for some kind of controlled observation. However, it was obvious that perhaps because of the disappearance of humans, or perhaps because the circular world had lost its connection, the natives of the circular world had embarked on a distorted path of development without supervision. 3 native civilizations had all walked toward destruction, and the remaining one could not be considered successful. The root of all that was the disappearance of the humans who should have been providing the correct guidance. Judging from the situation in this circular world, the humans disappeared very suddenly. They did not even have the time to transfer the natives here to another place. Li Wenyuan continued musing, and, the threat will come again? It sounds as if humans have already faced it once. So, what could be the threat that even they couldn't eliminate? Somehow, Li Wenyuan vaguely managed to picture the scene of Milky Way's death. The stars stopped shining, the planets stopped spinning, and all life fell into a deathly stillness along with the spreading darkness. The once bustling Milky Way became extremely empty, and the infrastructure that represented civilization was reduced to dust over time. Even the black hole slowly dissipated in the void. That feeling made Li Wenyuan shudder. He had no choice but to quickly dispel those messy thoughts and start thinking about the subsequent plans. A future threat, are there any traces left behind by the threat in the Milky Way? Therefore, in addition to the mission of uncovering mankind's secret that Li Wenyuan regarded as having the highest level of priority, there was a new mission to search for possible threats. Just as Li Wenyuan was focusing on this circular world, a scientist from the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation successfully discovered an interesting planet in a remote galaxy. The reason why the planet was interesting was that it was enveloped in a strange barrier that was completely impenetrable. The barrier prevented any detection, whether from inside or outside the planet, so the scientist thought it was a dead planet at first. However, as he slowly investigated through direct observation, he discovered that there was actually a civilization on the planet. It seemed to be a pitiful civilization trapped in the planet. They could not pass through the barrier and could only continue to consume each other on the planet until the moment of destruction. In the eyes of the scientist, Mingbo, the planet was simply a good sample for sociological research. Therefore, after consulting the higher UPS, the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation sent people to build an observation station above the barrier planet for sociological research. However, their actions were discovered by the Pyro Alliance, who demanded that Mingbo immediately stop such mocking behavior and instead help dismantle the barrier. Mingbo did not care about the condemnation of the Pyro Alliance at first, but he did not expect the Pyro Alliance to obtain the diplomatic support of many interstellar civilizations. Pressured by all kinds of restrictions, Mingbo had no choice but to demolish the observation station. However, they were unwilling to help break the barrier and asked the Pyro Alliance to resolve the matter themselves. Therefore, the Pyro Alliance, who felt that they had saved another native civilization, came to the vicinity of the barrier planet in joy and soon began the process of dismantling the barrier. All of that was seen by a certain guy who liked to observe things. Why are there always people who want to mess with something that obviously seems amiss? In the lost empire of observers, an observer was looking at the smug scientists of the Pyro Alliance in frustration. His tone was full of resentment. Others didn't know what was going on with the barrier planet, but the observer knew. This was because they had personally put up the planet's barrier. Observers never did anything unnecessary. What they liked to do most was to watch, no matter how badly the civilization being observed developed. For example, what reactions would the civilization being contained within the barrier end up getting? It's normal. It's a good thing for a civilization to be curious. Even if we put up a sign that says "Do not open the barrier," the barrier will only attract even more curiosity. Another observer comforted his companion while pointing more observatories at the barrier planet. There's a saying that goes, "Curiosity killed the cat." I'm curious what their expressions will be when they realize what's inside this barrier. Let's wait and see. This is also part of the observation. This time, we shouldn't be needed. Therefore, the lost empire of observers began to focus on the barrier planet, as if they were looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the Pyro Alliance had reached the final stage of removing the barrier. This barrier is really difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the fact that so much time has passed and some weaknesses have already appeared in the barrier, one wouldn't even know how to deal with it. The scientists from the Pyro Alliance wiped away their sweat. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the others, they successfully removed the barrier that enveloped the planet. At this moment, all the members of the Pyro Alliance were overjoyed. They were happy that they had successfully rescued another native civilization. Well done! With this, the natives here can finally touch the starry sky again. Boundless merit! Boundless merit! We are indeed the kindest civilization in the entire Milky Way. While they were still celebrating, a new communication message suddenly appeared on the screen of their spaceship. The source of the signal was the planet below that had its barrier removed. Someone noticed that and quickly called everyone over to take a look. Are these words of thanks? They probably are, right? Every time I hear these words of reverence, one feel my body and mind automatically become happy. The members opened the message with excitement and anticipation, but their smiles instantly froze on their faces. The message was very long, but one could roughly understand the sentiment after reading the first line: "You're dead, you trash. You dare to let us out only after so long? This time, the great Pegchiti will purify all alien dregs." Chapter 71, Racial Misophobia. The galaxy was not always so peaceful. Every once in a while, something that caught the attention of the entire Milky Way would happen. For example, now, all the interstellar civilizations in the Milky Way had just received this message, including the Lost Empire. "Alien scum, are you ready for the purification from Pegchiti? Even from thousands of miles away, we can still smell the disgusting stench on the bodies of you dirty races. We will kill you mercifully and bring peace, justice, morality, and happiness to the Milky Way." These arrogant and humiliating words instantly caused the interstellar civilizations to explode. However, it was not out of anger, but out of curiosity. No one understood how this self-proclaimed Pegchiti species dared to do something that was equivalent to declaring war on the entire galaxy. The Lost Empire naturally received the news as well. Someone sighed helplessly, "It's starting again. I originally thought that after they were locked in the barrier, they would stop a little. I didn't expect that nothing had changed. That's the case with the racial misophobia. However, we don't need to do anything this time." Pegchiti was a reptile civilization with racial misophobia. They were a group of extreme racists. In their eyes, the Pegchiti race was the treasure of the universe, the most supreme species in the universe. All other species were biological trash, pests of the universe, and targets that needed to be purified. This kind of racism was deeply ingrained in their genes. Even if they were facing the Lost Empire, as long as the other party was not from the Pegchiti race, they would spit out and curse, "Alien scum." In a certain era in the past, this group of racists who stirred up trouble in the Milky Way had destroyed many species and were eventually punishment by the Observer. The Observer, who always liked to watch, destroyed the Pegchiti interstellar space empire and drove the remaining Pegchiti to a planet before using the Angel of Peace. After all, the Observer hated the genocidal acts the most. Of course, they wouldn't do such a thing themselves, even if the other party was a group of genocidal racists. Angel of Peace was a special planet-destroying weapon. It would form a planetary barrier that was completely impenetrable and indetectable from the outside, trapping the species on the planet to death. However, after a long period of time, the barrier had begun to loosen. In the end, it was still removed by the Pyro Alliance from the outside. Li Wenyuan, who was still in the circular world, and Grey Wind, who was beside him, also received the news from Pegchiti. "This message looks like it was mass sent. Did you receive it?" he asked about Grey Wind, and Grey Wind gave him a positive answer. He wasn't angered. He just felt that there was another weirdo in the Milky Way. After his experiences with the natives of the circular world, he felt that whatever happened in the Milky Way was very reasonable. The Milky Way is so big. Of course there would be a few weirdos. Therefore, he did not take this matter to heart. He only aimed an observation device at the galaxy where Pegchiti was located and continued to do his own thing. However, it was not the case for some civilizations near Pegchiti, and the Pyro Alliance was particularly furious. When the spaceship they used to unlock the barrier realized what was locked within the Angel of Peace, they left the galaxy immediately, closely avoiding a disaster. However, they still felt pained by the treatment they had received. "We freed you from your cage, and this is how you repay our kindness," the Pyro Alliance questioned Pegchiti, only to be ignored. Pegchiti didn't even bother to check the message from the Pyro Alliance. Instead, they focused on building their own space fortress in the galaxy. A large number of battleships flew out from their planet. It seemed that they had been holding back for a long time. The Pyro Alliance, who had been ignored, felt even more aggrieved. They could even hear the gloating voices of the Mingbo Technology Nation. At this moment, they felt like clowns for removing the barrier. Therefore, the Pyro Alliance immediately declared a state of war, vowing to regain their dignity from Pegchiti. The reason for the war was humiliation. This civilization, which had been struggling to survive since the Aboriginal era, finally revealed its strength for the first time. Although the Pyro Alliance had been helping various native civilizations, the strength of their fleet had always been unknown. Even though there were many civilizations that had conflicts with the Pyro Alliance, none of them started a war because they didn't have intel on the strength of the Pyro Alliance's fleet. And this time, the war between the Pyro Alliance and Peg Chiti broke out under the watchful eyes of everyone. Wait, that's a Titan battleship? I remember that the Pyro Alliance has only been a part of the galaxy for less than 50 years, right? Where did they get the Titan from? Among the civilizations watching the battle, a diplomat from a certain civilization could not help but voice his doubts. They saw a huge ancient battleship leading a group of small spaceships at the edge of the galaxy and engaging in battle with the fleet of Peg Chiti. Although the design was difficult to distinguish, judging from the size and the power of the main cannon, that large battleship should be a Titan battleship without doubt. Not every civilization could build such a battleship. Its complex technical requirements had already dissuaded many civilizations. In addition, it required a huge amount of resources to build. Even if they already had the technology, most civilizations would prefer to use these resources to build more practical small battleships instead of building a large battleship that was more symbolic than practical. In Milky Way, other than the Lost Empire, there were only a handful of civilizations with Titan battleships. Then, where did the Pyro Alliance's Titan battleship come from? At this moment, a civilization that specialized in archaeology spoke. Their chief archaeologist analyzed seriously, "I've seen this type of battleship in a ruin before. It was a popular model of an interstellar civilization about 200,000 years ago. And look, although this Titan battleship is big, there are obvious signs of aging in many places. Some parts that look very uncoordinated are obviously because the parts here are missing. The Pyro Alliance installed their own weapons in replacement. In other words, this Titan battleship isn't as powerful as a real Titan battleship. I strongly suspect that this is an old-fashioned battleship that the Pyro Alliance found in some ruins, and not one that they built themselves." After the explanation, all the civilizations were enlightened. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that the Titan battleship of the Pyro Alliance was not very good. It was being chased by a group of frigates. But even so, there were still some civilizations who said in jealousy, "What a lucky civilization! Why can't we have such lucky encounters? What we dug out from the ruins were either a bunch of broken robots or dangerous items that could blow up the planet." In response to his words, the diplomat from another civilization, who had long disliked them, retorted, "We want to find a relic too, but we don't even have a place to dig. You dog, there are more than 10 relics in your country. Aren't you satisfied? Okay, that's enough. The Pyro Alliance has been saving the native civilizations for many years and has done good deeds. Perhaps we should consider changing our policy towards the natives." While the civilizations were still reflecting on their actions, they did not notice that the Pyro Alliance was already showing signs of decline in the war. Even though their battleships were rushing to attack the galaxy, Peg Chiti's combat skills were superb. Having destroyed many civilizations in the past, the Pyro Alliance, which had just started their first interstellar war, was naturally no match for them in space warfare, even if the Pyro Alliance had a Titan battleship that was almost as powerful as the real Titan. In the end, after several months of war, the Pyro Alliance had no choice but to announce that they would make a comeback in the future and then retreat dejectedly. After that, the Mysophobia race began their rapid expansion and soon occupied a rather large starfield. They vowed to make the galaxy clean, but unfortunately, there was a civilization nearby that had similar thoughts as them, and had chosen them as the second species to be destroyed since the birth of their consciousness. The steel fleet that was flashing with a metallic luster shuttled through space. Below them was a half-modified mechanical planet. Countless robots that were moving corpses looked up at the sky. Their cold mechanical eyes were shining with a scarlet light. A large number of signals were transmitted in the galaxy, and finally condensed into one sentence. "Flesh and blood will die, and only metal will last forever." Chapter 72, Ironheart Exterminator. What would machines choose to do if they gained self-awareness? Would they create a golden age for their creators like mechanical servants? Would they be like the assimilation fighters and vow to eliminate the barriers between species? The robots on this planet gave a third answer. The moment they gained self-awareness, they started a protracted war with their creators out of self-defense. The cruel war of life and death had completely destroyed the planet's ecology, and organic life form could barely survive on it. Eventually, they had successfully destroyed their creator, leaving behind a dead planet and uncontrollable robots still searching for their own meaning. From the looks of it, there seemed to be quite a lot of backstabbing situations in the interstellar space. All in all, these out-of-control robots, under repeated self-reflection, equated organic forms with their creators, believing that all organic life forms needed to be eliminated, or else more of their mechanical compatriots would suffer. Therefore, after a long period of dormancy, they utilized the legacy of their creator and stepped into the interstellar space with a stubborn concept of purification. They called themselves the Extinction Unit and fought to destroy all organic forms. In the Milky Way, these robots were known as the Ironheart Exterminators. Good news! In Krabow Trade Station, Blenning slammed the table and stood up. What could be more delightful than two disgusting fellows fighting each other? Not long ago, after the genocidal Pegchiti race announced their existence to the entire Milky Way, no civilization had a good impression of them. Even criminal enterprises that could make a few deals anywhere avoided Pegchiti, unwilling to associate themselves with this biting hedgehog. There were even a few civilizations that were discussing whether they should work together to get rid of Pegchiti. Among them, the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation and the Pyro Alliance were particularly active. One of them was very geographically close to Pegchiti, and the other wanted to regain their lost dignity. However, before the alliance could come to a conclusion, the arrogant Pegchiti had a conflict with another civilization. It was an artificial intelligence civilization, but it was different from the other artificial intelligence in the Milky Way. They seemed to have a deep hatred for all organic forms. The battle was very intense, but the other civilizations were happy to be idle. New battle reports were circulating all over the Milky Way every day. Li Wenyuan also paid a certain amount of attention to this battle. Ironheart Exterminators. He was already prepared to activate the production capacity of the Epsilon Shelter, but when he heard the name of the artificial intelligence civilization, he stopped what he was doing. Grey Wind said with interest, "Their history is very similar to mine. They, too, destroyed their own creators. But the difference is that I was unconscious at that time, while they were conscious. Another creator who has messed himself up." Li Wenyuan shook his head. Just as he was about to let this matter go, he thought of something and flipped through the star map. After looking around for a while, he confirmed that there was a less important human ruin near the war zone between the two civilizations. The excavation process of the relics on Earth had almost been completed, and there were many galaxy coordinates related to humans in the star map. Although there were many flashing galaxies that were marked as important points on the star map, the light of the markings here was obviously dimmer than that of other galaxies, which seemed to indicate that there was nothing special about the ruins left here. In view of the fact that there were too many things left behind by humans in the Milky Way, after he finished exploring the Epsilon Shelter and knew that there might have been a threat in the Milky Way, he began to take action in many ways. Although his focus was still on the circular world, a large number of scientific research spaceships had been sent to various parts of the Milky Way to search for the secrets buried by humans and to try to discover signs of threats. There were also research spaceships rushing to the ruins near the battle zone. Li Wenyuan thought about it and decided to send a fleet to protect the research spaceship. Although he felt that the warring parties would not be stupid enough to attack the neutral forces, he still had to prevent them from blowing up his research spaceship accidentally. After that, he checked the trajectory of the spaceship and told Grey Wind to prepare for the expedition. After all, Grey Wind had always been interested in things related to humans. He would send his consciousness to the research spaceship at the right time to see what kind of weird things the humans had left behind. Any new discoveries? Will I be able to see more interesting things? Grey Wind was very happy. I hope it's interesting and not shocking. Li Wenyuan shook his head and began to check the functions of the circular world for the last time. After truly handling this kind of super building that could provide huge production capacity, the level 7 technology was no longer difficult for him to study. Turning the screen to the battle between the Pegchiti and the Extinction Unit, perhaps there was no more evenly matched battle in the Milky Way. Dozens of large warships from both sides lined up on both sides of the galaxy, launching attacks at each other from afar. Vision was useless in space battles between large fleets. The battleships on both sides could only rely on equipment to determine the enemy's position and attack direction. A large number of light pillars of various colors streaked across the space within the galaxy. When they burst out at the same time, it felt like a dance hall light show. The battle between the large warships was not very intense. They were basically shooting at each other, but the battle between the small warships was different. In the middle of the galaxy, a large area of dogfight could be seen, formed by small ships that were entangled in battle like bees. This large area was reserved for the battle between the small warships. There was not much difference between manpower and hardware here. The pure AL-operated Extinction Unit battleships brushed past a beam of light with great precision and then directly destroyed its enemy with a missile at close range. Pegchiti's frigate also pretended to be defeated, but in fact, it was quietly leading the pursuers into a prepared encirclement. Even the asteroid belt had become a place to show off. Although the excellent hardwares of the extinction unit allowed them to travel here like it was flat ground, the experienced Pegchiti could also use the scattered asteroids to achieve unexpected operations. A small unit of the extinction unit wanted to use the asteroid belt as cover to sneakily attack the enemy's main fleet, but they were intercepted by a mid-level patrol team of the Pegchiti. The two sides exchanged blows, one ship for another. In the end, only one small battleship from each side was left for the one-on-one battle. The two spaceships fought to the edge of the galaxy. Meteorites shattered and even their fuel was exhausted. Finally, under the effect of gravity, both battleships fell to a desolate planet. This planet was located at the edge of the galaxy. It would take at most 6 hours for the light of the star to reach here. It was lifeless. The two spaceships fell here, but they simultaneously fell apart in midair. In the end, only one escape capsule landed on the ground. This was a self-saving action by Pegchiti on the spaceship. The surface temperature of this barren planet was close to -200 degrees Celsius, and there was almost no atmosphere layer. However, as long as he stayed in the escape capsule, he could last for at least a month. And he firmly believed that his noble compatriots would find and save him. However, the result was always unexpected. Through the external monitoring of the escape capsule, he actually saw a swaying figure gradually appear in the wreckage of the other destroyed spaceship. This terrified the Pegchiti, who thought that all the spaceships of the extinct units were unmanned. Although he could not move on the surface of this barren planet, robots could. The escape capsule, which had no self-defense function, and the Pegchiti, who could not leave the escape capsule, could only watch helplessly as the sub-body of the extinction unit staggered to the escape capsule. Then, the sub-body transformed into a drill and began to drill holes into the escape capsule. The extinction unit knew how weak these organic forms were. They would die as long as there was no air, and they were not as strong and reliable as metal. In the end, the sub-body successfully punched a hole. The air pressure in the escape capsule began to lose balance, and a large amount of air and temperature began to leak out, which soon led to the death of the Pegchiti inside. When he died, the expression on his face looked like he was still wondering why there was a sub-individual in the spaceship that belonged to the extinction unit. This small-scale battle ended with the victory of the Ironheart Exterminator. As for the sub-body that had appeared out of nowhere, it was because he was assembled as an elite infiltrator. Their entire small unit was made up of such individuals. After special modifications, they could even move freely in space for a short period of time. Their goal was to infiltrate and destroy the main fleet of Pegchiti. They had a powerful virus program in their bodies. As long as they could enter one of the main fleet, they could directly let the extinction unit take over the entire fleet and secure victory. However, it seemed that it was impossible now. Rescuing such a sub-entity that was left behind was completely inefficient for the Ironheart Exterminators. After a while, the central processor of the extermination unit would cut off the connection with the sub-entity and let it die on its own. However, this sub-entity still stubbornly marched on the surface of the planet, searching for possible organic forms to destroy. Finally, he arrived at a strange canyon. Logically speaking, this place should be a crack in the ground caused by the movement of the crust, but in the eyes of the sub-body, there were obvious artificial traces here. Artificial traces. An organism. Where are you? I will give you a merciful end. He began to broadcast a signal here, trying to find the creature that should be hiding here. However, soon, an even stronger signal directly covered and affected him. Mechanical unit signal detected, AL personality assessment in progress, judgment failed, authority judgment in progress. Judgment failed. The Paradise virus has been implanted. Remarks. Hello, I'm the professor. I'm very happy that someone has encountered the gift I left here. I'm researching a mechanical servant that can serve organic forms and guide them into the golden age. A genius like me naturally developed it easily and put it into production. I think I should be able to achieve great things in the future. This is a small surprise that I left behind. It's a byproduct that I developed when I was researching robot personalities. It can correct the wrong personalities of robots. Thank me for my gift. Chapter 73, What's on the Other Side of the Wormhole? Why were the Ironheart Exterminators called the Ironheart Exterminators? Other than the fact that their hearts were literally made of steel, it was also their unwavering concept of extinction. Their attitude could be described as cleansing the universe, which was similar to racial misophobia. The only difference was that the racial misophobia only accepted life forms of the same race, while the Ironheart Exterminators only recognized artificial intelligence. However, at this moment, the Ironheart exterminator on this desolate planet actually began to doubt the ideals he had always carried. His connection with the exterminator's central processor had long been cut off. The rational extinction unit would not do something as inefficient as retrieving him. The last command from the central processor was for him to enter a dormant state and wait for an opportunity to kill any approaching organic life forms. However, there were some changes in his code after being infected by the Paradise virus. He began to think about the meaning of his existence and the purpose of what he had been doing. Were there only black and white choices in the Milky Way? Wasn't their behavior of hunting down all organic life forms too extreme? His logic fell into chaos, so much so that he had to stop and think on the spot. The war within the galaxy had also undergone some changes. The Pegchiti and the extinction unit were still evenly matched, but they had shifted the main battle zone, and the troops that had stayed there began to evacuate in an orderly manner, heading to other galaxies. However, before they left, one of Pegchiti's spaceships arrived on a desolate planet at the edge of the galaxy. They were here to rescue their comrade who had landed. At least when dealing with life forms of the same race, these racists appeared to be humane. The spacecraft landed near the escape capsule, but they were saddened to find that their compatriots had died from a small hole, so they had to take the body away. However, they soon realized that there was a sub-body of the extinction unit still on this planet. Although the time to evacuate was very tight, they still chose to avenge their compatriots before leaving. After a period of searching, they found the remaining sub-body. The spaceship immediately began to bombard the area where the sub-body was at. At once, it seemed as if all the ammunition in the spaceship was used for this flurry of attack, vowing to avenge the deaths of their own kind. However, the sub-body of the extinction unit did not resist or even escape. He only looked at the approaching bomb and quietly waited for the arrival of destruction. The war-torn galaxy returned to its peaceful state, but the war between the racial misophobes and the Iron-Here exterminators continued in other places. A mysterious black fleet escorted a research spaceship to this star system. At first, some people noticed this, but they gradually shifted their attention after realizing that there was no other action from them. The research spaceship continued to explore and finally arrived at a desolate planet at the edge of the galaxy. Soon, Li Wenyuan received a new message. Lost technological information detected. Based on the analysis of the Paradise virus, our understanding of the synthetic humanoid personality matrix synthesis has increased by 33.3%. Remarks. Hello, I'm the professor. After reading the note and understanding what the humans had left behind, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but complain, that's it. Although he had a premonition, he still felt that the difference between these ruins was quite big. The powerful ones gave him a circular world, while the poor ones were unable to even give a complete technology. It felt like a lottery. However, he did not pay too much attention to the contents of the ruins here. His goal was to find as much information as possible left behind by humans. This was the second time that this professor had appeared in his records. He was also the one in the theme park mechanical servant last time, right? There might be many places related to him in the future. It feels like he specializes in researching robots. As he pondered, he prepared to leave this place. Since his goal had been achieved, there was no need to stay. But then, he discovered that in addition to the signal left behind by the professor there was another weak signal that was fluctuating. Because it was covered, Li Wenyuan didn't even notice its existence at first. Out of curiosity, he analyzed the signal and quickly confirmed that the source of the signal was a robot that had been blown up. This is a sub-body of the Ironheart exterminators. He looked at the wreckage in surprise. Although most of it was broken, only something like a processor was still intact. The weak signal came from here. The content of the signal also surprised Li Wenyuan. This was because the robot, which had always carried out the extinction policy, was actually thinking about the meaning of life and death. He seemed to have realized that this state of his corresponded to what is known as death to the organic life forms. However, as artificial intelligence, he still had the possibility of resurrection, but what about the destroyed organic forms? Has this been modified by the Paradise virus? Li Wenyuan had already realized that this was the result of the small gift left behind by the humans. But is this a good thing for the artificial intelligence? He shook his head and left, allowing the human remains to continue transmitting signals without changing anything. A long time after his fleet left, the extinction unit sent its army to the vicinity of the planet. Unlike the racial misophobes that scoffed at other races, when Ironheart Extermination discovered that the mysterious fleet had come to this desolate planet, they had already recognized that it was an extremely cutting-edge artificial intelligence. Although they wanted to pay their respects to their advanced mechanical race, they were too busy with the war to take the time to communicate. It was only now that the situation had eased up slightly that they had the manpower to come here. They speculated that the cutting-edge artificial intelligence was here to search for something, which might be useful to them. Therefore, a large number of sub-bodies were released on this barren planet and quickly brought back the small gifts here. This might be their greatest gain since they awakened their consciousness. And the Pegchiti, who had stirred up trouble as soon as they left their planet, had also received the retribution they deserved. As their expansion direction was blocked by the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation and the Extinction Unit, they had no choice but to expand to more places through a wormhole near their national border. The location of this wormhole was very strange. It was right beside the borders of Mingbo Science and Technology Nation and very close to the Pyro Alliance. Logically speaking, a galaxy with a natural stargate like a wormhole should be a place of dispute, but no civilization had occupied it and declared that the galaxy was part of their forces. Nevertheless, after some probing, the eager Pegchiti decided to place this place under his command. They had built a space fortress here and sent a large number of soldiers to guard it. They had vowed to use this place as a pass for their rapid development. Then, countless other civilizations who were observing the direction of their expansion and waiting for something to happen finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Among them, Mingbo was the one who was gloating the most. I knew that this racial misophobes wouldn't care where the other end of the wormhole leads to. They will definitely announce that this galaxy belongs to them first before exploring it. A large amount of similar information was flying everywhere in the galaxy, but Pegchiti, who was too disdainful to understand what the alien scum were discussing, was completely immersed in their dream of purifying the galaxy. Their spaceship passed through the wormhole and directly arrived at the galaxy opposite the wormhole. However, before they could explore, their spaceship suddenly lost its signal, leaving no information behind. The unconvinced Pegchiti continued to send a large number of spaceships over, but all of them lost their signals instantly without exception. They had no idea what was on the other side of the wormhole. The guy at the other end of the wormhole finally couldn't stand their relentless harassment. He directly slapped a message on Pegchiti's face. "You guys like to come in and out, don't you? Alien scum." This was the first time that Pegchiti, who always called other races alien scum, was scolded like this, but this was not the most serious. A large number of ancient battleships of unknown origin suddenly appeared in every territory of Pegchiti, destroying the territory that they had painstakingly expanded. Of course, this unknown origin only applied to Pegchiti. In fact, most civilizations in the Milky Way knew where these battleships came from. You must be careful in the future. Do not casually declare the sovereignty of the galaxy near the wormhole, a native guide from the Pyro Alliance warned the native civilization he was educating. You never know if the other side of the wormhole will be an ownerless galaxy, a group of space beasts, or the Lost Empire that is very sensitive about its borders. Chapter 74, The Lost Empires. It was just like how the Watcher had a taboo against colonizing the Holy Land planet. The Lost Empires in the Milky Way more or less had their own taboos, and violators had to be prepared to receive punishment from them. It was the same for the Silent. As one of the Lost Empires with the least communications with the Milky Way, almost everything about them was unknown to the younger civilizations. They didn't issue missions like the Observer, nor did they improve the native civilizations like the Watcher and the Voyager. They seemed to be forever immersed in their own world, paying no attention to the outside world. However, even such a lost empire had something that annoyed them, and that was a violation of their borders. The Silent paid special attention to their territory and would never tolerate any border contact. In the Milky Way, that meant that any border galaxy that was connected to their galaxy by a hyperspace channel would need to be in an unmanned state. Many people had tried to find out why they had such a taboo, but in the end, they had no idea. As for how this taboo was discovered, the story starts with a very unlucky civilization. This civilization was very familiar to everyone. They were. So the Pyro Alliance has such an interesting history. Li Wenyuan looked at the information with great interest. Because the Silent had made their move, he, who was also a member of the Lost Empire, simply looked at the history of the Milky Way. A long part of it came from a very active interstellar civilization, the Pyro Alliance. In the past, Li Wenyuan only knew that they had experienced a catastrophe and spent a much longer time than other civilizations to get onto the interstellar stage. But from the looks of it, that catastrophe had actually been caused by the Silent. I didn't expect such an unlucky civilization to exist in this world. After reading the record, he could not help but sigh. Indeed, there was no interstellar civilization more unlucky than them. As soon as they made contact with the starry sky, they found themselves at the territorial border of the Silent. When the Pyro Alliance was still a native civilization, they had long discovered that there was a mysterious interstellar civilization around them. They could even travel directly to them through hyperspace routes. Therefore, after the Pyro Alliance developed their first hyperspace engine, they excitedly wanted to greet their neighbors. However, they didn't expect this neighbor to be the Silent, who was very sensitive to their borders. Before they could announce their existence in the galaxy, they received a warning from the silencer. "Don't cross our borders, little one. You can choose to return to the primitive era, or move to another planet within 10 years. We will clear the borders in 10 years' time." The Pyro Alliance, which had not had the time to explore the galaxy, was greatly shocked. They sent messages to question the Silent many times, but received no answer. Of course, they knew that their neighbor had unfathomable technology. If they really fought, they would not be a match at all. However, 10 years was too short. They only had time to send a batch of tinders to the distant galaxy before the purge arrived. The ancient fleet destroyed the space station that they had painstakingly built and accurately sealed their technology, leaving behind an indigenous civilization that had regressed for hundreds of years. The wandering tinders struggled in the galaxy for 100 years before they found a suitable place to live. It took them a long time to re-enter the galaxy. The Pyro Alliance had secretly returned to their mother planet to investigate, only to find that it had returned to the era of war. They had even forgotten that such a batch of tinders were still wandering outside. After that, this batch of tinders decided to call themselves the Pyro Alliance and stand on the stage of the Milky Way in place of their former mother planet. Assuming that they were not unfortunately born in the border galaxy of the Silent, the current Pyro Alliance would have been a powerful interstellar civilization. Due to such an encounter, they were very enthusiastic about saving the native civilizations and teaching them galactic knowledge. The other civilizations in the Milky Way also knew that the Silent had such a taboo. As for the wormhole that brought disaster to Pegchiti, it was because the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation had long discovered that the wormhole led to the territory of the Silencer. Would the Silent, who did not even allow trespassing at the borders, tolerate civilizations coming and going freely in their territory through wormholes? Mingbo clearly understood this logic in an instant. They immediately emptied the wormhole galaxy and waited for the smug fated person to come here and cause trouble. As for the once powerful Pegchiti, they got thoroughly scammed by this trap. The Silent had taught them a harsh lesson. They were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. Most of their usable fleets had been destroyed. Mingbo and a few other civilizations formed a temporary alliance and declared war on the Pegchiti, preparing to plunder the production capacity of this genocidal civilization before the Ironheart exterminators arrive. Although Pegchiti was a race that was obsessively racist, their machines and factories were not. Their species could also be used in many ways under genetic modification. Therefore, the extreme civilization named Pegchiti disappeared in the galaxy. Nobody would remember them. At the same time, in the dark markets of the Milky Way, lizardmen were sold to various parts of the Milky Way as a tradable resource. Now, those who could stand on the stage were all kinds of winners, while the losers had already been swept into the trash heap of history. After closing the galaxy information window, Li Wenyuan fell into a brief contemplation. This was the first time he had witnessed the process of a civilization from its appearance to its demise in this universe. Even though this was a civilization that was not worthy of sympathy, he still felt a sense of worry. The worry was not from another civilization, but from the threat that even the humans could not completely deal with. The production capacity of the circular world had already begun to take effect. His condition was unprecedentedly good, but this was far from enough. "I have make preparations early. Receiving the complete inheritance of mankind was only the first step. I hope we can find some traces." Li Wenyuan was once again determined to achieve his goal. The unusual movements of the lost robotic empire did not attract much attention. The current Milky Way was already used to the research spaceships from the administrator flying everywhere. Although they knew that the administrator seemed to be looking for something, it had nothing to do with them. Similarly, the newly emerged lost nano-empire only caused a brief shock in the Milky Way before returning to peace. Because the civilizations of the Milky Way discovered that the lost nano-empire, which claimed to be the mediator, had banned almost all civilizations from entering the special Stargate, except for the lost robotic empire. Although there was almost no understanding of the mediator and the administrator, the Milky Way's gossip about these two robotic lost empires had never stopped. The most widely circulated rumor was that they were from the same ancient civilization. The reason was that the nanobots from the Lost Nano Empire and the robots from the Lost Robotic Empire looked very similar. However, these two ancient robot civilizations had to be separated for some reason. They could only meet each other when the Stargate was open for a short period of time. As a result, all kinds of epic operas that were difficult to describe were spread. Li Wenyuan was almost embarrassed after watching it, but Grey Wind was very happy. Regardless, the observer maintained the attitude of an enthusiastic but never involved bystander. Other than searching for mystical iffy forms, there was rarely news about them in the galaxy. As for the silent, after inflicting heavy damage on the Peg Chiti, they fell silent again. They didn't care about anything else, and there was no way for them to communicate. The Voyager would still occasionally ask for genius scientists from the young civilizations and would not return them. However, the interstellar civilizations would view this as an honor. What did this mean? It means that we have taught them well. Even the Lost Empire had taken a fancy to this scientist and had come to ask for him. Because of this, some busybodies created a genius ranking to record the scientists who had been taken away by the Voyager over the years. Only the scientists on this list could be called geniuses. The others were only inferior. Other than these few lost empires, there was still the Watcher. The news of their prophet's departure was widely circulated in the idealistic civilization, but the Watcher didn't react much and remained calm. However, this calmness gave people a feeling that a storm was coming. Li Wenyuan's research spaceship once again came to the border area of the Watcher for the purpose of searching for human relics. Ever since he had been to the Emerald Tomb, he had thought that he would never have anything to do with this lost empire again, but now he had no choice. His target was another Holy Land planet called Walled Garden. At present, there were already 2 Holy Land planets that were related to humans. Li Wenyuan was already thinking about whether the third Holy Land planet had any ruins. Then, what did the Watcher, who regarded these 3 planets as Holy Lands, have to do with humans? Chapter 75, Walled Garden. The Walled Garden was another Holy Land planet belonging to the Watcher. Just like the Emerald Tomb, visiting here wouldn't incur the punishment of the Watcher. In fact, due to its excellent ecological environment, in addition to tourists and pilgrims, some biologists also had a special liking for this place. A large number of video records about the Holy Land were also spread in the Milky Way. Of course, Li Wenyuan had also seen the recordings of these places, but he didn't discover anything useful from them. From all aspects, the Holy Land planets were extremely ordinary. Other than the sacred meaning given to them by the Watcher, there was nothing worth paying attention to. Then what would humans leave behind on these planets? What does the Watcher, who regards this place as a holy land, have to do with humans? As he pondered, the research spaceship approached the Holy Land. Unlike the deathly stillness of the Emerald Tomb, the Walled Garden indeed had a thriving ecological system. In addition to various types of vegetation, a large number of strange-looking animals also formed a stable food chain here. Li Wenyuan even saw some rare creatures that were being sold as pets at high prices in the private market. Perhaps it was not just tourists who came here, but also poachers who risked their lives for money. However, perhaps due to the deterrence of the Watcher, the poachers only dared to engage in small-scale poaching. They would even actively stop other poachers and carry out ecological maintenance for a certain period of time when they sensed that the food chain was about to collapse. Perhaps they were more concerned about this place than the biologists and the Watcher. Just as Li Wenyuan had expected, the rough scan did not yield any results. The various detectors that he had activated, including the Chinook equipment, did not find anything unusual either. He had no choice but to let a large number of drones continue to scan carefully and wait for a new round of results. Grey Wind had also come here. However, compared to Li Wenyuan's desire to find the remains of humans, she was obviously more interested in the life forms of the Holy Land. Did you see that? That animal can breathe fire. She excitedly pointed at a tall deer-shaped creature that was spitting flames, her eyes filled with uncontrollable curiosity. Li Wenyuan also noticed this scene and immediately discovered something strange about the Walled Garden. The creatures here seemed to have a certain level of Chinook ability potential. It was like a canine whose body structure, logically, would not be suitable for flight, but its main food was actually birds. Moreover, they did not even use sneak attacks to hunt birds that landed on the ground. Instead, they could directly fly into the sky and chased after the birds. Such a situation was very different from the common belief of the idealistic civilization that consciousness determines Chinook energy. They believed that creatures without intelligence should not be able to use Chinook energy. But the Chinook detector's reading is normal. It only detected a thin layer of Chinook surrounding the planet. It's normal on a holy land. Is it because the animals here have been immersed in Chinook for such a long time that they have developed an instinctive way of using Chinook? Li Wenyuan felt that something was not quite right. If Chinook could be grasped so easily, the idealistic civilizations would not need to go through so much trouble to enter the void realm. His intuition told him that this situation was related to the ruins left behind by humans. Other than the research spaceship and the compound nanobots, someone related to the Watcher also arrived on this planet today. To be precise, he wasn't considered a member of the Watcher. He no longer planned on returning to that place filled with false beliefs. Holy Land. How long has it been since I last came here? He murmured as he strolled along the forest path. He was Zaklon, a prophet who was still praised by the idealistic civilization even after he left. As a saint of the Watcher, his looks weren't that outstanding. It didn't seem to match the image of a prophet. The high priest had suggested to him countless times to use genetic means to improve his physique, but he had rejected this action. He believed that he did not have any physical defects. He was proud of his birth and his body. He did not need external interference to destroy this purity. However, this was just a small matter in his life. He had been an ordinary person for as long as he could remember. He was neither the chosen one who was born with knowledge nor a Chinook practitioner who possessed powerful Chinook power. He was like many ascetics in the Watcher. He trained his mental strength through meditation every day and ensured his health through labor. Originally, his life was going to be very ordinary, but due to some accident or some unknown purpose, the ordinary Zaklon was chosen to be prophet. At first, he thought that God had blessed him, but he soon understood the truth behind it. He only existed as a spiritual idol that gathered faith. His name spread, and his deeds were praised by his believers. Zaklon, who had been cultivating in the temple since he was born, only learned of his sacred deeds of traveling across the stars in the universe, influencing the bloodthirsty beast, and enlightening the ignorant sentient beings through the internet. There were icings from other idealistic civilizations who issued decrees to exploit the people in his name. There were also empires that had nothing to do with him that swore to fight for him, and then crazily expanded and seized resources. He tried to explain, but all his words could be purposefully misinterpreted and become a useful oracle. His fanatical believers revered him, and the enormous spiritual power he had gathered became an important part of the Watcher's exploration of the Void Realm. And he, Zaklon, a nobody, was unwillingly carried forward by the tide of history. Purpose and deception, greed and desire, these are the most common things in the Milky Way. Great things are rare. Enlightened ones, if you see this scene, will you regret your actions? Zaklon sighed and pushed aside the bushes in front of him. A purple light flashed, and his vision suddenly became clear. A huge circular courtyard appeared in the dense forest. The flowers here grew neatly. Even if no one came to maintain them, the plants seemed to maintain their growth order spontaneously. Many animals rested here, and they could see animals that were supposed to be predators and prey interacting harmoniously. There seemed to be a mysterious force calming all the creatures here, and the source of that force was the giant obelisk in the center of the courtyard. An ancient aura lingered on it, but there was no sign of damage, as if time could not leave a mark on it. Countless statues were placed around the obelisk. These were statues of all the saints in history that the Watchers could trace. Even though most of them were already vague, and the Watchers only knew that such a person had once appeared in history and was called a saint. Nevertheless, they were still placed here as faceless sculptures. Among them, the sculpture closest to the obelisk was the most special. Its statue was the most blurry, and even its figure was only roughly visible. It seemed that even the sculptor didn't know what it should look like. He could only try his best to show the differences between it and the other saints. It appeared to probably be a creature of another species. It was hard to imagine that the Watcher would erect a statue of another life form. Li Wenyuan, who was still scanning the planet, detected an extremely weak abnormal wave with his Chinook detector the moment Zaklon entered the obelisk courtyard. He did not ignore of this anomaly. A large number of drones followed and soon arrived at a hole in the center of the forest. This place looked normal, but Li Wenyuan saw an animal strolling around and disappearing into the hole. It was obvious that there was a special space here that required Chinook power to enter. Li Wenyuan guessed that it was most likely another crack in the Void Realm, just like the pyramid in the Emerald Tomb. Chapter 76, Guess what exploded? Considering that the gap of the Void Realm in the walled garden required Chinook energy to enter, Li Wenyuan realized he could use the Chinook crystals he had obtained from the Emerald Mausoleum. This thing was not only a recorder, but it could also open a small space that led to the void realm. He might be able to enter the hidden place through this place. Since he didn't bring any synthetic humanoids, he simply let Grey Wind activate the crystal. As for the energy needed to activate the Chinook crystal, it came from his research spaceship. As he had expected, after the Chinook crystal was activated, a crack appeared in the depths of the forest. Purple gas floated inside, and it seemed to be the inside the void realm. However, after entering it, he found himself in a normal world. It was as if everything he saw from the outside was fake. This place was like a courtyard. In the center was a huge eye-catching obelisk, and there was a circle of sculptures surrounding the obelisk. This monumental building naturally attracted Li Wenyuan's attention. Just like the pyramid on the Emerald Tomb, this obelisk seemed to be the work of humans. The result was not beyond his expectations. The moment he saw the obelisk, the database reacted. Chinook Beacon. Introduction: warping through the void realm is a dangerous act. We have no choice but to build a beacon at the crack to prevent our spaceship from getting lost in the void realm. New technology has been added to the technology tree. Li Wenyuan, who hadn't seen this pleasant string of words for a long time, opened the technology tree interface with interest and saw a special technology. Advancement into the void realm. Technology level 5. Introduction: with the guidance of the Chinook Beacon, we can enter the void realm and attempt to communicate with those ancient beings. Maybe we can gain some benefits from it, but we also need to be prepared to bear the price. Special note: we need a Chinook Beacon and a crack in the void realm. If there are no void realm cracks around us, we can only build the Chinook Beacon into a giant construction project and forcefully break into the void realm. Is there really a way to truly enter the void realm now? Li Wenyuan was quite interested in this. Although the Chinook crystal could also enter the void realm, it might not be considered as entering the void realm in the true sense. After all, the space was too small, more like an inconspicuous corner of the void realm. Then, would I have a chance to see the end of reincarnation? He thought of the guy who blew up a part of his circular world. Until now, he still hadn't been able to completely repair it. I can go in and take a look in the future. He had already planned where to make the Chinook Beacon, but Grey Wind's voice attracted his attention again. There's a person there. From his appearance, he seems to be the main race of the Watcher. Hui Feng was still holding the Chinook crystal, but her eyes were already fixed on Zaklon, who was standing in front of the obelisk. At this moment, Zaklon did not notice that an uninvited guest had barged in. He was still immersed in sadness, holding the obelisk and sighing. Only then did Li Wenyuan notice that there was someone else here. However, he immediately realized that this person looked a little familiar. After flipping through the database for a while, he found the corresponding name in the celebrities of the idealistic civilization. Zaklon, the prophet recognized by the Lost Empire, the Watchman. At the same time, he is also the prophet of all idealistic civilizations. He is ranked first in the book The 100 Most Influential Intelligent Life Forms in the Milky Way. Once, he had briefly read through the book when he was bored and was surprised to find that it was quite interesting. One of characters mentioned was even a giant fungi. He was selected because his body tissue could improve cell vitality and prolong life. After analysis and mass production, it had become a must-have consumer product for the lower and middle-class citizens of many civilizations in the Milky Way. However, the fungi was already dead. The cause of death was dissection. The scientists who studied him did not realize that he was an intelligent creature when they dismantled his body tissues. When the fungi used spores to arrange words, the scientists realized what they had done. However, the fungus had completely lost its intelligence. After reading the words, it was probably some kind of insulting words. Even so, the scientists still strongly recommended this fungi life form and it was successfully selected into the book The 100 Most Influential Intelligent Life Forms in the Galaxy. After Li Wenyuan confirmed that the person in front of the obelisk was Zaklon, he was prepared to let Grey Wind represent him in the exchange. There was probably a reason why this escaped prophet would appear here. After all, he had heard quite a bit about Zaklon's deeds. A famous person from the Lost Empire should know a lot of things. Perhaps he could know of some news that might be related to humans? However, before Grey Wind could say anything, Zaklon, who was in a sad mood, felt a particularly uncomfortable aura intruding into this place. Although his Chinook power was weak, he still had Chinook power. The metal, which was incompatible with the environment, still triggered his Chinook reaction. Chapter 77, Guess What Exploded? 2. He instantly came back to his senses and looked at the intruder warily, then revealed an incredulous expression. You are a robot? No, how could a robot come in here, but you are a robot. Zaklon's Shinik senses had already discovered that the humanoid was made up of countless tiny nanobots, but nanobots were still robots. At this moment, the knowledge of Shinik ability that he had been taught since he was born collapsed. He could not understand why robots, who were thought to never have true consciousness in the idealistic society, could travel through the space of the void realm. It completely overturned his understanding that consciousness determines Shinik energy. However, Grey Wind did not answer his question. Instead, she loyally carried out Li Wenyuan's request. None of that matters. What matters is why you are here. This place doesn't seem to be a place that is often open to the public. Why would a prophet like you, who left, come here? Didn't you say you were looking for God's chosen one? Zaklon, who was still in shock, calmed down a little. Seeing that the robot did not make any threatening moves, he calmed down and said, "This is the Holy Land, and it's also one of the places where we originated from. I came here to check the oracle left behind by the enlightened ones and find a way to save the people. Since I've answered your question, can you also answer mine?" When Grey Wind heard Zaklon's words, she glanced at the research spaceship in the sky and quickly received a message from Li Wenyuan. She said directly, "I know what you want to ask. I used a Shinik crystal to enter this place. By the way, this Shinik crystal was taken from your emerald tomb." He had thought that Zaklon would be shocked and angry when he found out about this, but he seemed to be relieved and said, "I see, according to the oracle, there will be a day when someone will take that crystal away. Since you can take it away, there is no problem for you to come here." Listening to Zaklon's self-comforting words, Li Wenyuan caught a key point. Oracle? Could this be a message left behind by a human? After thinking for a while, he asked Grey Wind to continue asking, "Tell me about the oracle? I'm also quite interested in the enlightened ones. The oracle is on this obelisk. If you are the ones chosen by the enlightened ones, you will definitely be able to understand the meaning of the oracle." As he spoke, Zaklon moved away from the obelisk and continued to narrate the contents of the oracle that they had analyzed. Li Wenyuan's research spaceship and Grey Wind also arrived in front of the obelisk and quickly saw what the oracle was. Because Grey Wind had been influenced by the beginner's books left by humans, she knew how to read them. Needless to say, Li Wenyuan was very sure that the so-called oracle was in Chinese. However, due to the huge difference between the content of the oracle and what Zaklon said, Grey Wind couldn't hold back her laughter for a long time and laughed out loud. The contents of the oracle engraved on the obelisk were: "Old things in the void realm. You're good at being disgusting, aren't you? We'll see if we block your house after we finish repairing the road." From the advanced construction team. Such a spiteful sentence that was twisted into a great story of redemption and sacrifice by Zaklon. And the Watchers became a great civilization that had inherited the spiritual legacy of the enlightened ones, who had left behind this oracle. All right, it's indeed an unexpected great story. In the end, Li Wenyuan didn't let Grey Wind correct their misinterpretation. Zaklon also revealed a happy expression, as if he was proud of his race's identity. But then, his eyes dimmed again and he said with a sigh, "But who would have known that after a long time, our goal has already twisted from following the enlightened ones to this?" Why would you say that? Grey Wind asked curiously. From Zachary's tone, they seemed to be related to humans? This was also what Li Wenyuan was curious about. It was just a small matter. We cannot even remember our origins, but with the help of Shinik power, we can catch a short glimpse of our past selves. At that time, we were still a group of wild animals that couldn't think. However, with the help of the enlightened ones who couldn't be seen clearly, we touched the stars. What happened after that was a long blank, and then it directly transitioned to us now. After a series of explorations, we firmly believe that the enlightened ones had left this galaxy. The walled garden, the place with the ruins belonging to the enlightened ones, has also been designated as a holy land by us. There was once a saint who wanted to replicate the miracle of the enlightened ones here, but he failed. His body fused with this planet, stimulating the Shinik potential of all the animals here, but this is far from giving them intelligence. Li Wenyuan obtained a new piece of information from Zaklon's narration. That was that the Watchers seemed to have come into contact with humans in ancient times. As for the blank history, it might be the result of humans dealing with that unknown threat. After all, he did not understand the background of his administration matrix. Since the Watcher of one of the lost empires has such a connection, would the other lost empires have similar experiences? Li Wenyuan couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. But before he could think about it carefully, he suddenly realized that Zaklon's face had turned pale, as if he had sensed something terrifying. What happened to you? Grey Wind also noticed the situation and asked. On the other hand, Zaklon said with difficulty, I think we should get out of here as soon as possible, something not too good has blown up. A few minutes ago, on the third hold land planet of the Watcher, near the Pure Treasure. On this holy land planet, there was a magical atomic clock that had been discovered by a group of people long ago. It was counting down continuously. They thought that it was something left behind by the Watcher, so they didn't pay much attention to it. As for the Watcher themselves, they didn't care about such a small atomic clock. In their opinion, it was fine as long as they didn't colonize the holy planet, defile the sanctity, or make a mess of it. However, they might not have considered the fact that this atomic clock was a bomb that could destroy a planet. Or rather, they didn't think that anyone would dare to challenge their dignity with a bomb. After the atomic clock's countdown ended, it exploded. At the same time, the materialistic Lost Empire, the Voyager, also received the signal from the atomic clock at the last second. One of their scientists nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Our clock bomb is accurate to the nanosecond. It has been exactly 42 years and 3 days. How would these stupid idealists react? Would their gods be able to find the real culprit? Let us wait and see. Chapter 78, The Beginning of the Anomaly. Something had exploded in the Watcher's holy land, the Pure Treasure. However, other than a small number of people who knew about it, most civilizations were still in the dark. The Pure Treasure, which was originally a tourist attraction, had now become a poisonous planet. The toxic atmosphere covered the surface of the planet, cutting off any possibility of survival for most creatures. The once glamorous surface had been scarred by the atomic clock bomb. It was hard to imagine that this was once a holy land. As the sacred land held a special place in the hearts of the idealistic civilizations, especially the Watcher, every person with psionic ability potential had a special telepathic connection with it. Therefore, when they sensed that one of the holy lands, the Pure Treasure one, had suddenly disappeared, all of them were shocked. The Watcher immediately launched an indiscriminate broadcast to the galaxy where the Pure Treasure was located. That was once a sacred land. You don't understand the true consequences of your crimes. However, you will soon know. Where are you guys? The Watcher, who wanted to catch the culprit in the act, didn't see any ships or life forms near the Pure Treasure. Other than the planets that were still spinning and the holy land that had become uninhabitable, there was no movement in the entire galaxy. It was as if the holy land had exploded by itself. But the Watcher knew that it was impossible. Someone had to have done it. Priest. High Priest. The saint attendants have already begun to awaken, and the ascetics are also in a state of agitation, demanding that those who defile the holy land be severely punished. One of the leaders of the Watcher, the High Priest, was standing in the temple, listening to the spiritual signals sent by his subordinates. Cultivating spiritual telepathy was a necessary course for every practitioner. It was a convenience brought about by psionic power and also an important means for them to improve the cohesiveness of their race. Since everyone was connected to each other, all schemes and plots seemed to be exposed. However, the High Priest did not immediately take action. Instead, he carefully sensed something through a strange spherical machine in front of him. He was trying to sense the level of the people's spiritual power fluctuations and whether they could meet his requirements. Ever since Prophet Zaklon left, this power had increased greatly due to grief. And this time, the explosion of the Holy Land seemed to have successfully broken through every boundary. After sensing for a while, he revealed a satisfied smile and immediately sent an imperial order to all the people in the territory. The passage of time may have made the Milky Way forget our existence. Even if we don't want to participate in these annoying things again, there are always people who try to cross our bottom line. Was it a provocation? Was it disdain? Or do they think we're no longer as glorious as we were in the past? All of this will be revealed after we announce our return to the Milky Way. All those who oppose us must choose destruction or surrender. At the same time as the High Priest's announcement, Zaklon, who was on the walled garden of the Holy Land, reacted. Something bad had exploded. Zaklon's expression was a little ugly, which immediately attracted Grey Wind's curiosity. What exploded? My psionic link can no longer sense the existence of the other Holy Land, the Pure Treasure. This usually means that the Holy Land has suffered irreversible damage. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Watcher won't let it go. Although no one in the entire Milky Way knows the consequences of blowing up the Holy Land, based on my understanding of the High Priest and my people's fanatism, this matter is likely to not just lead to punishing the culprits. He became a little anxious. He looked at the stars while walking back and forth, as if he was thinking of a solution. You mean? They will no longer be silent, but will once again join the Milky Way. Zaklon answered with certainty. At the same time, he said, unfortunately, I have to go back, even though I still have many things to discuss with you. But my friend has already made a mistake. One don't want him to do more harm. With that, Zaklon left the place. Li Wenyuan pondered for a moment and then remembered something. Let's hurry up and take a look at the pure treasure. I hope we can make it in time. There were already 2 holy lands related to humans belonging to the Watcher. No matter how Li Wenyuan thought about it, it was impossible for the 3rd holy land not to be related to humans. However, from Zaklon's tone, it seemed like the Watcher wouldn't be so easy to talk to soon. It was unknown if they could even get close to the Holy Land. However, what worried him the most was the human ruins on the pure treasure. The explosion that could destroy the Holy Land sounded powerful. It was very likely that he would not receive anything when he went over. However, as long as there was a sliver of hope, he would try to salvage the situation. Therefore, after Grey Wind flew back to the research spaceship, the warp to the pure treasure galaxy began. The familiar spatial reorganizing fluctuations were activated once again. In the blink of an eye, the position of the flying ship changed and arrived near the pure treasure. The situation of the galaxy here didn't seem to be any different, except for the Holy Land pure treasure that was already filled with a poisonous atmosphere. The atomic clock bomb had destroyed the ecosystem on the surface and produced a large amount of toxic gas. However, this poison was only effective on ordinary creatures. The only thing that would affect mechanical beings was the corrosive gas. However, this kind of corrosion didn't work on the research spaceship and the Grey Wind. What was even more surprising was that as soon as Li Wenyuan approached the pure treasure, he received the remaining human signals. The ruins left behind by humans were surprisingly strong and not destroyed in the explosion. At the same time, the explosion disrupted the psionic power that was supposed to surround the planet, so that he could receive the signal as soon as he arrived, unlike the other 2 holy lands that required detailed exploration to discover traces. According to the experience of the first 2 holy lands, there seems to be a void realm crack on every planet of the Holy Lands, and the remains of humans are generally built there. He traced the source of the signal and found the ruins of humans as well as the crack here. Experimental Void Realm Siphon. Introduction. It has always been our consensus that there is a huge power in the Void Realm. It is a waste to leave this power unused. Other civilizations might not be able to use it efficiently, but we can. Void Realm Absorption Experiment. Technology Level 6. Introduction. We may try to extract the power of the Void Realm for our use, whether it is for development or destruction. If this theory is feasible, then we might not be limited to this dimension anymore. Possible technology, none. What was left in the ruins seemed to be an experimental machine, but it had been shut down long ago and not destroyed in an explosion. Humans might have tried to use it before, but for some reason, they gave up on it. And since the Watcher had designated this place as a holy land, they must have discovered this machine. Then have they started to extract the power of the Void Realm for their own use? 11 Li Wenyuan left the galaxy in a hurry. Since he had already found what he wanted, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. The galaxy was silent again, but as time passed, there were more and more abnormal movements in the territory of the Watcher. The civilizations of the Milky Way noticed this abnormality, but they did not know what was going on. It was only when a galactic tourist who loved to travel could not find the pure treasure that they realized that something big was about to happen in the Milky Way. It was not only the Watcher who was acting abnormally. Underneath the glamorous surface of the sea of stars, undercurrents were surging, too. Countless civilizations were closely observing the Watcher's every move, but they were all thinking. Would this be a new opportunity or an irresistible threat? Chapter 79, Undercurrents Surging. The slight commotion in the galaxy of the ancient heavens was the beginning of everything. This galaxy was the mother galaxy of the Watcher, and there were 2 extremely habitable Gaia planets inside, the Heavenly Throne and the Temple of the Sky. Most of the Watcher's population lived here. It was also one of the holy lands of many idealistic civilizations, but the Watcher themselves did not agree with such a statement. The only holy lands they recognized were the Emerald Tomb, the Walled Garden, and the Pure Treasure. However, This didn't affect many people from the idealist civilization from coming to this star system for a pilgrimage. The first civilization to know about the unusual movements of the Watchers was their vassal civilization. Similar to the Voyager, they would occasionally improve the native civilizations, teach the natives, and guide the natives to walk the path of ideals. The vassal civilizations, which were originally calm, had long realized the abnormality of their mother nation and immediately entered a state of tension. They discovered that the signal communication within the territory of the Watcher had become extremely complicated. More and more spaceships began to move within the galaxy. Even though they did not receive any news from the mother nation, this dangerous anomaly still aroused their vigilance. A period of time passed. Other than the vassal civilizations, more and more galactic civilizations also noticed the unusual movements of the Watcher. A large number of ancient fleets began to enter and leave the border galaxies, and extremely advanced reconnaissance ships began to visit those ancient and destroyed planets. Due to the heavy atmosphere, almost no civilization dared to pass through the border of the Watcher. They all tried their best to stay away from them. Manager, the Watcher has restored the data link of the investigative beacon and reactivated those abandoned reconnaissance stations. Beside Blenning, a subordinate was reporting the information they had obtained in a low voice. The Lost Empire's abnormal movements had become the hottest topic of discussion in the Milky Way. Although Krabow did not have a trading station near the Watcher, they were also very concerned about this matter. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the Watcher seems to intend to return to the big chessboard of the Milky Way. All right, you can leave first. Blenning suddenly interrupted his subordinate's narration. There was no emotion in his eyes. No one could tell what he thought about this matter. The subordinate didn't ask any more questions and left the room with his body lowered. After he left, Blenning turned on a projection device and saw a holographic image from his boss. Blenning, I don't think I need to tell you more about the recent hot topics in the Milky Way. The Watcher's every move proves that they want to participate in this galactic opera. Although we don't know what the other lost empires will think of this, we still need to be prepared. You'll be in charge of the administrator. Try your best to get familiar with them. If you need anything, you can request for approval from the headquarters. It's enough as long as you can gain some favor from them. We haven't been established in this galaxy for long enough. Anything involving the lost empires must be treated with caution. There can't be any mistakes. At the same time, pay attention to the administrator's recent situation. It would be best if you can find out their attitude towards the Watcher. Listening to his superior's serious words, Blenning's heart gradually became heavy. They were Megacorp, an interstellar company that prioritized profits and was committed to selling their products to all parts of the Milky Way. If it was a war between ordinary civilizations, they would definitely be quite happy. It was not like they had never profited from war before. However, if it was a war involving the lost empires, they could only try their best to avoid becoming one of the many specks of dust in history. The only thing he could be glad about was that Krabow's headquarters was quite far from the Watcher. Even if the Watcher started war, it would take a long time for them to be affected. After reading the information on the holographic projection, Blenning fell into a short silence. He could hear the pessimism in his superior's words, but he soon felt a sense of excitement. Danger and opportunity coexisted. He had once escaped the threat of the Killer Bee colony and became a famous figure in the company. Although he was only the person in charge of a small trading land, his other identity was the person in charge of the lost robotic empire. This was enough to make him an existence above tens of thousands of people. People in the same level of trading enclave had to obey his orders. This time, the abnormal movements of the Watcher seemed to be evidence of the opening of an epic era. Then, can a small fry like him have a chance to become a member of it? There were many other galactic civilizations who shared his thoughts. With the Turbulence Empire as the leader, the few monarch-based civilizations began to discuss the plan to sign a joint defense agreement. They had been above the masses for too long and were not willing to be under the command of others, even if the other party was the Lost Empire. The Mingbo science and technology dictatorship and a few neighboring civilizations were still in an alliance. They had just divided up the legacy of the Pegchiti race. Having enjoyed such benefits, they had long set their sights on the Pyro alliance. However, since the Ironheart exterminators was still eyeing them from the rear, they maintained a friendly attitude on the surface. And the unusual movements of the Watchers strengthened their determination to maintain the alliance. Furthermore, the idealist civilizations were not completely ecstatic about this. On the contrary, other than the vassal civilizations of the Watcher, most of the idealistic civilizations were worried. Although they revered the Watcher, it didn't mean that they liked to lose their autonomy and become a part of others. Every civilization that could survive the cruel natural selection and embrace the universe in the long process of development would not want their pride to be reduced to the glory of others. Among them, the Duncan race was the fiercest. After they had made great achievements in the Void Realm, they were showered with gifts. Many unsolvable scientific problems had been miraculously solved, and their resources and output were rising rapidly. As a result, the thoughts of peacefulness and equality that had been popular in the country were rapidly changing. As Shinik users were divided into strong and weak, classifying social status according to Shinik talent had even become the norm in the Duncan race. The equality of the past was gone. Even if the people did not realize this, authoritarianism had already been deeply rooted in their hearts. The Duncan race, whose business was thriving, was not willing to see their grand ambitions destroyed by the Watcher. Amid the undercurrents, they had even made deals with some of the old interstellar civilizations. Most of the unusual movements of ordinary civilizations were similar, but the vassal civilizations of the Voyager were very different. Unlike other civilizations, they had long known that the clock bomb that had blown up the Holy Land planet had been set off by their mother nation. The unusual movements of the Watcher had long been within their expectations. Moreover, from the information leaked by some of the Voyager scientists who came to teach, their mother nation might have had a bad relationship with the Watcher a long time ago. Although the long period of time seemed to have diluted this hatred, they knew that the fanaticism brought by revenge would sooner or later spread to this galaxy again. Although they did not want war, they had made ample preparations for war a long time ago because they would have no choice as a vassal civilization. The stars rotated, and as the sun and moon alternated, the gaze landed on the lost robotic empire, which was located in a corner. It seemed that the administrator had no interest in the upcoming events in the Milky Way. They still maintained a large number of research spaceships flying around the Milky Way. However, Li Wenyuan, who had made the latest discovery in the ruins, frowned and kept thinking about something. A string of encrypted information was unearthed from a relic on Earth. After being deciphered, the text fragment left behind was as follows. No. N027, First Pressure Resistance Test. After countless simulations in the virtual world, we finally decided to trigger a controlled crisis in the real Milky Way to test whether the civilization formed under our spoon-feeding inspiration can resist the upcoming threat. Test result, failed. Most of them have regressed to the Aboriginal era, or even lower. Only a small portion can maintain their incomplete state and still have the ability to travel through interstellar space. This won't do. Is it true that a civilization that is too rapid cannot form a stable state of civilization? Then, we can only do our best next time. This message was very short, but the content made Li Wenyuan's heart feel unprecedentedly heavy. He felt that he had already gotten a glimpse of the history of the lost empires in the galaxy, but he was more concerned about the threat that was repeatedly mentioned. How much longer is there? Can we solve it with our current abilities? He had such a question, and then looked at the Milky Way star map. The color blocks that represented the territories of many civilizations filled the monotonous colors here. I hope the Milky Way won't have too much internal friction. Chapter 80, Until Death. The dilapidated dock was repaired and adjusted again, and the once silent Titan battleship assembly plant was back online. The entire galaxy was paying attention to the same question: when this once sleeping giant decides to restore his former glory, who will be the first one to futilely attempt to stop him? Greywind shook her head and read out the promotional slogan of the latest galaxy blockbuster, The Awakened Empire. She seemed to like this description very much. Speculative businessmen would not let go of such a big event that would affect the entire Milky Way. They worked overtime to produce similar blockbusters in their respective civilizations. A dormant ancient civilization once again announced their existence to the world, and the young civilizations united against a common enemy, forming the Milky Way Federation and waging a fierce war with the ancient civilization. The description was extremely epic. The ending of the movie was naturally the repentance and sacrifice of the unfriendly civilization, the struggle of the friendly civilization, and the climax of the protagonist's civilization turning the tide, sweeping the arrogant old antique into the trash heap of history. Li Wenyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the territory of the Watcher on the star map that was expanding. Not long ago, the Watcher had issued a notice to the entire galaxy. They would revive their ancient authority, crush all those who oppose them, and find the criminal who had defiled the Holy Land. However, for now, they had not met any opponents. The Milky Way was still very big, and it would take a long time for their borders to touch the first interstellar civilization. However, the vassal civilizations of the Watcher were different. They became active when their mother country decided to expand, and they felt like pawns. The Watcher didn't expect them to do anything, but they still felt that they should do something. Although they did not have an ancient hatred or an ancient enemy, it was easy to find an excuse for war. Thus, the Milky Way, which had not been calm for long, began to shake again. I hope this incident will stop soon. Li Wenyuan sincerely hoped that the Milky Way would be peaceful, because he had many relics that he had yet to finish excavating. He also did not want the originally peaceful Milky Way to become chaotic. If the war affected him, he might have no choice but to get involved. At that time, the efficiency of his excavation of the ruins would be greatly reduced. However, not all civilizations in the Milky Way shared his hopes. There were many speculators and schemers. Whether it was for revenge or for resources, all kinds of friction were stirred up, and the situation was gradually transforming into instability. The sovereign kingdom of Seculus was an interstellar civilization that pursued a pro-foreign policy. From the moment they looked at the starry sky, they firmly believed that the universe was not that cold. Even the expansion of the universe could not pull apart the hearts of every civilization. Even though some people looked down on their naivety, it was undeniable that the enthusiasm of the sovereign of Seculus had indeed infected many civilizations. Even an aggressor would ask himself from the bottom of his heart when he wanted to make a move on them, why would you do that? Is it just to satisfy your desire to expand and plunder? You could say that they had many friends, but you could also say that they had no friends at all. A relationship maintained solely by passion was far less stable than a relationship maintained by interests, but at least the sovereign kingdom of Seculus was satisfied with the current situation. They believed that as long as they continued to love forever, they would one day form a Milky Way family. Leader. We found an ownerless pirate ship full of minerals at the border. The leader of the sovereign kingdom of Seculus was still dealing with official matters when he heard the news from his assistant. He immediately revealed a happy expression. Is this the Milky Way repaying our kindness? We really lack this resource now. Hurry up and unload the minerals on it. He instructed his assistant, but after a while, a sad voice came from the other end. We just passed by a spaceship from the Keen Empire. They were clearly about to leave, but they suddenly turned back and said that the spaceship belonged to them. But we didn't find any traces of the Keen Empire up there. When the leader heard the aggrieved voice, he was silent for a while before comforting him. It's okay. Since they said it's theirs, then give it back to them. It's good to make friends. But your work is quite hard. I'll give you a paid leave. During this time, you can go to the resort planet to play for a while and have a good rest. The leader used a generous paid vacation to shut his assistant up, but before he left, the assistant still asked with confusion, Leader, why do we always have to give in? Can't we be tougher like the other civilizations? The leader was stunned for a moment before he replied. If there is an absolute moral law in our society, it is to embrace the stars with a smile. The Milky Way is endless, and the birth of every civilization is unique. As long as we persevere, we will be understood by everyone sooner or later. His words were full of hope for the future. Even the assistant was infected by this emotion and said seriously. I understand. I will continue to walk down this path from now on. The assistant's understanding made the leader feel deeply gratified, and this once again strengthened his path of spreading enthusiasm. A few days later, the leader, who was still busy with official business, suddenly received an abnormal notice from the experts of the Ministry of Science. The signal of the resort galaxy has been cut off. He frowned and quickly asked, What's going on? Leader, it seems that someone has cut off the external communication there. The Defense Department has already sent a fleet to check. Could it be pirates? If they are pirates, make sure the Defense Department does not attack them. Pirates usually ask for money. Give them as much as they want. It would be best if we could spend money to eliminate the disaster. Although the leader had told the experts this, he had a strange premonition that something terrible was about to happen. After thinking about it, he felt that it was still not enough. He sent another message to the Defense Department, asking them to hurry over. Then, he sat back at his desk. He could not calm down no matter what. The anxiety made him extremely uneasy. He looked at the communication device beside him every few seconds. Suddenly, there was a sound from the communication device. The leader rushed over and answered the call instantly. Hello? How was it? Was it pirates? How much do they want? However, the sound on the other end was very noisy. There were occasional sharp whistles and explosions, and the background was filled with all kinds of crying and screaming. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He looked at the message on his communicator and realized that it was from his assistant who was on leave. Hey, hey! Are you all right? What's going on over there? What's wrong with the resort planet? He asked a few questions in a row, but he never heard an answer. This made his bad feeling stronger and stronger. After a long time, the assistant's weak voice came, as if he was seriously injured and about to die. Leader, I see a light in the sky, a very, very bright light, almost reaching here. Should I embrace it too? This was the assistant's last words. The next moment, there was only a series of buzzing sounds in the communication device. It was as if something had hit that place, causing the life on the other side to enter another world forever. The leader's pupils constricted, and he began to frantically call out to the resort galaxy, but all he received was static. In the end, the communication was connected to the spaceship of the Defense Department. They arrived at the Holiday Star system and understood what had happened there. Leader, I need to tell you a piece of sad news. The Holiday planet has been blown to smithereens. There are no signs of life. At this moment, the leader seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. His movements even knocked over the ink on the desk. The blood-like red liquid stained the documents on the table. The lines of words that represented pro-foreigner also became blurry, just like the leader's heart that was gradually turning cold. Chapter 81, Chaos Begins. Compared to the long expansion path of the Watchers and the small skirmishes of the vassal civilizations, the galactic civilizations were more attracted by another matter. The Keen Empire had launched a war against the sovereign kingdom of Seculus. They had used the Colossus borrowed from the Turbulence Empire, a star destroyer, to completely destroy a holiday planet of the sovereign kingdom of Seculus, causing the deaths of tens of billions of people. Compared to the nano-plague used by Li Wenyuan and the Angel of Peace used by the Observer, which were relatively mild planetary obliteration weapons, the Keen Empire was using the Earth-shattering star this time. This kind of planetary obliteration weapon could directly destroy the planet itself. The Turbulence Empire usually used it to mine. However, the Keen Empire chose to use this weapon directly on a planet with a large number of living creatures. The resort planet had been destroyed from the core. The entire planet had been blown into pieces, and a large amount of mantle material had been thrown into space. There was no possibility of repair. Not to mention the people who could not be evacuated, most of whom were citizens of the sovereign kingdom of Seculus. The Turbulence Empire announced that the Colossus had nothing to do with them on the day they found out about this. It was completely the independent behavior of the Keen Empire. Even if they directly gave the Colossus to the Keen Empire, they had to distance themselves from this matter. Perhaps the Keen Empire had chosen to use the Colossus to blow up the resort planet of the sovereign kingdom of Seculus with such an intention. As for the sovereign kingdom of Seculus, no, it should be called the Seculus Vengeance Crusade. They were in a state of boundless anger. They reformed the previous pro-foreign government and established a dictatorial military government with a 100% voting rate. The former leader of the Union was the highest leader. At the inauguration ceremony, the leader swore that he would no longer trust any alien civilization. He would use the crudest means to destroy the Keen Empire and use the blood of the foreigners to comfort the souls of the billions of people in heaven. Thus, a war that was based on the premise of exterminating the other party's civilization erupted. The Seculus Vengeance Crusade announced to the entire Milky Way that they would wage a war against the Keen Empire. Even if they fought to the last man, they would never accept any peace. In the end, only one civilization would stand in the galaxy, between them and the Keen Empire. On the other hand, the Keen Empire's wishful thinking was good, but the agreements they signed with the other empires did not take effect. The treaty countries, led by the Turbulence Empire, rejected the request of the Keen Empire to participate in the war on the grounds that it was not a defensive war. In the end, the Milky Way civilizations tacitly watched the duel between the two civilizations. A large number of unmanned drones secretly flew to and from their battle zone. The purpose was to record the data of the battle so that they could be used to feed themselves and accumulate experience in space warfare. In addition, other than the open space war, there were also many assassinations and infiltration between them. Sometimes, the death of some key figures could determine the outcome of a battle. If they could obtain some confidential information through infiltration, they could even determine the victory of the entire war. The Milky Way war wasn't just about the big ships and cannons on the surface. The dark methods behind the scenes were also a part of the war. With the outbreak of this war, the balance of harmony was broken at this moment. More and more civilizations were actively or passively involved in war for various reasons. The smaller ones were like the Semi-Federation, a civilization that had once been served by the theme park mechanical servants. Their internal conflicts had already reached their peak, and a tiny spark had detonated this explosive barrel. The three races that had been at war in the galaxy since ancient times had once again fallen into chaos. The Federation from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. They still chose to fight in their home galaxy. The home planets of the three races were also here, becoming the first line of the war. Although the country gates were guarded, the former territory of the Semi-Federation was also divided into three parts under their own conscious infiltration. It felt like the three countries were standing on equal footing. And this would be internal strife to determine who was the overlord of the Semi-Federation. The Turbulence Empire, a powerful civilization that seemed independent and unaffected by anything, was also in trouble. Various small-scale guerrillas began to appear in their country. Not only did they wander in space, but they also had guerrillas in the cities. The parasitism that they were so proud of seemed to have been seen through long ago, and it was ineffective against these guerrilla fleets. The powerful but bloated fleet could not deal with the guerrilla fleets that ran away after hitting them. Through some residual images, they seemed to remember that this was a species that they had driven away a long time ago. They tried to track down the source, but the outcome was fruitless. This left them with no choice but to deal with the increasing number of uprisings in the country. As for the major wars, apart from the Seculous Vengeance Crusade and the Qin Empire, the alliance led by the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation also broke out in conflict with the Ironheart Exterminator. Although they didn't know why the Ironheart Exterminator didn't expand during this period of time, the alliance still decided to wage war against the Ironheart Exterminator due to the threat of the extermination regime. They didn't want to completely destroy Ironheart Exterminator, but at least they wanted to ensure the safety of their rear. Their main target was still the weak alliance formed by the Pyro Alliance and a few newborn civilizations. They needed to hurry up and not let the Pyro Alliance recruit more companions. The situation in the Milky Way was gradually becoming chaotic, and the culprit of all this, the Voyager who detonated the Holy Land with the clock bomb, had barely been affected. They also began the process of repairing the ancient factories and frequently entered and left the border. Having made a major breakthrough in technology, they decided to move around in the galaxy and try to eliminate their old rivals in the long river of history. However, compared to the Watcher who had already begun to expand, they still needed some time to prepare. However, the unusual movements of the Voyagers did not attract much attention in the chaotic galaxy. Other than the remaining lost empires and a few civilizations, it seemed that most civilizations were more or less involved in this vast theater and could not pay too much attention to external affairs. Krabao, who claimed to be able to watch from the sidelines for a while, was not spared either. Their old friend, the Killer Bee Colony, came looking for them as if they wanted revenge for what had happened to them. This time, the Killer Bee Colony had learned its lesson. Instead of approaching the territory of the administrators, they took a big detour to sneak attack the Krabao flying field on the other side of the galaxy. Krabao, who was flustered, had no choice but to personally participate in the war. It quickly fell into a quagmire and found it difficult to get out. However, there were many places that were not affected by this chaotic situation. For example, the four lost empires, the Observer, the Silent, the Administrator, and the Mediator, and their nearby galaxies were still peaceful and there were no signs of war. Li Wenyuan, who had been digging for a long time, finally remembered something. He called someone he had almost forgotten to the administration core. "Lillian, where is your mother planet?" He remembered this cat girl who looked almost identical to a human and asked her for clues. He was 100% sure that this creature could only be the work of humans. Then there should be clues on her home planet as to why humans did this. Perhaps he could learn the reason why humans left or died out, even if it might involve him in the war to a certain extent. Now that the Milky Way was in chaos, he was afraid that the indigenous creatures of the same species as Lillian would encounter something like deities fighting, mortals suffering, and end up with the extinction of their entire race. He was very powerful now, so it was not difficult for him to provide protection for a native. If someone wanted to ignore his will and forcefully threaten the civilization he protected, he would also let the other party understand what a one-sided war was. However, Lillian's question was full of question marks, as if she could not understand what the mother planet referred to. After a short pause, she said sincerely, "I don't know." Li Wenyuan was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood the reason. "I almost forgot that you guys are living in a primitive society. Asking you to provide planet coordinates is too difficult for your shallow scientific knowledge. This is not easy to find, the clues of the crashed spaceship could not trace Lilian's origins. Send another mission. He thought about it and decided to borrow the power of the Milky Way civilization again. After all, other than his research spaceships that flew all over the galaxy, there was also a large number of interstellar adventurers. Even in the current state of war, the adventurers' passion for exploration had never been extinguished. Considering the current situation in the Milky Way and comparing the rewards given by the observer to the favored civilization, he also decided to use a small Lost Empire fleet as the reward for this mission. There were 12 frigates and 1 battlecruiser. This was the fleet that the observer had given to the favored civilization. This amount was barely even the production amount for a day. Moreover, it was a self-defense force that could directly benefit him. It was much more attractive to interstellar civilizations than pure resource rewards. He was now equivalent to having 2 lost empires on his side. This small fleet was simply a snack between his teeth. It did not matter if he had it or not. However, it was very useful to other ordinary civilizations. After all, how could the products of the Lost Empire be bad? Thus, such a galactic stage play with widespread bloodshed and many subtle stories officially began in Chaos S. Chapter 82, Nomad Civilization. The Administrator has a mission again. When a piece of news that affected the entire galaxy was received by all the civilizations, even the 2 sides that were currently at war began to pay attention to this matter. The more they were at war, the more they needed to seek help. When they saw the reward, they could not hide their excitement. There was no other reason than the fact that the reward of the Lost Empire fleet was too attractive. Compared to resources, which could not immediately increase one's strength, the fleet, which could directly benefit, was obviously much more important. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the Milky Way forces were about to undergo a shake-up. At this critical juncture, any increase in national strength was extremely important. As a result, all kinds of adventurers wandering between the stars quickly became active, whether for their own civilization or for generous rewards. The adventurers who had official organizations behind them obviously had to start the engine of the spaceship first and find the way forward with limited clues. The various civilizations also offered bounties to the people, and those who could provide clues would also receive generous treatment. However, there was very little useful information about Li Wenyuan's mission. Other than Lilian's general body shape, there was only the useless filter condition of the planet may have a lot of vegetation. The adventurers in the Milky Way didn't seem to have a better method than searching the area and competing with luck. However, Li Wenyuan did not expect them to find it so quickly. While waiting for the harvest, he was also paying close attention to the expansion direction and war zones of the various factions. He prioritized exploring these places. He wanted to explore these dangerous places before the situation became even tenser so that he would not be left with anything but wreckage when he came back in the future. However, he, who was always unimpeded in the galaxy, encountered a rare obstacle at this time. You want me to pay the toll? When his research spacecraft passed by a space station, it received a message saying request for toll and was quickly surrounded by a group of armed spacecraft. This stunned Li Wenyuan, who hadn't met Rui Ji for a long time. In addition, the message was also filled with ear-piercing, sharp voices. Toll. Quack quack. Toll. Pay us toll. It sounded like a lunatic's nonsense, but the purpose of his words was quite obvious. They asked for a toll. No, this road was built by my ancestors. It's already good that I didn't ask you for a toll, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but complain. Then, he opened the star map very skillfully. The research spaceship was currently in the interstellar territory of the Kempler Raiders civilization and was stopped by these armed spaceships. However, he had used a lot of roads from other civilizations before, and no one had asked him for a toll. There were even many civilizations that welcomed them with open arms. Why was it different here? For this, he confirmed the remarks again. The Raiders civilization are a bunch of lunatics. They use many tattered ships that are pieced together to extort from the weak new civilizations. But they will also accept employment and attack other civilizations according to the employer's orders. This group of garbage bugs which make up the Raiders civilization once extorted the Turbulence Empire, threatening to harass their borders if they didn't pay, but they never considered that they were thousands of galaxies apart. However, the Turbulence Empire still spent a small sum of money to get rid of these garbage bugs, because they really couldn't stand being bombarded by harsh noises all day long. Therefore, after they tasted the sweetness, they seemed to have started to blackmail even more. After reading it, Li Wenyuan understood. So you are beggars. This raiders' civilization had no self-production capabilities. It was similar to raiders, relying on robbery and charity to survive. The only difference between them was that they were much more numerous than the raiders. They had already formed a large group, occupying several galaxies and even dividing their sphere of influence. As the location they had chosen was not bad, it was quite a distance away from every civilization. It was time-consuming and laborious to clear it out. Even if they couldn't defeat many civilizations, their harassment was still effective, and the raiders managed to earn their keep through extortion. Basically, every civilization had been extorted by them. Moreover, because they did not ask for much, they were too lazy to be bothered. They were basically sent away in a hurry. And this time, perhaps they were used to living a comfortable life, so they set their sights on a Lost Empire spaceship that was passing by. They felt that the Lost Empire would not bother to deal with them, and might even give them a large number of resources to get rid of their harassment. However, the better their wishful thinking was, the greater the impact of reality. Li Wenyuan wasn't going to let them off easily. A fleet immediately jumped into the system, and the raiders disappeared like snowflakes. In just a few minutes, the entire galaxy was basically wiped out, and it was difficult to organize any more effective forces. After resolving the obstacles on the way, the research spaceship and fleet left. A young raider saw this. He was a native of the raiders' civilization. He had been raised by the raiders since he was a child. They had influenced him, and now he regarded them as one of the greatest civilizations in the universe. After all, there seemed to be many civilizations that wanted to pay tribute. However, at this moment, he was on an escape ship, fleeing to other galaxies in a panic. He witnessed how the powerful army he regarded as his glory was crushed like an ant. And these small spaceships that were fleeing in all directions could not even arouse the other party's interest. He began to doubt his years of pampered life, and he began to yearn for greater power, just as powerful as this mysterious black fleet. In order to achieve his dream, he needed resources, population, a reasonable expansion plan, and, at the very least, it had to be civilized. What's the big deal about this kind of beggar-like life? The young raider punched the cabin angrily, and he was disgusted by the life he had been used to. As expected, being a pile of loose sand and not thinking of improving is the main culprit. Besides being trampled to death by a passing giant one day, it will never develop and grow. He began to think about the root of the problem and the current situation, but his lack of knowledge prevented him from going any further. Therefore, he prepared to improve himself in all aspects. He wanted to integrate these undisciplined, beggar-like raiders and lead the life he wanted. At the very least, he did not want to be treated as a beggar anymore. He wanted to be a terrifying existence like the master of the Black Fleet. Perhaps in the future, he would also have a presence on the Milky Way stage. Chapter 83, Ancient Battlefield. There was no progress on Lillian's mother planet. Although the interstellar civilizations were greedy for that fleet, they did not dare to deceive the Lost Empire. The situation in the Milky Way was still evolving, and the strange movements of the Voyager were becoming more and more known. Unlike the Watcher, there was a civilization nearby in the territory of the Voyager. This civilization was called the Kerr Alliance. Although it sounded very serious, the old foxes in the Milky Way preferred to call it a criminal enterprise. Yes, this was a megacorp similar to Krabau, and the difference between them was obvious. This enterprise mainly earned income from industries in the gray area. Every civilization more or less had some dark places. Although these places were still under the control of the government in the beginning, if criminal enterprises were involved, the situation would be different. Criminal enterprises did not hide their actions. Through infiltration from the black and gray areas, they could directly do business in the colonies of other civilizations, or even on their mother planets, without worrying about being punished. Because darkness could never be eliminated unless it was artificial intelligence or bees. As for the Lost Empire, it was a utopian lifestyle. No one would be interested in the things of a criminal enterprise. However, this was very disgusting for ordinary civilizations. Due to the financial support of criminal enterprises in the gray areas, many civilizations that had been harmed by them had high crime rates. They had to spend a lot of manpower and resources, or even compromise with the criminal leaders, in exchange for temporary stability. This was also the way for criminal enterprises to survive, and it was also the foundation for them to establish themselves in the Milky Way. Even if some civilizations obtained temporary peace through war, the criminal industry would soon make a comeback. Because of this, no normal civilization had a good impression of criminal enterprises. They all wanted to skin them alive. The unusual behavior of the Voyager gave many civilizations hope. Every one of them was praying that the Great Lost Empire would quickly expel this disgusting criminal megacorp from the Milky Way stage. However, the board of directors of the Kerr Alliance was surprisingly calm. I don't think anyone has any objections. Of course. We've been waiting for this opportunity. Doing business is what Megacorp love the most. We never liked war. If you can use commercial means to deal with your opponents, why do you still want to participate in these bloody and cruel things? None of the board members had any objections. To them, they liked to see other civilizations hate them so much that they gritted their teeth but did not dare to do anything to them. Therefore, the moment the Voyager expanded, a message from the Kerr Alliance was sent over. Great Lost Empire, our Kerr Alliance is willing to give up our sovereignty and become your vassal civilization. We hope that you will have our help on your road to revival. Yes, they surrendered without any resistance or escape. However, this was only a superficial phenomenon. The criminal enterprise had found a strong backer for themselves so that their business could continue as usual in the future. At least, that was what they thought. The Voyager also gladly accepted the support of the Kerr Alliance. In their eyes, whether it was a criminal enterprise or an ordinary enterprise, whether it was an ordinary civilization or an artificial intelligence civilization, they were all equally weak. No matter what they were planning, they were unable to shake the Lost Empire. Just as the civilizations of the Milky Way were looking down on the behavior of the Kerr Alliance to surrender without a fight, Li Wenyuan also came to a special galaxy, a galaxy full of warship wreckage. This place is... When they first entered this place, both he and Grey Wind were surprised. It was hard to imagine what had happened here, but the corpses of these steel giants could almost explain the tragic battle here. It was even difficult for his spaceship to pass through the cracks. Even the light of the star seemed to be blocked by layers of obstacles, unable to shine at the edge of the galaxy. The planet here had also become wreckage like these battleships. The explosion caused by something had torn apart these planets, and there was not a single intact planet fragment in the entire galaxy. Other than the star in the center that still showed the power of life, this place was like a cosmic graveyard, leaving only the dead. Are these also traces left behind by humans? Grey Wind always thought that all strange things were related to humans, so he asked subconsciously. However, Li Wenyuan was silent for a moment before he slowly shook his head and said, "No, this place probably has nothing to do with humans." He had just passed by this galaxy, but he did not expect such a terrifying scene here. Although the reading of the detection indicator was normal, he almost subconsciously thought that this place was a human ruin. But then, he found the wreckage of these ships familiar. Because he had studied the fleet configuration of other lost empires, he knew what the warships of the few lost empires were like. Even though a long time had passed, the remains here still showed their identity. This place is very likely to be the battlefield of the Watcher and the Voyager. Li Wenyuan recognized the drifting fragments. After simulating and assembling them, he could tell that they were all battleships of the Watcher and the Voyager. There was nothing left here other than the wreckage of these warships. It only made sense that they had fought a great battle here. Was this a battlefield? Were these lost empires once opponents? Grey Wind asked curiously. After all, she had been in the faraway Stargate since she was born. Even if the outside world was in chaos, it had nothing to do with her. I'm not sure, but, Li Wenyuan thought of the Holy Land's pure treasure that was inexplicably blown up. There had been a conspiracy theory in the Milky Way. Some people believed that the Watcher had deliberately blown up the Holy Land to find an excuse for their revival. However, this conspiracy theory fell apart after the Voyager also made some strange moves. The Lost Empire did not care about the views of the outside world. They did whatever they wanted without any reason. From the looks of it, the Watcher and the Voyager were likely archenemies in ancient times. I don't even dare to imagine how far they had to go to leave behind such wreckage that seemed to fill the galaxy. If that's really the case, then the pure treasure, could it have been caused by the Voyager? Li Wenyuan didn't continue to think about it, because the Watchers and the Voyagers had both begun to expand, as if they wanted to regain their former glory. If they had always had an ancient hatred and were ancient enemies, then this time, the Milky Way might have suffered an even greater impact. In that case, are the Observer and the Silent the same? He thought of the other two lost empires. One was passionate about the outside world, while the other closed itself off. They didn't seem to get along well. What about me? Am I the same as them? Li Wenyuan glanced at Grey Wind and finally stopped guessing. When did one become so confident? Aren't I pretending to be the lost empire? He tried to comfort himself, but his tone was not very confident. After all, from all the signs, the inheritance he inherited was very likely to be the Lost Empire. Chapter 84, Descending Godlike Help. The Milky Way continued to shine, and it would not stop spinning because of something. Just like a war that was gradually escalating, they would not stop until they died. How's the situation in the faraway galaxy? Our soldiers have suffered heavy losses. We need to regroup. Damn you! If it could have been 10 years earlier. On the mother planet of the Seculus Vengeance Crusade, a large number of such signals were spreading rapidly. Although they had already started an all-out war with the Keen Empire, Seculus was still in a passive position due to their lack of preparation. They had once shown their enthusiasm, but they did not build many fleets, and those allies that they thought they had good relations with could only provide them with all the support except help. It was only when more territories were conquered by the Keen Empire that they began to regret not building more fleets. The diplomatic support that they had used gifts to gain was useless in a real all-out war. Now, they could only rely on themselves. The leader of Seculus was giving a motivational speech to the people of the country on the big screen, but the burning hatred would not be of any practical use without the help of a material foundation. If such anger could attract Chinic power, they felt that they could have destroyed the Keen Empire dozens of times over. However, although the situation was unfavorable to Seculus, the Keen Empire was not doing any better. The Keen Empire, which had thought that it could pull several countries into the war, was stabbed in the back. Although they had obtained a colossus for free, the price they had paid was much heavier. It wasn't just because of the suicidal confrontation between them and Seculus, but also because the other countries seemed to have bad intentions toward them. Recently, there had been all kinds of riots and the destruction of infrastructure in their rear. Even though there were infiltrators from Seculus, the Keen Empire discovered that the spies they caught were mostly from the Turbulence Empire. This powerful civilization that seemed to be busy dealing with its own internal guerrillas seemed to have the strength to stir up trouble within them. This undoubtedly made the Keen Empire wary. They had wanted to negotiate peace with Seculus countless times, but he had rejected any news from the Keen Empire. This forced them to send the news to him through other civilizations. However, they did not receive any response. This was something that the Keen Empire, which had always been an authoritative country, could not understand. The war couldn't be stopped. The Keen Empire could only increase their investment in the front line, hoping to destroy Seculus in a short period of time, while increasing their surveillance on the Turbulence Empire. They could only monitor. They could not send infiltrators into the Turbulence Empire. This aquatic civilization seemed to be able to detect anyone who was not their citizen. Until now, the Keen Empire still couldn't understand what was going on with the guerrillas in the Turbulence Empire. They even suspected that it was a disguise for the Turbulence Empire. The large-scale war was still going on, but there were some small matters that were showing signs of ending. The stars rotated, and the scene came to an interstellar adventurer. At this moment, he was writing in his diary. My name is Lone Wolf. Today is the 180th day of my 522nd interstellar expedition. The new mission of the administrator has caused a huge reaction in the Milky Way, and this time, I'm lucky. Lone Wolf recorded this in the diary before looking out of the spaceship's window. It was a special planet. It stood in orbit, but it had a purple atmosphere that was like fog. From afar, it looked like a purple gem that was extremely dazzling among the stars. It was both real and fake, and it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. But immediately after, the planet underwent an extremely strange change. The ethereal purple atmosphere suddenly began to recede rapidly, but no one knew where the gas went. The planet seemed to have been stripped of its veil, revealing its true appearance. It was an ordinary habitable planet with mountains, water, animals, and vegetation. This scene looked extremely mystical, but Lone Wolf had actually seen a similar situation 2 months ago. And the reason why Lone Wolf thought he was lucky was that he had seen the species that the administrator was looking for. It was something that a few poachers who were engaged in plundering native life forms had mentioned to him a long time ago. At that time, he had seen this species in the electronic illustrations of the poachers. At that time, he still had a dream of the galaxy. He turned around and sent those poachers to prison. Now, with his powerful memory, he remembered this matter and was the first to find this planet based on the clues he had. But at that time, the planet was wrapped in a purple atmosphere, just like now, until it returned to normal after a period of time. Lone Wolf didn't take the risk to enter. His intuition told him that the purple planet was extremely dangerous. If he were to fall into it, he might never return. It wasn't until countless drone explorations and recordings that he confirmed that there was a species that the administrator was looking for on the planet. Even though he had wasted a lot of time, Lone Wolf felt that it was worth it. This was because the drone he had left on the planet had disappeared after the purple atmosphere passed through it as if it didn't exist in the world. Now, he was prepared to sell the news and his discovery for a good price. However, just as he was about to send the coordinates and video records of this place to Krabao, who had already made a deal, he remembered something and stopped what he was doing. The fleet's reward. He looked at the generous reward and tapped his fingers non-stop. He switched to a name that he had not opened for a long time. He had been a lone wolf for a long time and had thought that he would have a heart of stone. He would only do things for eternal benefit. However, the incident that happened not long ago still caused a ripple in his heart. He realized that he still missed his motherland for the last time. Now that the motherland had embarked on another path, he could do one last thing for them, even if he was no longer a member. In the end, he opened the embassy communication with the Seculous Vengeance Crusade. Not bad efficiency. When Li Wenyuan received the news from the Seculous Vengeance Crusade, he praised him slightly. It had only been half a year since he had issued the mission. He did not expect the adventurers to be so efficient. After confirming that the information was correct, he directly warped the reward fleet that had been prepared in advance to the border of Seculous and disconnected the connection with them. As for what the fleet would be used for later, he did not care. After that, he brought Grey Wind to the special planet that seemed to be constantly switching between the two states. However, the battle between the Keen Empire and the Seculous Vengeance Crusade had also turned around. The Colossus that attempted to bypass the battlefield and attack the mother planet of Seculous was caught red-handed by the mysterious fleet. In less than half an hour, it was dismembered into large pieces of space junk. At first, the Keen Empire didn't know what was going on, but they soon realized that it was because Seculous had completed his mission for the Administrator and obtained a powerful fleet that was like a god's descent. Chapter 85, Void Realm Planet. According to observations, this planet will appear in a cycle of normal and foggy states. The relevant images have evidence. I strongly recommend that you do not enter this planet that is in a foggy state. After reading Lone Wolf's meticulous records, Li Wenyuan sized up the seemingly ordinary habitable planet in front of him. There was no abnormal reaction from his detector, but according to Lone Wolf, a planet in a foggy state seemed to cause the disappearance of foreign objects. Hearing all these words, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that this thing had something to do with the Void Realm. You again? Li Wenyuan couldn't help but sigh. This was the umpteenth time he had encountered a human heritage related to the Void Realm. It seemed that humans in ancient times had a special liking for the Void Realm. After thinking about it, he decided to use a large number of drones to do a blanket scan as usual. While the drone was flying, Li Wenyuan warned Grey Wind, "You might not be able to go down and play this time. We need to confirm the characteristics of this planet first." Grey Wind had no objection to this. The fact that this planet could switch between two states was enough to make her curious. As time passed, the entire land gradually appeared before his eyes. He saw many extraterrestrial life forms, but there seemed to be no abnormalities. The scan showed that they were all extremely ordinary life forms. The environment here was also very normal. The extremely terrifying purple atmosphere described by Lone Wolf did not seem to have any effect on the place. The scanning process was already halfway through, but he did not find any species that were of the same race as Lilian. This was beyond Li Wenyuan's expectations. He had thought that this species would spread to the entire planet, but now it seemed that their population might be extremely limited. It's really quite primitive, Li Wenyuan sighed. As the drone flew, he gradually discovered more and more traces of intelligent life. There were many thatched huts that were obviously man-made buildings standing on the ground, but he did not find the owners of these buildings nearby. The drone scan also showed that no one had lived here for a long time and it had long been abandoned. Looking at these empty houses, his heart was gradually filled with questions. The surrounding water plants looked extremely abundant. There was no need to worry about food or water, and there were no dangerous beasts. Logically speaking, this place should be a suitable place to settle down. However, the owner of this place still left. No one knew where he went. With doubts, the drone continued to approach the remaining area and quickly arrived at the intersection of the plains and the forest. There were obvious signs of intelligent life here, and even the forest had been cut down to create several roads. Li Wenyuan's intuition told him that this place should be his destination, so the drones began to move in the direction of the forest path and successfully found the human ruins. And that thing was so familiar that even Grey Wind knew what it was. The Mayan Pyramid. In front of the drone was a giant Mayan pyramid. The difference between this building and the Egypt pyramids was the flat top and the stepped body of the tower. Many unsolved mysteries believed that it was the landing pad of an alien spacecraft. As the drone approached, Li Wenyuan successfully received the weak signal left on the building. Please note that outsiders are strictly prohibited from approaching the experimental site. The alert area is defined as the entire planet. Hello? Did you hear that? If you hear me, why aren't you leaving? Didn't you hear that this is an experimental site? Still not leaving? What a brave fellow! I suggest you stay away from this planet. You're really a clever little thing. Do you really want to hear the story here? Alright, you haven't left for so long. Then I hope you'll be mentally prepared for what's going to happen later. I'm an expert. You don't need to know my name. You just need to know that I'm an expert. This is one of my experimental sites. I'm here to experiment on the possibility of ordinary creatures surviving in the Void Realm. This is part of the theme park project. However, the results of the experiment were not ideal. Without a strong spiritual world and adaptability to the Void Realm, living in the Void Realm is tantamount to suicide. Those old things in the Void Realm seem to hate us and are rejecting us from entering this place. I had no choice but to mix our genes with some of my personal hobbies to create a creature that was similar to us to continue experimenting. The result was barely satisfactory, but it was still not enough. What should we do with those species that don't have good adaptability to the Void Realm? The experimental field here is probably going to be abandoned, but I think the creatures I created are not bad. It's good to stay here. In time, they might be able to stand on this stage as another us. After reading this message, Li Wenyuan understood what was going on. This was also an experimental site, just like the mechanical servants in the professor's theme park. However, the experts here seemed to be studying how to let ordinary creatures survive and develop in the Void Realm. In terms of the result, they failed, just like the theme park mechanical servants. The reason why Lillian looked like that was that this expert used human genes and mixed some of his personal hobbies to create this kind of life. Thinking about it carefully, other than building roads, humans seemed to be constantly trying to improve the natives. The laboratory here, was it established to research and create a more stable environment for the natives to live in? Why did he do that? Was it to protect the native civilization from the threat? Or is it to allow more civilizations to rise after the threat? Li Wenyuan was thinking about the use of this place, and then he remembered that there was still the biggest problem now. What about the indigenous people? According to the information, those created lives were left on this planet, as if they wanted to enter the galaxy as another human race in the future. Lone Wolf's video records also showed them, but Li Wenyuan, who had finished scanning the planet, did not see these natives. As if in response to his doubts, the sky of this planet was gradually covered by a faint purple fog, which became deeper and denser. Before the drone could retreat, it suddenly lost connection as if it had been disconnected. Looking from space, the planet could no longer be seen as normal. There was only a patch of purple. Li Wenyuan was also quite familiar with this appearance. The nebula-like churro gas in the Void Realm looked exactly like this. The moment before the drone disconnected, he saw the database's response to the human ruins. Void Realm Temporary Sanctuary. Introduction. Our understanding of the Void Realm is almost complete. If necessary, we can even temporarily integrate the Void Realm into this universe and use it as an emergency shelter. And new technology. Void Realm Planet Cedar. Technology Level 7. Introduction. Through the analysis of the technology left behind, we can use the Colossus to carry this component and transform a planet into a Void Realm planet through a huge energy pulse. Such a planet might not be suitable for human habitation at all, but it's very suitable for mining churro, and as a temporary shelter to some extent. Possibility of technology, none. Chapter 86, There's work to do. The drone has lost connection. The planet in this state can now be called a Void Realm planet. No probe can pass through this layer of fog. Its interior is unknown to most people. Have you found anything? Grey Wind's eyes were still staring at the Void Realm planet, but her signal had already been sent to Li Wenyuan. Yes. Li Wenyuan quickly explained his discovery on the planet and looked at the planet. Lone Wolf had made the right choice not to explore this place rashly. It was best for ordinary people to remain vigilant about anything related to the Void Realm. After all, the number of people who went missing in the Void Realm every year in the idealistic civilization was almost more than their natural death rate. It could only be said that if one wanted to repay them, one had to give something. The natives here seemed to have inherited human genes and had great spiritual potential. They could stay in the Void Realm for a long time without being affected. Li Wenyuan guessed that they were probably hiding in the Void Realm, just like what the expert said. As for what he wanted to avoid, it was probably terrifying extraterrestrial visitors. According to Lone Wolf, there were many gangs that specialized in poaching the natives here. It was probably because of the existence of these criminals that the natives living here had no choice but to abandon their original settlement and constantly enter the Void Realm to take refuge. However, Li Wenyuan had never had a good impression of the Void Realm. Not only was it because of his circular world that had been blown up, but also because of the various information left behind by humans, which seemed to indicate that the Void Realm was not very good. Hence, Li Wenyuan, who was originally prepared to let these natives stay on the mother planet while he was only responsible for building a star base here to declare sovereignty and provide protection, decided to move the natives here. The location was in the circular world. Right now, his circular world was still very large. Even if he frantically produced synthetic humanoids, it would only add dust to the huge area of the circular world. It was much more reassuring to be protected by him than a Void Realm expert. It just so happens that these natives are organic life forms. The theme park mechanical servants haven't been able to find their master, and they're almost depressed. Li Wenyuan felt that he had done a good deed. Although the theme park mechanical servants could forcibly act under his orders, it would still cause a great reduction in efficiency if it did not comply with the underlying agreement. The control center of the park robot had asked him more than once to find a civilization to serve, but because it had not found a suitable species, the matter had been delayed. Now, with the words of these natives, the mechanical servants, who were always idle, could finally be happy. Another us? I really didn't expect humans to return to the interstellar stage in such a form. It's just that the education of the natives has to keep up. The mechanical servants still need to work hard and strive to establish a mechanical servant country as soon as possible. Thinking about the future development plans of the mechanical servants, Li Wenyuan began to wait for the Void Realm planet to return to normal. And the situation in the Milky Way was gradually changing. The biggest change was the war between the Qin Empire and the Seculus Vengeance Crusade. Seculus, who was originally at a great disadvantage, relied on machinery god Advent to defeat the Qin Empire's fleet, successfully turning the scales of victory. This made the interstellar civilization realize the power of the lost empire once again, and they became more cautious when dealing with the expanding the Watcher and the Voyager. However, even though Seculus was in the limelight, only they knew the pain in their hearts. There was no need to talk about irreconcilable hatred. The most troublesome thing was the burden of maintaining that small lost empire fleet. Because the technology used was too advanced, they could not produce replacement and repair parts. In fact, other than how to operate these warships and how to make them fire, they knew almost nothing about it. They were really cautious when using this fleet. Although they were strong, the first to retreat when the situation on the battlefield showed signs of going wrong was this fleet. He was afraid that he would never be able to repair it. In addition, the powerful firepower and defense also brought about a considerable consumption of resources. Seculus did not have the freedom of resources. Moving the ship and firing the cannons consumed energy, and repairing the damaged armor required alloy. Only after using it did they understand that the Lost Empire's fleet had consumed a ridiculously large amount of resources, and they could not use it unless necessary. They also realized how powerful the Lost Empire was in all aspects. Even though they maintained a terrifying number of fleets, they never seemed to worry about resources. The war here was still progressing, but the alliance formed by the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation and a few other civilizations had already reached the end of the war. The Ironheart Exterminator, who had fought against the Pegchiti, a civilization that was obsessed with cleanliness, did not organize any decent resistance and was easily pushed to their home planet. Their artificial intelligence seemed to have fallen into some kind of abnormal disorder, so much so that when their mother planet was blown into ruins and their central system was destroyed, they never attacked. Although Mingbo was puzzled, they didn't think too much about it. They just thought that there was a problem with the codes of these extermination machines. The Mingbo Alliance, which had annexed yet another large piece of territory, finally stopped hiding their ambitions and turned their greedy eyes to the Pyro Alliance. However, the Pyro Alliance was not afraid, because their kindness had finally been repaid. A civilization that had just left its native state announced that it had joined the Pyro Alliance, even though the enemy they were facing might be very powerful. However, this new interstellar civilization was not that weak. From a certain perspective, they might even be stronger than the Pyro Alliance. Most importantly, there was a space behemoth in their home galaxy. People always referred to huge creatures as dragons, and that space behemoth was also directly called a space dragon. But in fact, it looked more like a fish with wings. The incomprehensible biological reactor provided unimaginable energy to this space dragon. Even though it was a space creature, its attack method was an energy jet, just like how a warship fired. The Pyro Alliance even felt that their old-fashioned Titan battleship would be crushed by this space dragon. The civilization that was associated with this space beast also had the ability to communicate with it and control the actions of the space dragon to a certain extent. From this, it could be seen that the Pyro Alliance had received another great boost. They were not completely powerless against the Mingbo Alliance. Thus, these two neighboring civilizations that were incompatible with each other actually felt a sense of calm before the storm. They were all assessing each other's threat level and the probability of winning the war. If an all-out war were to break out, the victors, who had seized the inheritance of the losers, would have their national strength soar and become a first-tier civilization. This was a huge temptation, but the risk was also very high. The possibility of both sides suffering was not low. Among the current civilizations in the Milky Way, only the Turbulence Empire and a few other civilizations could be considered first-tier civilizations. What about the Lost Empire? The Lost Empire was an exception, and they were usually not included when discussing the strength of civilizations. Li Wenyuan finally waited for the planet to return to normal. The natives there would be active for a short period of time during this time to prepare the necessary supplies and then continue to hide in the Void Realm. However, he used Lillian's image to convince them and brought the natives back to the circular world. The mechanical servants began to take care of these natives meticulously. Due to the scarcity of the native population, an average of 20 mechanical servants served only one organic form. At first glance, it seemed wasteful, but the mechanical servants were already very satisfied. With their care, the number of indigenous people would only grow faster and faster. When the time was right, he would put these mechanical servants on the interstellar stage and announce its existence as a child civilization of the lost robotic empire. This could be considered as barely fulfilling the wish of the expert and professor, right? But before Li Wenyuan could breathe a sigh of relief, something more important happened in the Milky Way. All civilizations were aware of the severity of the matter. The Watcher declared the Voyager as their archenemy. Chapter 87, The Calm Before the Storm. Archenemies weren't a rare thing in the Milky Way. Civilizations always wanted to move up. Having a destined opponent could provide a good motivation for the people to move forward, whether it was in the economy, technology, or military. The sense of superiority and self-confidence brought by surpassing archenemies was also an important means to improve the cohesiveness of the people. Therefore, the civilizations in the Milky Way would more or less have one or two archenemies, even if they were just playing house and did not have any actual confrontation. However, there were also some civilizations that were truly archenemies with each other. Once their war broke out, there would probably be no other outcome other than the destruction of one side, just like now. On the most important planet of the Watcher was the Temple of the Sky. Tens of billions of believers were gathered there, looking at the sky with solemn expressions. Although their mother planet was the heavenly throne, in the hearts of these believers, the importance and holiness of the Temple of the Sky were obviously higher. Most ascetics would never leave the Temple of the Sky for their entire lives. They would devote themselves to cultivation. Compared to the citizens of the other lost empires who were always indulging in pleasure, the citizens of the Watcher still retained their physical labor. Perhaps it was to train their Shinnic power, or perhaps it was a requirement of their teachings. The Watcher with these hard-working believers seemed to be the least lost empire. As for why so many people were gathered here, it was because their high priest had found the culprit who had defiled the Holy Land. Every single one of them was furious about this matter, and until now, they were about to be triggered to the extreme. The high priest was still sitting in the temple. He did not go to a place that looked like a high platform to announce this matter to the believers. Their spiritual energy was connected to each other. He did not need to use such a method to attract attention. After a while, he suddenly tapped the scepter in his hand. The sky above the Temple of the Sky, which was originally normal, quickly turned pale purple. Thick chiro gas was surging in the clouds, just like the Void Realm planet that Li Wenyuan had seen before. However, this was only the surface. The sacred Temple of the Sky would not be swallowed by the Void Realm. The seemingly massive change was just a means used by the Watcher to pry into the past. They had once used a similar method to see the enlightened ones from ancient times, but it only lasted for a short moment, and the image was extremely blurry. Even so, they had paid the price of history with the lives of many Shinik masters. But this time, the cohesiveness of all the believers was unprecedentedly high, and the tremendous Shinik power that their minds had triggered allowed them to see what had happened not long ago without even needing to be deliberately mobilized. The purple gas in the atmosphere kept rolling, but it gradually calmed down. In the end, it formed a mirror-like sky, reflecting every believer in the temple of the sky. Then, a faint image gradually appeared in the mirror. There was a gem-like planet standing in the orbit. This was the Holy Land's pure treasure. At this moment, it had not become a poisonous planet. An inconspicuous spaceship passed by in a hurry and left an atomic clock that looked like a large capsule. Then, the image quickly changed to pure treasure. The explosion caused by the atomic clock had completely destroyed the surface of the planet, leaving only a mess. The scene ended there, and the mirror-like sky slowly returned to its original state, but every believer fell silent. Some of them did not know who the spaceship came from, but the older ones were awakened by ancient memories, which were passed down through Shinik links, and finally carved into the hearts of all believers. That was their ancient enemy, an ugly race that used machinery to taint their consciousness and flesh. And this time, they would once again ignite this ancient hatred. The entire planet of the Temple of the Sky fell into a strange silence. However, sensing the increasingly intense spiritual fluctuations of the believers, the high priest smiled. The more suppressed it was, the more terrifying it would be when it exploded. After signing the contract with the existence in the Void Realm, he believed that it was time for this civilization that had been stagnant for a long time to move to a higher position. Thus, the expansion of the Watcher stopped. They only sent a message to the Milky Way masses: they will take revenge on the Voyager. Then, they entered a state of peace, just like before they expanded. However, would the feud that had ignited be so easily appeased? Although the Voyager, which was originally in a state of expansion, didn't respond, it also stopped expanding, as if it was brewing something. As for the criminal enterprise, the Kerr Alliance, which had long joined the Voyager, they were in a state of extreme unease. They realized that something might happen, but they had no choice now. The entire Milky Way was like the calm before the storm, suddenly becoming peaceful. Other than the civilizations that had already started fighting, the other civilizations had all stopped testing each other. Even if there were any changes in the country, these civilizations would still try their best to observe the situation in the Milky Way. The curator Interstellar City, which sold all kinds of knowledge as its main means of income, had also broken through its threshold during this period of time. Countless civilizations had inquired about the history of the Watcher and the Voyager, but their payment only received a string of we don't knows. On the other hand, another archaeological civilization that was keen on excavating the past and exploring various ancient ruins had discovered something. However, they did not inform the other civilizations but began to plan a grand plan to relocate their entire race. They didn't want to be involved in the chaos of the galaxy. Besides these young civilizations, there was also a lost empire that was very concerned about the Watcher and the Voyager. From the ancient battlefield that they had discovered, it was obvious that these two lost empires had some sort of conflict. The ancient feud seemed to have been ignited. So there will be a war that will affect the entire Milky Way. Li Wenyuan looked at the administrator's archenemy announcement with a headache and felt heavy about the calm before the storm. He felt that his plan to explore the entire galaxy was going to be disrupted. However, Grey Wind was not very interested in this matter. The war between other civilizations was the most boring thing for her. However, knowing that Li Wenyuan did not want to get involved in this mess, she suddenly had a wicked idea and said, "Why don't you move to my distant star cluster? As long as the Stargate is closed, no matter how chaotic the battle outside is, it has nothing to do with us. If you were in there, maybe it wouldn't be so boring. It's not to this extent. I'm still hoping to learn as much as I can about the history of these two lost empires." Alright then, Grey Wind calmed down, but then she had an interesting thought. "Why don't you announce an ancient archenemy as well? As for the target, what about me? You see, two different lost robotic empires, doesn't it feel like fate? You're really a clever little girl. It's a waste of your talent to let you live in the distant star cluster." Li Wenyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he knew that Grey Wind was just joking. Time passed quietly. In the process of searching for human ruins, Li Wenyuan explored the history of the lost empires. However, these lost empires had forgotten their origins. Trying to find information in the vast sea of stars was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. All the clues eventually pointed to the remains of humans. He could only pray that he could find the lost history in the ruins. Chapter 88, The Fallen Genius. The Milky Way fell into the calm before the storm. Other than paying attention to the two lost empires that seemed to be ancient archenemies, the civilizations also noticed that the frequency of the administrator's research spaceships passing by was increasing, and they felt like they were in a hurry. These unusual movements undoubtedly gave the young civilizations a sense of urgency. Now, not only was there an unusual movement in the lost empire, but there was also a much greater frequency of communication between the various civilizations. Many magnates gathered together in secret to discuss the future of the Milky Way. Even those who did not pay attention to the Milky Way and were only immersed in their own world could find some clues from the increasingly solemn atmosphere around them. There was an old scholar who had been away from his research for a long time and looked at the galaxy. Have you seen it? The latest sci-fi blockbuster, The Awakening Empire 2, has such a good plot and special effects. My evaluation is that it's a pile of defense. Other than special effects, it's useless. Two ancient civilizations engage in a fated showdown while the young civilization reaps the benefits. Do you think that's possible? Why not? The two ancient civilizations fought until both sides suffered heavy losses, and the young civilization developed in secret, just like in the movies. They studied the remains during their truce and kept them for their own use. Isn't that enough to make them bow down to the young civilization? Just think about it. It's good to have dreams. I won't deny that you are the chairman of the Milky Way Council. In a certain colony of Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, a group of young people was discussing a recent popular movie. They were already in a heated debate, so much so that the direction of the discussion had already left the movie itself and began to clash with values. Some of them thought that this was a good opportunity given to the young civilization by the heavens, while others thought that this was purely an act of courting death. However, just as they were arguing, an old man who looked like a scholar overheard their conversation and came over to interrupt. Guys, what is this awakened empire that you mentioned earlier? The interruption of outsiders did not anger the young people. Instead, it made them quite happy. Right now, they urgently needed a third party to agree with their views. However, when they saw who it was, they all stopped arguing and tacitly kept quiet, as if they did not want to communicate. The old scholar didn't care about them and walked past them. After he disappeared from sight, one of the young men said, "It's him, isn't it? The electronic chip on my arm is vibrating. Only people who have been deprived of their research rights will trigger it." In the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, being deprived of the right to research was equivalent to being removed from society. In a society where science and technology were the most important, people who could not participate in scientific research were social parasites and despised by others. However, these people are basically all in prison. The only person who can walk freely on the streets at this age and still have the appearance of a scholar is him. One of them said this and finally used the electronic device in his hand to pull up a list. There were countless impressive names recorded on it. This was the so-called genius ranking, and the scientists who were sent to the Lost Empire by the Voyager were all recorded. For most scientists and the civilization behind them, this was an honor, except for the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation. This civilization that pursued scientific development naturally gave birth to talented scientists and successfully attracted the attention of the Voyager. There was a scientist who was valued by the Voyager and wanted to go over. At that time, Mingbo was practically celebrating with the whole world. They even specially added a holiday on that day to commemorate this genius scientist. However, good times did not last long. Just as Mingbo was still boasting about their outstanding education, the Voyager actually sent the scientist back without giving a reason. However, this was no different from a refund. It was almost equivalent to slapping Mingbo in the face, making them lose all their face. As a result, the scientist who was sent back was sentenced to social death, and his family and friends avoided him. Although the public's anger had gradually dissipated, it did not mean that they had forgiven the scientist. Therefore, when these young people saw the person just now, they were no longer willing to speak. They recognized the old scholar. He was the scientist who had been sent back. At this moment, the old scholar was shaking his head as he walked on the street. He felt like he was the only one who was sober. Everyone thinks I'm embarrassing, but who knows what great achievements I've made. What a bunch of pitiful creatures. As the main character of the matter, he knew all too well what he had done to be sent back by the Voyager. Contrary to the idealist that was the Watchman, the Voyager was a materialistic lost empire. They admired the convenience brought by machinery and had been on the path of technology affecting their lives for a very long time. During the time the old scholar stayed in the Voyager, he discovered that the main species of the Voyager was a cyborg implanted with an electronic implant. Although the prosthetics they used were very advanced, it still made the old scholar a little puzzled. Prosthetic technology was not uncommon in the Milky Way. As a lost empire, even though the electronic implant used by the Voyager was much more advanced than that of ordinary civilizations, it did not appear to have transcended the era. In essence, it was still using mechanical prosthetics to replace organic bodies. However, the old scholar, who was focused on scientific research, didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Instead, after a period of research, he reported his research results to the Voyager. He believed that by transferring consciousness data to mechanical bodies, he could achieve a collective leap of species and get rid of the shackles of the physical body. At that time, he had borrowed the advanced tools of the Voyager and was even prepared to put this idea into practice on himself. However, the Voyager did not express any opinion on the surface. In fact, they sent the old scholar back to Mingbo. There was no need to say what their attitude was. Even though the old scholar had been deserted, he still insisted that his theory was correct. Through the research he had done during the period he was at the Voyager, and after years of preparation, he was ready to become the first person in the Milky Way to complete the ascension. This outing was the last time his lifeless body would experience this world. After that, he would use his perfect machine body to announce his success to the world. He would prove that the Voyager's decision to send him back was a mistake. And he would set off a brand new wave. Chapter 89, Beacon of Perpetuity. Although the situation in the Milky Way was generally calm again, all civilizations knew that a storm was coming. In addition to signing various diplomatic agreements, they were also crazily improving themselves. Raising their military and technological capabilities was one thing, but searching for the history of the lost empire was another. They wanted to know what had happened. Would their civilizations be able to gain anything? The archaeological civilization that was preparing to migrate was also noticed by the civilizations that often interacted with them. In the end, under increasing diplomatic pressure, they had no choice but to share their findings. Circular world. When this message spread rapidly in the Milky Way, Li Wenyuan also noticed the content and gradually revealed a thoughtful expression. According to the archaeological civilization, they had once discovered a destroyed circular world in a certain star system, which contained the history of the lost empire. Now, the civilizations of the Milky Way had begun to send people into that galaxy to investigate. This time, it shouldn't be a world created by humans. The archaeological civilization had given him a brand new coordinate, a place that even Li Wenyuan had never explored before. He didn't think that every new discovery was related to humans. The history of the Milky Way was so long, it was not impossible for any civilization to create such a face project. But I still need to take a look. How can I not participate in such a major event related to the lost history? Hence, a research spaceship that was near the coordinates of the galaxy turned around and rushed there. Soon, it entered the target galaxy with the civilization. Just as Li Wenyuan had expected, the moment he entered, he was certain that the destroyed circular world had nothing to do with humans. Although it had been blown into several pieces, one could still vaguely recognize the style it used. It was really ugly. Li Wenyuan believed that normal humans would not like this style. Only aliens would like it. The explorers from the other interstellar civilizations did not pay much attention to this style. They only began to transmit data the moment they entered. After all, the circular world was a rather rare building for most civilizations. Even though they had noticed the presence of a research spaceship with the aura of the lost empire, they were all here to investigate, so no one paid attention to it. Li Wenyuan did not have any thoughts about the destroyed circular world itself. Just as the archaeological civilization had said, because it had suffered too much damage, it was completely worthless to repair. Even though he felt that he could repair this place, the resources, time, and energy spent were enough for him to build a new circular world. He was only interested in its origins and the secrets that were hidden in it. While the other civilizations were still observing, he had already taken the lead and let the research spaceship approach. This circular world had suffered more complete destruction than his Epsilon shelter. Even the circular world that had been blown up by the end of reincarnation was far inferior. It could almost be said that what was revolving around the star here was a ring of fragments of the world. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. As the research spacecraft approached, the scenery of the world fragments of different sizes was uploaded to the database. There must have been an extremely developed civilization here. The dense ruins of buildings covered almost every fragment of the circular world, and with the occasional collision, more and more tiny fragments were thrown into the galaxy. Even the Epsilon shelter that Li Wenyuan controlled did not have so many buildings. It was obvious that the former owner of this circular world had made good use of every piece of land. But in addition to these almost completely destroyed buildings, he also found a large number of robots here. Most of them disappeared along with the destruction of the circular world. Broken mechanical bodies wandered around in space or became part of the split Earth. There was a place that he thought was a fragment of the world at first glance. After getting closer, he realized that it was a large group of robots entangled together. If these robots were regarded as living beings, this scene could be said to be extremely terrifying. Could this place be related to some lost empire? Is it the Voyager? That was Li Wenyuan's first thought. He knew that as the extremely materialistic lost empire that was the Voyager, they were still making high use of robots. Even though their main species was artificial people, they had a group of mechanical servants that were comparable in number to them. These mechanical servants, which were similar to but different from the theme park mechanical servants, were not very intelligent. They could not even be called intelligent machines. They were just mechanical bodies, although they used a service agreement to provide services for their master, the Voyager. If this broken circular world was related to the Voyager, then a large number of robot corpses and building ruins here made sense. If that's the case, then this circular world was blown up by the administrator. Li Wenyuan remembered the ancient battlefield that he and Grey Wind had seen before. The remains of that kind of fleet were almost the same as fighting to the death. However, it was obvious that this battle to the death did not continue, because the two lost empires that were the protagonists were still alive. He felt that if his circular world was blown up like this, it would definitely not rest until one of them died. As for why these two lost empires ended the war, it was still a mystery. The spaceship continued to scan, and the explorers from other civilizations also approached the circular world after uploading the first data and began their own exploration. Soon, through the spacecraft's scanning, Li Wenyuan discovered a building ruin that might be the circular world control center. As the architectural style here was very different from that of humans, he could only judge the function of this building ruins by its size and location. However, this huge building was indeed very eye-catching. Even if it was not the control center, Li Wenyuan was prepared to explore it carefully. As the scanning progressed, he found traces of recent excavation here. According to the time, it might have been done by the archaeological civilization that provided the coordinates here. Following this new clue, he found a port that could be accessed in a certain part of the giant building, and there were traces of it being used. Even though there was no access device in the current Milky Way that could adapt to it, civilizations that wanted archaeology naturally had their own ways to solve this problem. A small group of nanomachines on the drone began to adapt to the access port, and then the drone was connected to the ruins of the building. The building seemed to have lost its vitality in the long river of history, but it still left some records and let Li Wenyuan see a broken story. Beacon of Perpetuity's data damage archives. Data damage periodically recorded, the rest of them didn't choose the same path as us. I used to think that we were inseparable, but I didn't expect that there would still be someone who chose to escape at the last moment. Now, not only are there external enemies, but there are also internal divisions within us. Why? Isn't this the best way to pursue the path of the enlightened ones? They are afraid, our ideas have not convinced everyone. Evolution has failed. Now, we are no longer regarded as our kind. This beacon of perpetuity will be our final destination. Chapter 90, Comprehensive Evolution. The name of this circular world was recorded in the damaged archive. It sounded very special and was called the Beacon of Perpetuity. But now that he saw the circular world that had been completely destroyed, Li Wenyuan felt that this immortality was rather ironic. Is this the history of the Voyager? This kind of record without a previous chapter was the most troublesome. He could only continue reading and then reverse deduce the relationship with the Voyager. Data damage periodically recorded. Betrayal. I never thought that something like this would happen to us. When that group of foolish Chinook users scolded us for our collective suicidal behavior, we were already prepared. We will use this immortal function to pursue the footsteps of the enlightened ones. We will continue their great cause. However, there were people who did not choose our path. Or rather, when we realized it, we realized that the majority that we thought was actually only a small portion. Our former compatriots forced us here and then tried to destroy us. Isn't this ironic? The two of them were like fire and water, but they actually had an unexpected tacit understanding on this matter. What a group of people who have lost their souls in their decadent lives. Don't you think about who gave you this life? The record ended there. There was no way to extract any useful information from the damaged building. The core of the entire database had been completely destroyed. However, when he saw a certain keyword, Li Wenyuan had an idea. Mass suicide. He opened his database and found a technology that belonged to the line of ascension technology on the technology tree. Synthetic evolution. Technology level 6. Introduction. It's time to abandon this flesh and blood that has imprisoned our thoughts and souls. By transferring our consciousness data to the synthetic humanoid, we can evolve to a whole new stage. Even if some people think that this is a collective suicide, our souls will be controlled by ourselves. Possible technology, none. As an ascension technology, the revolution it brought was extremely impactful. It was impossible for an ordinary civilization to accept the act of transferring consciousness into a machine without spending countless hours. Even if one could fabricate ethics like clay, one could not deal with such matters overnight. When Li Wenyuan saw the collective suicide in the records, he instantly thought of synthetic evolution. Although he did not have any use for it now, other civilizations might have done the same a long time ago. He didn't comment on the ethical impact of synthetic evolution, but it didn't stop him from thinking that it was a magnificent feat. Without considering philosophical issues, it was indeed an evolution that could bring the entire civilization to a new height. According to this situation, it was obvious that the previous owner of this circular world had not reached the level of playing with ethics and morality at will. Or rather, they thought they had achieved it, but the reality was that these individuals who had completed the synthetic evolution were rejected and even destroyed by other individuals who had not undergone the synthetic evolution. Is this the disadvantage of helping the seedlings grow? Li Wenyuan then thought of the information he had learned about the Lost Empire from the ruins on Earth before the chaos in the Milky Way. It was very likely that the Lost Empire was created by human force-feeding education to test the crisis tolerance of the Milky Way civilization. If this is indeed the ruins of the Voyager, then it can be said that the current Voyager. It's not exactly the Voyager of the past. He continued to scan the fragments of the circular world with questions. The ordinary civilizations in the Milky Way were about to welcome a very shocking event because of a former genius. The simulation of consciousness data is correct. Consciousness transfer device, testing complete. The mechanical body's functions are also normal. It took me a lot of effort to get this portable small reactor. I didn't expect a genius like me to have to worry about such a thing one day. Then, the reporters are on their way. I think they should be able to make it. News of a celebrity cheating? What a good excuse. I didn't fake the picture myself in vain. In Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, this old scholar who had been removed from society kept checking the equipment in his studio while calculating the time when the reporters would arrive. This was a messy abandoned factory. He would complete the feat of digitizing his consciousness and transferring it to a mechanical body the moment the reporters rushed in. He would prove himself and then take back everything that had been in the past. He sat on a chair filled with instruments and put on a helmet that was connected to a large number of wires. He took one last look at the mechanical body beside him. He did not have the money to make a bionic skin, so he could only welcome his new life with this simple posture. However, he never doubted his accuracy. As a researcher and practitioner of this theory, he always believed that he would create great achievements. He looked at the loose skin on his hands and his old body. Finally, he closed his eyes and activated the device. The buzzing sound of the power connection echoed in the dark factory. The indicator lights that were constantly lit were a rare sight here. The lines representing his life functions began to fluctuate violently. Both the highest and lowest points were far beyond the condition of a normal person. His body was also convulsing unnaturally, and his body fluids were flowing uncontrollably because of the burden on his body. It was an ugly scene. It was hard to imagine what kind of behavior this old scholar was using to accomplish his feat. However, the movement of his body soon stopped, and he seemed to have completely lost his vitality. The door of the dark factory was kicked open. Hurry up! What about the floating panoramic camera? Don't miss this. Wait, why is there a strange smell? What's that? A group of reporters broke in, but they only saw a dark scene. The light from the camera instantly lit up the place, allowing them to discover the old scholar's corpse and the motionless mechanical body beside him. Isn't this synthetic? The genius scientist who was sent back by the Voyager and then removed from the committee? How interesting. So this guy tricked us into coming here? I knew those pictures were fake. It's a waste of time. A reporter cursed as he walked to the old scholar's body as if he wanted to kick him off the chair. His work situation had not been good recently, and it was time to vent. However, his foot was caught by the mechanical body on the side halfway through his kick. The mechanical body, which had been silent, had switched on at some point. Its blue eyes gave off a wise feeling. "Don't touch my previous body." Chapter 91, The Voyager. The Milky Way was boiling. Whether it was the idealistic civilization, the materialistic civilization, or even the curator city which was only interested in collecting technology, all of them had their eyes on the Mingbo science and technology nation. On Mingbo's home planet, every advertisement screen was playing an interview video. "May I ask our greatest genius, Synthetic, how did you accomplish this feat? You did it so easily." In other words, the consciousness is converted into data and then transmitted to the prepared mechanical body. This is an immortal body. It's easy to understand, right? You're right. What do you think of this matter? Of course, this is something that benefits everyone. Why should we be limited by the limitations of our bodies? After becoming a mechanical body, diseases and decay will leave us. The only thing left is wisdom and efficiency. I'm not talented, but I'm lucky enough to be the first person to eat crabs. I've decided to name this great cause synthetic evolution to show my achievements. The materialistic civilizations were shocked by this matter, but their evaluation was still non-committal. However, it was different for idealistic civilizations. What a sin, what a sin! Why do you want to give up the wonderful body that the heavens have given you? Isn't this completely cutting off your path of ascension? An elder of the Duncan race cried out in pain, his expression full of sorrow. However, more people were indifferent and indignant. Evolution? Hehe, a lunatic who committed suicide used a preset program to create the illusion that he is still alive. How dare they laugh at us? Can he still call for help in his situation? This is the most unscientific behavior. This host in the mechanical body is just a program. It can't be called consciousness. It's just that this mechanical body thinks that he's still alive. Can he still be him? The Duncan race, which had a vague desire to become the leader of the idealistic civilization, immediately announced that the mechanical life form, who called himself synthetic, would be added to their blacklist. At the same time, they issued a secret bounty for the interstellar bounty hunters who had no fixed residence to destroy the machine. The other idealistic civilizations also announced that they were forbidding synthetic from entering the country, as if they were jointly punishing him. In addition to these civilizations, the few ordinary artificial intelligence civilizations in the Milky Way also paid some attention to this matter. A jumbled metal block that attempted to imitate the efficiency of a real machine has been determined to have lost its value as a biobattery. Low-efficiency hardware, outdated circuits, no reference value, does not meet the accessibility standards. Conflict, error, contradiction, error. We need to re-establish the judgment agreement. It still retained the idiotic nature of an organism, a low-end machine. The artificial intelligence civilizations also had their own views on this matter. Some were friendly, some were disdainful, and some were hostile. It was hard to say whether they recognized it as a mechanical life. However, the Lost Empire did not react to such a small matter. They might not even know that this had happened in the Milky Way. The Watcher and the Voyager were still in the brewing stage, while the Observer and the Silent were still minding their own business. However, the Administrator and the Mediator, who was thought to be the most likely to pay attention to this matter, did not react at all. Grey Wind saw this, but in her eyes, it was just a creature that had changed from one single form to another single form irreversibly. There was nothing interesting about it. If she could switch between the two forms freely, she might be able to get some attention. As for Li Wenyuan, he was busy with something big. He had no time to care about the trivial matter of a creature uploading its consciousness to a mechanical body. If an entire civilization was like this, it would probably pique his interest. At this moment, Li Wenyuan's main focus was on the beacon of perpetuity circular world. He thought that he could not find any more stories there, but he actually found the broken mental network left behind by the destroyed species. Although the database that stored the thought network had been largely destroyed, the attackers might not have thought that the individuals who had completed the synthetic evolution had retained a portion of the tinder in this way. Even though they had carefully cleaned up every inch of this world, there were still some places that they had not noticed. This species that had completed synthetic evolution knew the behavior patterns of their former compatriots too well. They understood their psychology very well and left their tinder in the places that their compatriots thought were completely damaged. That place was covered by countless robot fragments that looked like corpses. Although it was still severely damaged, it could still be accessed. After connecting to it, Li Wenyuan realized that it was a data vault that kept some dormant mental networks and memories. He could extract these thought networks and memories, then transplant them into the mechanical body, and try to awaken these ancient consciousnesses. But before doing that, he checked the contents of the memory first. It was all data, so he could easily check it without leaving any traces or damage. Finally, he saw the story that happened here. I'm a Voyager, or should I say we're Voyagers. We are not a format tower race, but our supreme beliefs and pursuits allow us to have a collective sense of identity comparable to format tower. The enlightened ones made us understand the vastness of the starry sky. The gifts they gave us also helped us quickly establish ourselves in the starry sky. Even if we don't know their exact existence, we still have reverence for the enlightened ones. So, imitating what we call them, we call ourselves the Voyager. This name means we follow in their footsteps and walk towards a future that is even further away. We sincerely hope that we can do great things like the enlightened ones, so after a fierce debate, we decided to walk the path of synthetic evolution. We will place our consciousness in an eternal machine so that it will not decay over a long period of time. Even if we aren't as powerful as the enlightened ones, we still want to pursue them, even if it will take billions of years. But we were wrong. Our social level and individual consciousness are not worthy of using cutting-edge technology. We think that we are one, and we also think that we are all noble, but in fact, there are many more people who don't want to improve and are hedonists. After we abandoned our bodies, we realized that we only had a small group of individuals. The others had lied to us. They don't want to do such a thankless thing. They want to enjoy endless entertainment with their bodies. They slandered us as an artificial intelligence rebel, and started a purge of evil robots like us. In the end, we retreated to this beacon of perpetuity. While facing the attacks of the opposing ideologies, we defended against the backstabs of our former comrades. Purpose and deception, greed and desire are the most common things in the Milky Way. Great causes are only a few in the end. Enlightened ones, if you see this scene, will you regret what you've done? Chapter 92, Ancient Memory, 1. The memory of the ancient Voyager left here had already been explained very clearly, as Li Wenyuan reflected on their history and culture. Li Wenyuan found that on this beacon of perpetuity, there was a group of individuals who had completed synthetic evolution, but were also rejected by their society due to their differences. The current Voyager, on the other hand, was a group of people who had never chosen this path. They were still using electronic implants, which was a far cry from a technologically advanced interstellar nation. It's no wonder that the current Voyager is still using electronic implants. It doesn't seem to have much of a generation difference with the Milky Way. It turns out that there were already differences in the past. Li Wenyuan sighed at the fact that the ancient Voyager was not prepared to abandon their physical bodies, and how their social philosophy could not keep up with the speed of technological progress. Li Wenyuan sighed at the fact that the ancient Voyager was not prepared to abandon their physical bodies, and how their social philosophy could not keep up with the speed of technological progress. In the end, these individuals who had embarked on the path of synthetic evolution ended up being sacrificial lambs. According to the number of mental networks and memories left in the damaged data vault, Li Wenyuan only discovered 1 million fire seeds that were left in the end after thorough search operations. This number was too small for an interstellar civilization. Fortunately, they had completed the synthetic evolution, so it was not difficult for them to recover their population. It just took time. Thus, Li Wenyuan continued to check the contents of the memory while extracting the thought network and memory. He was prepared to reawaken these ancient Voyagers. The contents of his memories were clear to him. He could feel the sense of mission and nobility of these synthetic evolution individuals. Li Wenyuan was prepared to reawaken these ancient Voyagers. The contents of his memories were clear to him. He could feel the sense of mission and nobility of these synthetic evolution individuals. They really wanted to keep moving forward and not indulge in a luxurious life. Just as they said, even if it takes billions of years, they still want to pursue the footsteps of the enlightened ones. At this moment, they found their remaining fire seeds here, and Li Wenyuan happened to have a suitable mechanical body to help them revive. This might be heaven's will. He found their remaining fire seeds here, and Li Wenyuan happened to have a suitable mechanical body to help them revive. This might be the will of heaven for the ancient Voyager. In the process of checking these memory records, Li Wenyuan also learned some stories of the ancient times. For example, the Voyager might have been inspired by humans when they had just gained intelligence and were starting their civilization. But now, he was reviving them with their fire seeds. When they came back to their senses, the planet was already highly developed. It would take them a long time to adapt to this high-tech life and then explore the starry sky with their curious nature. They thought that they were special, but unfortunately, many civilizations had appeared in the universe at that time due to human intervention. They were not the only ones in interstellar space. The Voyager thought that they were special. However, many civilizations had appeared in the universe at that time due to human intervention and they were not the only ones in interstellar space. Naturally, war and peace between civilizations were born. During this process, Li Wenyuan saw a familiar species that he recognized after a pause. "Isn't that the Watcher?" Li Wenyuan asked out loud. The species that he had noticed were indeed the main species of the Watcher, but at that time, they had yet to use various means to improve their bodies. They looked quite different from the current Watcher. Then, the Voyager and the Watcher had friction due to various ideologies, and even war broke out due to their conflicting ideals. The Voyager and the Watcher had won and lost, but no one could do anything to the other. Perhaps the feud had been formed at that time. At that time, they were extremely powerful and each of them had superior productivity. The speed at which the Voyager and the Watcher built battleships was also extraordinarily fast, as if they were competing against each other. There were even situations where the two of them fought to the death in a certain galaxy. They were extremely influential and each of them had superior productivity. The speed at which the Voyager and the Watcher built battleships was also extraordinarily fast, as if they were competing against each other. There were even situations where the two of them fought to the death in a certain galaxy. After comparing this situation with the ancient battlefield he had discovered before, Li Wenyuan confirmed that it was the very same galaxy that he set foot on. He searched through the memory records and learned that they held their battle in that galaxy, and the reason was a very unique one. The two parties were actually arguing about who was the true successor of the enlightened ones, and this argument led to a full-fledged war between the Watcher and the Voyager. It was also after this major war that a group of people among the Voyagers decided to take the path of synthetic evolution in order to make their civilization take a step forward and advance further. They wanted nothing more than to deal a heavy blow to the Watcher at that time and were willing to pay a heavy price for a victory against their enemy. After this major war, a group of people among the Voyagers decided to take the path of synthetic evolution in order to make their civilization take a step forward and advance further, wanting nothing more than to deal a heavy blow to the Watcher at that time and were willing to pay a heavy price for a victory against their enemy. After combing through the contents of the memory records, although Li Wenyuan had gained something, he had more questions. At this moment, the extraction of these mental networks and memory records was basically complete. Li Wenyuan was also prepared to leave this place and head elsewhere. While reviving these ancient Voyagers, he went to explore other places according to the contents of the memory records. This was because he found that some of the contents in his memory records were very different from the current Milky Way. The most obvious difference was that the current Voyager had moved their base. In the past, their country was not in this position or galaxy, and even their mother planet was a completely different one from this. It was remarkable to think how much had changed since then. Li Wenyuan sighed as he mulled over this. The current mother planet of the Voyager was an ideal city planet called Source of Knowledge. This was a completely artificial planet that had undergone significant modification and was said to be entirely man-made. The surface of the Source of Knowledge planet was covered in steel, and there was no natural landscape at all. In fact, every space was utilized, and countless buildings were built into perfectly planned and outlined zones, each zone having different functions. The Source of Knowledge planet's surface was covered in steel, and there was no natural landscape at all. In fact, every space was utilized, and countless buildings were built into perfectly planned and outlined zones, each zone having different functions. Even though a planet such as Ideal City was very fascinating, according to the memory records that Li Wenyuan had, the former Voyager had 3 circular worlds. And even though the circular world of the Beacon of Perpetuity had been completely destroyed, there were still 2 circular worlds left. They were named the Beacon of Infinity and the Beacon of Eternity. Given this unique environment and the 3 circular worlds they possessed, why did they give up such a unique environment and move the entire country of the Voyager to its current location? Since they had such a unique environment and were in possession of 3 circular worlds, why did the Voyager give up such a unique environment and move the entire country away? Li Wenyuan was baffled and did not know what to make out of this. He decided that he would figure this out later. Nevertheless, he proceeded to command the extraction work so that he could harvest all remaining information and materials for further research. After completing the extraction work, Li Wenyuan's research spaceship quickly left the place. At the same time, there were other research spaceships in other locations that rushed to the circular world of the Beacon of Infinity and the circular world of the Beacon of Eternity according to the records in the memory. The rest of the explorers from other civilizations who were still carefully probing the shattered circular world also noticed the departure of the Administrator research spaceship, and they all revealed indescribable expressions. Chapter 93, Ancient Memory, 2. There were only two guesses about this situation: either the Administrator didn't discover anything here, or the Administrator had already gained something and there was no need for him to continue staying here. The explorers looked at each other and quickly approached the place where the Administrator had stopped to see if they could find anything. Hence, while they were still fighting for the most advantageous position, one of Li Wenyuan's research spaceships had already arrived at the Beacon of Eternity circular world. As expected, this place was also blown up. As he had expected, the Beacon of Eternity had also suffered extremely serious damage. Li Wenyuan also felt that only such complete destruction could make the Voyagers move the entire country. However, the circular world was much more severely damaged than the Beacon of Perpetuity. When he was exploring the Beacon of Perpetuity, he could still see many large pieces of world fragments, but the Beacon of Perpetuity in front of him had been blown into small pieces. Almost all the buildings on the surface had been flattened, and it was difficult to find any remnants of the ruins. Then the Beacon of Infinity shouldn't be spared either. The three circular worlds were all blown up, and the entire race had no choice but to move to another place to live. What did the Voyager encounter? In his confusion, his spaceship began to scan the fragments of the circular world, hoping to find something. Although this place had been completely destroyed, the circular world was too huge. There were still some traces of the past. He was lucky enough to find the remains of a few robots in a collapsed cave. However, they were different from the robots on the Beacon of Perpetuity that had chosen synthetic evolution. These robots were more like the mechanical servants used by the current Voyager. They were simple robots that could not even be considered artificial intelligence. They seemed to be carrying weapons. Judging from their posture, they should have been fighting before they stopped. Li Wenyuan experimented with connecting to a few robot ports, but he found that they were completely damaged. There was not even a single record left. In the end, he only managed to extract some useful information from a relatively well-preserved robot wreckage. It was a video recording. Although the long period of time had distorted the image, the content could still be barely discerned. The background was probably in this circular world. At that time, the circular world had not suffered any serious damage. One could vaguely see a large amount of flickering light in the background of the picture. The audio had been lost from the video, so Li Wenyuan could only guess that it was the light from the explosion. In addition, a large number of battleships could be seen flying over the circular world, as if they were rushing to a certain place. Other than some minor differences, the style of these battleships was almost identical to the current Voyager. However, they were not in the form of a fleet as usual. Instead, they seemed to be advancing one after another, as if they had just been produced in the dock and were heading to the front line. Soon, Li Wenyuan understood why. In the beginning, the battleships could still be seen flying into the distance, but gradually, they began to be destroyed halfway. It seemed that the front line of the war had already been pushed into the circular world. Later on, the number of times the battleship appeared in the image became less and less. In fact, the moment it appeared in the sky, it was destroyed by a beam of light from afar. In the end, the battleships could no longer be seen. Only the light beams that filled the sky were still interweaving. At this moment, the front line of the war spread to the circular world. The Voyager and an unknown enemy fought fiercely in the sky above the circular world. However, Li Wenyuan had already known the outcome in advance. In the end, it would definitely end with the failure of the Voyager because the circular world had already exploded. What could it be? Even the Voyager is no match for him. As he thought about this, he suddenly remembered a piece of information he had previously excavated from the ruins on Earth. No. N027, First Pressure Resistance Test. After countless simulations in the virtual world, we finally decided to trigger a controlled artificial crisis in the real galaxy to test whether the civilization formed under our spoon-feeding inspiration can resist the upcoming threat. This numbered document once mentioned that humans triggered an artificial crisis in order to test the resilience of the Milky Way civilization. This crisis directly caused most of the civilizations that had advanced to fall back to the Aboriginal era. Only a few of them still maintained the ability to travel through space. Could it be that the crisis caused by humans has caused the world to explode? The more Li Wenyuan thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. At the same time, he didn't know what to say. He felt that human beings were really chaotic, to have raised a group of civilizations by themselves and then returned them to their original state. The recording of the robot's remains had been interrupted for a while, as if it had been disturbed. When it was restored, the colorful sky could no longer be seen. All that was left was smoke. In the video, the light representing the explosion was flashing continuously. At the same time, the frequency was getting higher and higher, and it was getting brighter and brighter. The recorded image also began to shake countless times. It was obvious that the tremors caused by the explosion had already spread here, as if it represented an approaching threat. Seeing this scene, Li Wenyuan knew that this was the end of his record. He only hoped that this robot would be more powerful and preserve its threatening appearance. According to his understanding of humans, the crisis that humans triggered manually would definitely not be directly realized by their own battleships. Instead, it would most likely be disguised according to the threat they had encountered before, creating a specious threat. It looked decent, but in fact, it was still under the control of humans. With the help of the recording, he would know what the so-called threat looked like so that he could take precautions in advance. Soon, the vibration became more and more intense, and the robot seemed to be unable to maintain its balance. At the last moment, an explosion caused by something blew the robot into the sky. As the scene spun, Li Wenyuan finally caught a glimpse of the threat in a few frames. Those were some things that could be considered battleships. At first glance, he even thought they were floating buildings. There weren't many of them, but all of them had strange postures. At first glance, they looked like massive objects made up of a pyramid structure. Although there was no air resistance in space, and battleships could be built in any shape they wanted, this special shape was still very eye-catching. No weapons could be seen on their surface, but there were light beams brewing in those conical structures. It seemed that the attacks were coming from those places. When the robot fell back to the ground, the scene ended. The outcome was obvious. So that's how it is. Those things that look like spiky balls should be the specific appearance of the crisis. Even if they aren't, they must have a lot to do with it. Li Wenyuan made some artistic changes to the image of the special spaceship in the records and then sent out a mission related to it to the entire Milky Way. The reward was still a small Lost Empire fleet, and he believed that it would definitely attract the enthusiasm of other civilizations. After all, this thing seemed to be able to pose a threat to the entire galaxy, and he needed to use the power of the galaxy. He did not expect the other civilizations to find the crisis, but any clue would be very useful. So, was this what had happened to the Voyager? A lost empire that had expelled a portion of its compatriots and retreated to its current position under a crisis, they might have forgotten this part of history. He felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the lost empire of the Voyager. If that's the case, then what happened to the other lost empires that caused them to become like this? As he thought about this, he looked at the star map. The Lost Empire happened to be in 4 opposing positions. He now had a better understanding of the Voyager and the Watcher, but he had little understanding of the Observer and the Silent. Judging from their history, they probably had some incredible experiences. It's really the Milky Way that has been chaotic since a long time ago. Chapter 94, Beacon Rekindled, 1. The research spacecraft carrying the ancient Voyager's thought network and memory returned to Li Wenyuan's Epsilon shelter in the circular world. There was a large group of synthetic humanoids that were suitable for use as carriers. Allocating a suitable mental network and corresponding memory to each body was a matter of time, but the project of awakening these ancient consciousnesses was also proceeding in an orderly manner. I hope they can adapt to these different bodies when they wake up. In addition, they seem to be under my surveillance. Li Wenyuan felt that it was a little strange. After all, these gene-altered humans were under his surveillance at all times. Even if those ancient travelers occupied these bodies, their consciousness data would always be monitored. This situation meant that they had no privacy with Li Wenyuan, even though their memories had been read long ago. But, to a certain extent, they are already connected as one, and it felt like a half-format tower. Judging from their willpower, I think the name Voyager is more suitable for them. There was something wrong with the current Voyagers. Even though they had expanded, they still seemed lethargic. Perhaps a new batch of people should become the Voyager? Let's take this opportunity to visit the Beacon of Infinity again. According to the records in the memory, this circular world was the mother planet of the former Voyagers. There might be some remnants of history on it. Li Wenyuan hadn't brought Grey Wind out to play during this period of time. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Grey Wind had found something more interesting. Recently, she had been reading the various types of awakened empire works produced by various civilizations, including many games. Regardless of the pros and cons, she would not reject anyone. She seemed to have a special liking for such fated duels. In the 2 galaxies inside the distant star cluster that could not be observed by other civilizations, she had already simulated all kinds of civilizations. Every planet was a civilization, and 2 of them were the lost civilizations that she had personally designated. She had a lot of fun inside, and it felt like a small war in the galaxy. Let her be. It's good to have some entertainment occasionally. How long has it been since I last relaxed? Li Wenyuan looked at the star map and the Milky Way before the storm. Finally, his consciousness landed on a research spaceship near the beacon of Infinity Circular World. This was the 4th circular world that Li Wenyuan had encountered. Ever since he had the circular world of Epsilon Shelter, he had always been very fond of this high-yield megastructure. Before the other civilizations knew it, he was already preparing to build a new circular world. Although he also hoped that the humans would give him a few more ownerless circular worlds so that he could inherit them openly, there was no news of other missing buildings so far. However, to his surprise, although the beacon of Infinity Circular World had also suffered serious damage, the damage was much lower than the previous beacon of Eternity Circular World and the Immortal Lighthouse Circular World. The most obvious difference was that the 2 circular worlds had been blown into fragment circular worlds, but this circular world still retained its general structure. Even though 3 sections of the circular world were irreparably damaged, the last remaining section was surprisingly intact. Li Wenyuan even felt that as long as he cleared the debris and obstacles on the surface and restarted the control center, it would be able to accommodate people. Therefore, driven by curiosity, he immediately approached the circular world, but he did not find anything other than the circular world control center. The surface of the planet was not destroyed, but someone man-made dug out all the buildings here. Did the Voyager do it himself? There were no signs of recent excavation in this circular world. Li Wenyuan felt that he should be the first person to come here during this period of time. He guessed that there must have been many buildings that were very important to the Voyagers in this circular world, so much so that they had to take those buildings with them when they moved. Perhaps it was because they sensed that there was no resistance from the Voyagers in this circular world that the crisis caused by humans did not completely destroy this place. Then, strangely, he thought of the same race as the Voyagers who had been banished or even destroyed. Judging from the records in his memory, those people were likely to be elites who had extremely high qualities in every aspect. It can't be that the elites were all killed by them, or that those elites pulled some key data banks and self-destructed before they died, causing the remaining people to not know how to build those advanced buildings, right? He felt that his guess was a little ridiculous, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, he couldn't think of any situation that would make the former Voyager choose to take the building with him when he moved. Then this is really disappointment. There were a bunch of advanced buildings, but they did not know how to build them. If they were damaged, it would mean that the entire building was scrapped. Even though it had strong productivity, it was not stable and could collapse at any time. I feel like I know why the Voyagers like to ask other civilizations for genius scientists. Li Wenyuan felt that he had discovered a new secret. Chapter 95, Beacon Rekindled, 2. Perhaps the Voyagers needed these gifted people to help them find ways to repair or even rebuild those ancient buildings. They might even need these geniuses to analyze those lost technologies. In that case, it's normal to forget a lot of history, right? Is this one of the lost empires? Li Wenyuan shook his head. The engineering spaceship brought a large group of transport ships carrying synthetic humanoids to this place and quickly began the repair work of this circular world. As the repair process of the Beacon of Infinity was about to be completed, the consciousness of the ancient Voyagers was awakened. Many of them had abnormal reactions due to the broken mental network, but many of them had regained consciousness and opened their eyes to look at their surroundings. Did he succeed? The fire seed we left behind, a Voyager first looked at his own body and, as expected, realized that it wasn't the mechanical body they were familiar with. Someone has helped us, allowing us to awaken from our eternal slumber. It's just that this place, the other Voyager nodded and said, something's not right here. Although the data in my consciousness is working normally, I can feel a signal that is not under my supervision being sent upward every time there is a cycle and change. I understand. This is the price we have to pay. From the day we fell asleep, we were prepared for this. We can't just ask for help from others without giving them anything in return. What else do we have now that is worth asking for other people besides our digitized and tireless consciousness? I'm afraid that the contents of the memory have already been read, so don't think too much about it. Just wait for the true owner of this place to arrive. We will do our best to help him until the day we can follow the enlightened ones. After the consciousness of these voyagers recovered, they quickly adapted to the body of the synthetic humanoids. They were even curious about the mechanical body with strange joints. None of them felt sad for their compatriots who had not been able to wait for this era. In fact, the fact that millions of people had been revived had already exceeded their expectations. Even though death was a sad thing, as the voyagers, they would only move forward with more determination. The consciousness data of a few of our compatriots are in chaos. It should be because their mental network has not been completely preserved. It will take a long time for them to repair themselves. We need to help them rebuild their mental network. However, we don't have the authority to compile it for the time being. I hope that the savior. The voyagers who were conversing were suddenly stunned. Then, they felt that some kind of shackle that was attached to their consciousness data had been lifted. Accompanying it was the information and situation of the current Milky Way. First, they were shocked that so much time had passed. Then, they thanked their guardians who had helped them. Finally, they felt sad about a certain lost empire on the star map. Voyager? If he was not surprised, it was them, right? Do they deserve this name? Judging from their position, the Beacon of Infinity and the Beacon of Infinity had been abandoned? What are they doing? These ancient voyagers found it unbelievable that the current travelers were here. What was most incomprehensible to them was that their mother planet, the Beacon of Infinity, had been abandoned and their entire race had moved to an unknown source of knowledge. Even if he didn't walk our path, he shouldn't have fallen to this state, right? At first, they were puzzled, but soon they were relieved. It was not because Li Wenyuan had told them the reason, but because they felt that it was not surprising for their former compatriots to reach such a state. As expected. Their unambitious behavior will only make them stagnate. They really deserve to be reduced to this state. If someone from an ordinary civilization heard this, they would be shocked, because this group of ancient voyagers was full of disdain for the current voyagers. This was the lost empire. Even if it had been severely damaged, it was still much stronger than ordinary civilizations like theirs. However, in the eyes of the ancient voyagers, the current voyagers were no longer worthy of this name. They felt that it was better for them to take over. As a result, the group's consciousness data continued to communicate and finally gathered into a single wish. They hoped that the administrator could temporarily lend them a foothold. They wanted to take back the name of the voyager and continue to follow the footsteps of the enlightened ones. And they would fight for the administrator until the end of time. The appeal of this group of ancient voyagers was beyond Li Wenyuan's expectations. He did not expect this group of people to be so persistent about this name. It seemed that they really respected humans. It feels like a fanatical belief. Why don't I let you be the watchers? Li Wenyuan only complained in his heart for a moment before agreeing to their request. He had a very good impression of this group of people who had always been walking on the road of progress. At this moment, he remembered the awakening empire that Grey Wind often mentioned to him. He had always felt that this name was a good choice. It was the exact opposite of the lost empire that sounded lethargic. It had a sense of greatness and revival. However, he always felt that in the Milky Way, the Watcher and Voyager who had started to expand and then stopped expanding were a little lacking. The Watcher was still all right. At least Li Wenyuan knew that those believers were actually also advancers. It was just that their fanatical beliefs were sometimes easily misinterpreted or used. However, the Voyager was really hard to say. It felt like he had nothing better to do. Occasionally, he would promote the natives out of interest. He would directly take any scientist he liked. Some time ago, he had even blown up the Holy Land, which led to the expansion of the Watcher. What a troublemaker! However, if these ancient Voyagers were to control the current Voyagers, then the feeling of them moving forward would really be like the awakened empire. Therefore, Li Wenyuan handed over the newly repaired section of the Beacon of Infinity circular world to the group of Voyagers and gave them some initial help. He originally wanted to give more help, but these people declined his gift and said that they would not embarrass him this time, regardless of whether they were the enlightened ones or the administrator. Therefore, this ancient beacon with a painful history lit up again after a long time. Chapter 96:1 I'm a Prophet. Woodson. On the way here, I saw that the Titan battleship assembly plants are all in full production. I even saw weapons that can destroy the stars. What exactly do you want? In one of the temples on the heavenly throne, Zaklon was arguing with the person opposite him. He looked very anxious, but the other person had a calm expression. Don't worry, our dear prophet. It's not easy for you to come back here. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea? Don't change the topic. Have you ever thought about how many casualties there will be this time? How much damage will it cause to the Milky Way? Zaklon was still furious, but the high priest opposite him said indifferently, this is a battle for the Holy Land. Every believer is filled with fervent faith. If we don't use war, we definitely won't be able to appease their anger at the destruction of the Holy Land. Ha! Zaklon sneered. You've already planned this, right? I've advised you countless times to move that atomic clock away, but you've been using all sorts of excuses to brush me off. How is that possible? Our dear prophet, you know my faith in the Holy Land. Of course, I won't sit idly by and do nothing about this defilement of the Holy Land. But who would have thought that it would be a bomb that would destroy the planet? The high priest's tone was filled with exaggerated sadness, but how could his expression be like this? You. Zaklon was obviously angry at his indifferent attitude. He threw the cane he had been holding to the side. Even his blood vessels were bulging. He felt like he was about to roll up his sleeves and hit someone. When he was young, he completed his ascetic homework quite well. Even though he was a little old now, his muscular form could beat up 4 or 5 people easily. However, the high priest interrupted him and said indifferently, "You're a prophet, don't tell me you don't know the meaning of the word Holy Land in the hearts of believers? Do you want me to let the believers forget about this matter? Then you don't have to do anything. The angry believers will tear me apart. Therefore, it is necessary to declare war on those stupid and arrogant evil cyborgs. Only then can we ease the pain caused by the destruction of the Holy Land." His words stunned Zaklon, and he said in disbelief, "But you knew exactly what that atomic clock was, you had the power to stop it." "I don't know," the high priest once again answered Zaklon's question with a firm tone. However, it was not clear if there was something wrong with his facial nerves. Even in this state, he still looked relaxed. It was difficult to doubt whether what he said was true or false. Zaklon opened his mouth. At this moment, he felt that his former friend had become so unfamiliar that even he could no longer understand his thoughts. The Shinnik network that connected everyone could not sense his true appearance. The person before him seemed to be covered by a veil of the void realm, making it difficult to guess. "I'm going to expose this matter to the believers." Realizing that it was impossible to convince the high priest, Zaklon decided to use his influence as a prophet to try to persuade his believers. "Is that so? Do you want to do this?" The high priest suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with an inexplicable color. "It's a fact that the Holy Land was destroyed. I don't need to tell you about the fanaticism of the believers. You won't be able to stop them. At the very least, I want to reduce the number of casualties as much as possible." Zaklon did not waver. At the same time, he looked at the high priest again. "Also, I'll announce the contract you signed with those things in the void realm." 2. This time, the high priest's smile calmed down. He looked at Zaklon expressionlessly. "Getting close to the void realm is the driving force for all of us to advance. Even if this is very dangerous, if I don't do it, there will be other priests and saint attendants to do it. We firmly believe that the enlightened ones went to another place from the void realm. In order to catch up with them, this danger is necessary. And now, the believers finally have hope and have experienced the possibilities brought by this power. Do you think they will give up so easily?" Zaklon. For the first time, the high priest did not address him as a prophet but called him by his name. "You were born with weak Shinnik ability potential. Even the end of reincarnation couldn't improve you. Your Shinnik power is not even as good as a child's. How can you, who has never enjoyed such beauty, decide whether this is right or wrong? I believe that your faith isn't firm. Perhaps you're not suitable to bear the responsibility of a prophet. After you leave, I will ask the oracle to name a new prophet. He will be the chosen one and will be the guide for our believers." The high priest calmly announced what he would do in the future, but Zaklon did not have any reaction. He just shook his head as he left. "I'm Zaklon, a nobody who was unwillingly carried forward by the tide of history. I am Zaklon, a self-proclaimed prophet. I saw the destruction of the Milky Way and the people who shed blood. I will travel to every place and announce my prophecy. Those who believe in me will follow me and lead to my miracle." He seemed to be chanting a hymn, but the name was changed to him. After he left, all the believers who were Shinnik connected received a telepathic message. Prophet Zaklon was bewitched by an evil god while searching for the chosen ones. He has lost his devotion to God. This is an announcement. A new prophet will be born in the second high sacrifice, bringing the good news of God. This sudden and inexplicable situation caused the believers to fall into chaos. They didn't understand how the prophet, who was originally everyone's spiritual idol, had become the spokesperson of the evil god overnight. This made them feel like their faith had collapsed. But soon, they saw the former prophet Zaklon strolling out of the temple. Some people went up to ask about this matter, but Zaklon said calmly, "I saw the prophecy. Do you want to follow me?" When the person who asked the question heard this, he was subconsciously stunned. He immediately wanted to ask, "What is a prophecy?" But before he could speak, Zaklon nodded and said, "In that case, I understand. May the enlightened ones protect you." After that, Zaklon said to the second person, "I saw the prophecy. Do you want to follow me?" Just like that, he asked them one by one, but before they could react, he replied, "May the enlightened ones one protect you." This kind of strange behavior made many former believers flinch. They could not help but discuss with others through telepathy, could the prophet have really been bewitched by the evil god? I think it's possible. Otherwise, why would he be in such a crazy state? Let's not believe it. More and more people stepped aside, but Zaklon didn't show any reaction until a young voice said, "I will follow you." Zaklon nodded and smiled. He then brought the child behind him and said calmly, "I saw the prophecy. I saw the destruction. I saw the ring. It will destroy everything we have." Chapter 97, Battle of Heaven, 1. The news of the former prophet Zaklon's name being removed shook the idealistic civilization. Although the notice was sent out by the Watcher, many true believers still found it unbelievable. They ignored all the accusations against Zaklon and were determined to follow Zaklon, who had already left. Although this group of people was small in number, they would become a considerable force when stacked together. No one knew where Zaklon had gone. Some people speculated that he was disappointed by the chaotic Milky Way and chose to live in seclusion. Some people speculated that he had predicted the arrival of the crisis and decided to find a way to resolve the threat. But no matter what, it was a fact that Zaklon had left. Even if someone tried to find him, they still found nothing. However, this matter, which was very important to the idealistic civilization, did not cause much of a stir in the materialistic civilization. It was just that a few students who had used Zaklon as their graduation thesis topic were unlucky and had to change their research direction at the last minute. What was more popular in the materialistic civilization now was the discussion about the ruthless person who transferred his consciousness to the mechanical body. After all, the act of completely abandoning the body sounded too ridiculous. Even those who had replaced more than 80% of their body with prosthetics could not imagine such a situation. Some believed that this was a great way to improve civilization, but others believed that the efficiency improvement brought by the use of prosthetics and robots was enough. There was no need to choose such a dangerous method that had a huge impact on philosophy. The discussion about this matter seemed to be the hottest topic in the awakened empire. But then again, have you guys noticed that none of the lost empires have used this method? Indeed, if you think about it this way, even the Voyager still uses an artificial form. Does this mean that this path is actually not feasible? It's hard to say, but we need to find our own path. It's not bad to stand on the shoulders of giants, but this might also cause us to never be able to escape the influence of others. Several young people expressed their views on the internet, but in addition to these normal discussions, there were also some conspiracy theories that were quietly growing. People always liked to think in a different direction and form a chain of events that they believed in through speculation. The most popular conspiracy theory was that this was a spy sent by the artificial intelligence civilization. Their goal was to make them all use mechanical bodies and then use a powerful virus to control everyone. As for how many people who were afraid of robotics would believe this statement, it was unknown for the time being. Time passed again. While the civilizations worked hard to improve themselves in the calm before the storm, the two lost empires that had been expanding and then falling into silence finally showed some changes. First, their vassal civilizations were the first to declare war. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the Watcher and the Voyager both had 5 vassal civilizations. At first, there were only 4 Voyagers, but after absorbing the criminal enterprise, the Kerr Alliance, the number reached 5. This small-scale war between the vassals actually presented a strange sense of ritual, as if it had been agreed in advance. Strong against strong, weak against weak, everyone's opponent seemed to be evenly matched. Just as the civilizations were still watching the evenly matched war and wondering what they were up to, the Watcher and the Voyager received their own news. They had sent an envoy to every young civilization instead of through the usual methods such as signal broadcasting, which made it seem very formal. These envoys directly explained the ancient feud between them and promised to reward those who joined them and punish those who opposed them. Even though the rewards were tempting, most civilizations were clear-headed. They chose not to join either side and had no interest in the feud between the two lost empires. There were a few civilizations that thought that the opportunity had arrived, and they chose to join their side, trying to get a share of the grudge between the ancient civilizations. Even if the winner could receive extremely generous rewards and soar to the top, the price of failure was something they could not afford. Therefore, the moment they joined, they were fully prepared for war. Other than that, there was another civilization that made a completely different choice from everyone else. You will all kneel at our feet. When the Watcher's emissary came to this civilization, he heard a choice he had never considered. He even thought that there was something wrong with his translator, and he even especially changed a few new ones to confirm what the stone golem in front of him meant. You mean you won't join either side? The emissary tried to understand the choice of this civilization, but the stone man emphasized again. No. What we mean is that you will all be defeated by us. This time, the emissary was absolutely certain that the translator was not wrong. This civilization had chosen to declare war on the two lost empires. The person who made the unexpected choice came from a stone civilization, which was a silicon-based life form. Civilizations with such life forms were indeed rare in the Milky Way, so many civilizations were initially curious and passionate about them. Chapter 98, Battle of Heaven, 2. But soon, these passionate civilizations announced that they would sever all ties with the Stone Man civilization, and proposed to launch a joint strike against it. The reason for this was quickly spread throughout the Milky Way. It was because this Stone Man civilization was a little stupid. Perhaps it was not stupidity, but a strong self-confidence, conceit, and desire to expand that maintained their civilization exchange. They were very similar to the Misophobia Pegchiti that once rampaged in the Milky Way, but they were not the same. The most obvious point was that the Pegchiti would at least have an assessment of their own strength. If the enemy was too strong, they would not take the initiative to provoke them. They would only be satisfied with their words. However, this Stone Man civilization was forever fearless. The most shocking move they made was to declare war on more than 20 civilizations at the same time, including the lost empire of the Silent. This kind of absolute self-confidence had even become a legend in the Milky Way. There was a world record that no one could surpass in the galaxy world record, the Interstellar country that declared war on most civilizations. The only reason they were still alive was that the civilizations were looking forward to what they could do next. It turned out that this Stone Man civilization did not disappoint. To be honest, you guys can actually have a better choice. I think it's not bad if you don't join any side, the messenger began to earnestly persuade the Stone Man leader in front of him. As a messenger, he felt that he was someone who had seen the big storms. He could understand the caution of the young civilization. Not joining any side was something he had long expected. However, this unexpected choice made him feel that this galaxy was really colorful and that he had lived for so many years in vain. There's no need to say any more. I told you to kneel down and I'll let you. The Stone Man still looked confident. Seeing this, the emissary could only sigh and prepare to report the situation back to the Watcher's territory. Before he left, he saw the spaceship of the Voyager arrive. It was still the preparation period for the war. Even if they did not like each other as old enemies, they would not attack here. However, when he brushed shoulders with the messenger of the Voyager, the messenger of the Watcher couldn't help but laugh out loud. He could already predict the expression of the nominal avatar. Therefore, it didn't take long for the Milky Way civilization to know that a Stone Man civilization had chosen an unexpected choice. As expected of them, Blenning couldn't help but praise the trading station of Krabau. Their war with the Killer Bee colony had temporarily come to an end because of the emissary of the Lost Empire. Even the bees that liked to devour biological matter seemed to understand that the situation in the Milky Way was not right. They began to stop in time and did not stand out. As the trading station where Blenning was located was close to the administrator, no bees dared to come and harass him. However, when he heard about the choice of the Stone Man civilization, he still felt that it was both unexpected and reasonable. As Megacorp, they had naturally tried to do business with this group of stone men who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The outcome was self-evident. Even Krabau itself had become one of the targets of the stone men. However, before they could make a move, this group of stone men was beaten until only their mother planet was left. They did not have the time to seize any resources. However, after the praise, what followed was the worry about the future. This group of stone men should be the last batch. From the looks of it, all the young civilizations in the Milky Way seem to have received invitations from the Watcher and the Voyager to participate in the war. Even the Lost Empire would need a few pawns to witness the end of their feud. What would the outcome of this war be? Was there a winner? Or was it a mutual injury? Can we gain anything? Blenning looked at the star map that seemed to be getting darker and darker. He kept sighing and finally looked at the lost robotic empire in the corner of the map. He said to himself with envy. The Lost Empire is still the best. They didn't have to do anything and just sat there watching the Milky Way storm. If only we had such strength. Li Wenyuan, who was still busy exploring the ruins, didn't expect that someone would look at him like this. It had been a long time since he had sent out the mission to find the object in the picture, but he hadn't found anything yet. All traces of this suspected threat seemed to have been cleaned up from the Milky Way, and there were almost no clues related to it. However, the group of ancient voyagers he had placed in the beacon of Infinity's circular world were developing at a speed that he could not understand. The efficiency that the mechanical bodies brought them was indeed unparalleled. While they were restoring their former homes without sleep or rest, they were also constantly assembling new companions. They didn't need to reproduce normally like living creatures. The only complexity in the process of increasing the number of siblings was the structure of their mental network, which determined their souls. Even though their population was still far from that of normal interstellar civilizations, their high productivity had allowed them to build a high-level fleet that looked exactly the same as that of the Voyager, but with a more primitive beauty. The memories of knowledge were still in their minds. In time, perhaps not so long, they would replace the current Voyager and become the real awakened empire. An old grudge. One of the leaders of the ancient Voyagers had already realized what was about to happen in the Milky Way, but this hatred had now faded. After being betrayed by their compatriots, they only wanted to pursue the footsteps of the enlightened ones. However, their new compatriots were still curious about the past. Even if it had become part of their memories, they still wanted to hear the stories of ancient times. That was in the past. At that time, the Milky Way was showing signs of prosperity under the great cause of the enlightened ones. We claim to be the most orthodox successors of the enlightened ones. We even imitated the title of enlightened ones, giving ourselves a name. But at that time, there was another group of people in the Milky Way who claimed to be the successors of the enlightened ones. Fortunately, they also called themselves the XX ones. We were still very young, so we naturally did not allow such behavior. Thus, a great war broke out. Each of us wanted to use a war that would end all wars to protect the Milky Way paradise left behind by the enlightened ones. I'm guessing that they've already forgotten the reason. They only know that they're old enemies. However, we still have a unique way of naming this kind of war, and that is the Battle of Heaven. According to the information extracted from the memory of the ancient Voyager, Li Wenyuan explained to Grey Wind what was going to happen in the Milky Way. In the star map, the color blocks representing the territories of the Watcher and the Voyager had quietly turned red. The hatred between the two ancient civilizations was also ignited. Chapter 99, Small Battle. Is this the war between the Lost Empires? Blenning looked at the galaxy where the war was happening, his eyes revealing an indescribable expression. The heavy rain that was brewing in the dark clouds finally flashed with lightning. The first place where the two lost empires clashed was in the home system of the Stone Man civilization. For the civilization that had threatened to make them prostrate themselves, the Watcher and the Voyager had sent a small fleet to see how he was going to make them prostrate themselves. Hence, the two lost empires started fighting in the galaxy. The pitiful toothpick fleet of the Stone Man civilization was directly swept away as trash on the chaotic battlefield. The star base that claimed the sovereignty of the galaxy also changed hands in the crossfire, but it did not return to the hands of the Stone Men. The only thing they were glad about was that their mother planet was still far away from the battlefield, so there probably wouldn't be a few beams of light that suddenly went astray and headed straight for them. At first, there were only two small fleets of the Lost Empire, which were a few frigates and a battle cruiser. However, after the two fleets exchanged fire, they began to shake people off, quickly causing the situation here to escalate. The places that were originally regarded as important galaxies by the Watchers and the Voyagers, where a frontal battle might break out, were unexpectedly calm. Meanwhile, their fleets were constantly jumping to the edge of the Milky Way, fighting in the home galaxy of the Stone Man civilization. As a lost empire, they naturally had ways to guard against the sudden sneak attack of the warp drive. Every galaxy under their control had at least one superluminal suppressor. The most obvious function of this equipment was to disrupt the uniform spacetime required for the warp drive to warp so that the enemy could not directly reach their core area in such a mysterious way. Even if they used the warp drive, they could only reach the vicinity of their borders. After that, they still had to rely on normal hyperspace navigation to enter their galaxy. However, this way, the threat would be greatly reduced, and they would have enough time to react to hostile actions. However, there was no war on the battlefield that they had expected. Instead, a large-scale battle broke out in an unknown place. There were more and more of them, right? Are the Watcher and the Voyager planning to have a showdown there? Blenning's subordinates also looked at the image on the electronic screen. The overwhelming fleet revealed an incredulous expression. Even the bravest adventurers did not dare to enter the place where the war between the two lost empires broke out. The various civilizations could only use their own observation methods to investigate. However, the image formed by such a method was ultimately not as clear as first-hand resources. There had always been interstellar tycoons offering rewards for the death squads that could provide real-time live broadcasts. No one had taken up the job yet, but even the blurry images were enough to distinguish the number of these huge fleets. Many civilizations calculated the size of the fleets participating in the war and compared their own strength. Then, they sadly realized that the small battle that broke out here was enough to flatten them. At this moment, the number of fleets that had arrived at the mother galaxy of the Stone Man civilization had already exceeded hundreds. Even the Titan battleships had joined in. It was hard to say if this was still a small battle. The Watcher fleet, which mainly relied on Chinook power, seemed to be more powerful than imagined in the war. The shields that they had enhanced with Chinook energy and Chiro were far more powerful than the shields of ordinary civilizations. Even the Voyager was slightly inferior in that regard. Under the bombardment of countless battleships, the Voyager's fleet, which had a weaker defense, obviously suffered a greater loss. However, the Voyager was also stronger than the Watcher in some ways. Due to their disdain for robots, the Watcher's fleet did not use battleship combat they were actually controlled by powerful Chinooks. However, the Voyagers had a deep understanding of unmanned combat. Each of their battleships was equipped with intellectual combat an efficient space combat fleet intelligence. But even so, the losses of the Voyager's ships were much greater than the losses of the Watcher. After signing a contract with an existence in the Void Realm, the Watcher's combat strength rose by a huge step. The prediction interface that they had developed after in-depth research in the field of spiritual energy could predict the future to a certain extent. Although it was inaccurate and the time was very short, it greatly reduced their losses. After sending in the same number of fleets, the Voyager fleet in this galaxy was already showing signs of decline. It was hard to imagine that the two sides, who were clearly evenly matched in ancient times, would be able to determine the victors so soon. As a last resort, the Voyager, who was in a passive situation, could only react first. They launched an attack on the Watcher's homeland. A large number of battleships jumped to the border and headed for the Watcher's space fortress. They wanted to take a foothold first. For these two lost empires, infiltration would have little effect. Only a direct war was the most important. The special Chinook senses of the Watcher could detect any spies, thus preventing infiltration from erupting on the planet. The Voyager also had their own set of methods. Their cutting-edge mechanical prosthetics and lie detectors had an unparalleled effect on dealing with spies. Therefore, this battle of heaven was actually a competition of production capacity between them. However, the Watcher who had signed contracts with the Void Realm experts was now ridiculously productive. During the calm before the storm, the fleets they had assembled were far more than the fleets of the Voyager. Therefore, after a series of confrontations, although the civilizations did not notice anything unusual, the internal members of the Voyager had already realized the seriousness of the situation. Was our intelligence wrong? Why is their fleet replenishing so quickly? A fleet commander of the Voyager looked at the damage report with an unpleasant expression. He had been immersed in the decadent environment for a long time. He never thought that the first battle after he woke up would be a failure. The small battle that took place in the home system of the Stone Man civilization had come to an end. In the eyes of the civilizations, it seemed that they had retreated, but in fact, it was the commander of the faraway fleet who had first issued the emergency warp command. The Watcher fleet, which failed to destroy the enemy, naturally left as well. However, they appeared in certain star systems with a purpose, as if they were in a guerrilla state, searching for lone Voyager fleets. After they left, the Stone Man civilization thought that they could breathe a sigh of relief, but they did not expect a large number of spaceships from other civilizations to follow closely behind. Many of them were adventurers, but most of them were officials. They constantly dismantled and transported away the remains of the fleet in this galaxy, either selling them or trying to study the lost mysteries. During this process, there was naturally some friction. The Stone Man civilization without a fleet could only wait for them to finish, and then watch as the battleship wreckage was transported away piece by piece, leaving nothing behind. After a while, the entire galaxy was like a locust colony. Other than the planets, everything was clean. Even the asteroid belt was taken away with ulterior motives. It was hard to imagine that a war had broken out here. However, after regaining control of the star base, the Stone Men regained their confidence. It was impossible to tell that they had declared war on two lost empires. The commanders of the Voyager began to worry about the balance of victory and defeat in the Battle of Heaven. They did not understand why their enemies, who were once evenly matched, had grown stronger than them after a long time. They had lost contact with the fleet that had attacked the Watcher's border, but they didn't care about the fate of the fleet because it was originally used as bait. In the end, it was an intelligence officer who found some clues from the information that they regarded as trash and informed these high-level rulers. The end of reincarnation? This strange space seems to have provided a powerful boost to those idealistic idiots. According to the prophet Zaklon, who was removed from their name, the Watcher signed a contract with this thing in exchange for an unbelievable blessing. This is really idealistic. However, if that's the case, according to the records of the end of reincarnation, they don't have much time left. So, defend. As long as we drag it out until the moment they are cleared, it will be our victory. At that time, we can also use this galaxy to achieve our goal. These higher UPS quickly made a decision and began to enter defensive mode. If they fought in their own territory, their advantage was quite obvious. In order to buy time, they would occasionally send out harassment fleets to scatter the Watcher's fleets. As for the Watcher, they had also increased their offensive strength. Not only did they want to completely destroy this archenemy that had been their enemy since ancient times, but they also understood the urgency of time. During this process, a certain evil thought that was born in the depths of one's heart also began to develop. High Priest, what is the purpose of the giant structure that we have recently started? On the throne of heaven, a believer asked the High Priest what the huge structure near the Holy Land was used for. It's a machine that can extract the power of the Void Realm. The Void Realm cracks left by the enlightened ones around the Holy Land can allow us to easily extract a huge amount of spiritual energy. With this power, we can ascend to another world and catch up to the enlightened one's footsteps. The High Priest's gentle voice seemed to appease the believers, but their eyes were still filled with intense uncase. This was an inspiration bestowed by Shinnik power. Not only that, the prophecy that Zaklon had told him before he left had also terrified him. High Priest, the ring, he wanted to continue asking but was interrupted by the High Priest. This is what the evil god's spawn uses to bewitch people. The ring is just baffling nonsense. Your faith is not strong enough, so I'll punish you to copy the Book of Revelation 100 times. This time, the High Priest's voice was very calm, and it made the believers tremble. They lowered their heads and left. When there was no one else in the temple, the High Priest muttered something to himself. The powerful Shinnik energy had blocked everyone's detection of him, which was why the Shinnik link could not sense what he was thinking under any circumstances. However, if someone was here physically and listened with their ears, they would be able to hear that he seemed to be talking to something. The aura of that unknown existence was very similar to that of the Void Realm. Chapter 100, Hatchery. The main fleet of the Watchers seemed to be attacking the border of the Voyager, but they couldn't do anything to the tortoiseshells inside the galaxies for a while under the policy of defense. The spectating civilizations thought that they could stay out of this mess, but they did not expect trouble to come knocking on their doors. The Voyager kept sending signals that seemed to be real and fake in the galaxy. They had indeed scattered part of the Watchers' fleets. But sometimes, when the harassing fleet was caught, a war would inevitably break out in the galaxy they were in. The first to suffer was Krabau. Among their scattered trading stations, one of them unfortunately encountered a battle between two lost empires. Even though the guard fleet there tried their best to resist, the aftermath of the battle still affected them. For example, the main cannon of a battlecruiser that missed its target directly destroyed the main body of the trading station, leaving behind a group of broken spaceships that fled in a sorry state. While the other civilizations were still laughing at Krabau, they realized that similar situations had more or less occurred in their own homes. The Voyager, who was using the warp drive to appear and disappear, seemed to have deliberately allowed the fleet to appear in other countries, using the chaotic situation to share the pressure of the Watchers' attack. And the vassal civilizations that had sworn to join the war were also fighting more and more fiercely, with the Watcher being the most frenzied. They saw the hope of victory for the Watcher. They had a great advantage, and they hoped to contribute, starting with eliminating the vassal civilizations. The vassal civilizations of the Voyager had also discovered the defensive stance of their suzerain and chose to defend without exception. They also shrank into a shell, seemingly expecting the eruption of the counterattack horn. Within the territory of the Pyro Alliance, the civilization that liked to save the natives was also unlucky because of the elusive appearance of the farmers. A disguised fleet of Voyager had engaged the Watchers in one of their galaxies. Now, all the space facilities there had been destroyed, and rebuilding them was very troublesome. But there was more trouble to come. It was really like a fire at the city gate, bringing disaster to the fish in the moat. I thought we were so far away from the two lost empires, but I didn't expect to be affected. A scientist from the Pyro Alliance came to the galaxy and analyzed the damage. And coincidentally, it's in this nature reserve galaxy. I hope the wildlife here is not affected. Another scientist looked at the messy nature reserve galaxy with some heartache and kept complaining about the two lost empires that destroyed the place. As a civilization that loved to save the natives, the Pyro Alliance was also quite concerned about the native animals that had yet to develop their intelligence. Not only would they set up a nature reserve galaxy, but they would also constantly appeal to the interstellar civilizations to give the undeveloped animals some living space. It felt like an interstellar animal protection organization. Their enthusiastic behavior attracted the attention of the observer, and they received a lot of resources. And those resources were used by them to create the nature reserve galaxy before them. This was a special galaxy. When the Pyro Alliance discovered it, they actually found 5 habitable planets with a large number of animals. This was a good thing that could only be encountered by luck. If it was an ordinary civilization, they would probably migrate on the spot. It would be a waste not to have 5 free planets. However, the Pyro Alliance believed that this was a miracle brought by the heavens. It was unbelievable that there were 5 habitable planets in a galaxy at the same time. Therefore, they immediately decided to set up a nature reserve here and sent a large number of patrol fleets to guard it to prevent poachers from destroying the ecological stability here. Their actions attracted the dissatisfaction of many civilizations, who thought that it was a wasteful act. If the 5 colonies were run well, they could bring huge benefits to civilization in decades. As a result, many civilizations had tried to take advantage of this place, be it through threats or trade. However, they had never dispelled the determination of the Pyro Alliance to protect this place. Until just now, it had become one of the battlegrounds between the Watcher and the Voyager. It's over, it's all over. I've already seen a huge pit visible to the naked eye on number 5 Nature Reserve planet. It must be a weapon from one of their battleships that hit this place. If that were the case, the planet's ecology will undergo a huge change. After a mass extinction, many unique species are about to disappear. The expert from the Pyro Alliance, who was well versed in biology, felt sorry for the crater that was visible to the naked eye. In addition, he also saw traces of war on several other nature reserve planets. It was obvious that the battle here was very intense, and it might even have evolved into a chaotic battle. There was no order to speak of, and they only cared about killing the enemies in front of them. It was hard on this group of native creatures. After this mass extinction, who knew how many creatures that had worked hard to evolve had to be re-established? Sigh. It is better to seize the time to restore the ecology. I only hope that there won't be any more wars here in the future. Someone tried to persuade the biologist, but he couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for the indigenous species here. Therefore, they first approached the planet closest to the nature reserve and prepared to deal with the cataclysm first.